Yep. Nope, I was not being quiet. My mic was fine, it was OBS. Yeah, we're going to do the first half of Corposant today. And then do the second half tomorrow. Usually when I do these, I do have to focus on reading. So I do want to put it, just try to do a halfway point. That way I can respond to chat as well in between the cutscenes. Otherwise, I'll just have not talk at all. Because I'll have to stay purely focused on that. But yeah. Anyways, there's a lot to do, so let's just go ahead and get to it. Yeah, I guess we can try to aim for around 1-7. Or around there, yeah. Nighttime, 2074. I stand before the hotel's full-height window, my fingers lightly tapping against the tempered glass. Sumptuous skyline of the white zone traces a dazzling horizon in the night, sharply contrasts with the dim gray outline of the satellite city in the distance. The prosperity outside the window feels utterly at odds with the weight of my mind. With Leva's coordination, we managed to shake off the security authorities far more easily than expected. That identity card sent every official who tried to inspect us scampering. We've returned to the hotel to reorganize our intel while waiting for any new updates on Group 2. In one corner of the room, Kofi kneels on the carpet, completely absorbed in sorting through the materials we retrieved from the Research Institute. Groza leans against the wall nearby, carefully inspecting her weapons while keeping a constant eye on the scene outside the window. I let out a quiet sigh and refocused my thoughts on what we encountered earlier at Orphle's Institute. The sudden attack, and a mysterious scientist named Chiloveig. While Groza updates Leva and the others on the situation, I also take the opportunity to contact the Elmo and throw my questions at Dandelion. Dandelion speaks with an unusual seriousness after I've finished recounting everything. So the young lady just let you into her lab or institute and even demonstrated how those plants could convert collapsed particles into electricity? That's right. And the lab itself wasn't heavily armed or guarded at all. It was as if they were researching something insignificant. But to be fair, it really isn't that important. From the mobile purification vehicles mass-produced by the UNNC to the Elmo's vector engine, collapsed particle energy conversion is already widely applied. It was never popularized due to cost, but is hardly some profound scientific secret. Am I really overthinking it then? Is Project Eden really just what Orphle claims it to be? A research on energy innovation? Maybe there's nothing suspicious about Project Eden after all. Is it just a smokescreen to cover up Heritage's other conspiracies? If a low-cost green botanical system could really be built to absorb particles, restore ecology, reduce collapse radiation, and generate power of all at the same time, as to our claims, the world will truly turn into a Garden of Eden. But even Parsika can only achieve energy conversion at a scale of powering a revolting pattern, covering an entire city with it. Do you think that little girl got you pulled it off? Right. I massage the bridge of my nose, trying to ease the strain from all the thinking. But there's something she said earlier that keeps bothering me. What'd she say? She said she's seen the truth, and she lived through the Frankfurt incident. Do you think it's possible she was also affected by that space? Commander, we have a deal. Sorry. Forget I asked. The key question is whether Orphle herself is in the know. She appears to be filled with pure and sincere passion for her research, so much so that she was willing to risk it all and show a journalist the very heart of a research facility. If this was merely an act or some kind of ploy to fool me, I can't really see the point. Gee, Commander, you think too highly of yourself. Could it have been your irresistible charm that made her decide to bare her soul after laying her eyes on you once? I think the possibility is infinitely close to zero. So you agree it's not zero? Anyway, I'll look into that, young lady. Make sure to keep me in the loop if anything new comes up. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. I walk over to the large round table at the center of the room. Spread across it is a huge map of Lviv, with several key locations marked in red: Orphle's research facility, the Gerard Crew's headquarters, and several experimental fields on the outskirts. And if she really is innocent, then who is pulling the strings behind all this? Oleg Gerard? Igla? Or perhaps... I tap a question mark on the map with my finger. Chiloveig. She's the most suspicious one right now. Confronting springs up from the floor and hops sided over to the table. This picks up a photograph. One of the pieces of evidence we secretly took at the facility. I still can't believe Igla would abandon Orphle for that mysterious woman. From what we've observed, Igla's basically a super nanny. She usually won't even let Orphle drink any water handed to her by someone else. But a single phone call from Chiloveig was enough to make her leave Orphle. There's definitely something odd going on here. Orphle herself didn't have any objections either, or rather, she didn't find it strange at all. This is clearly a common occurrence, and Orphle has always accepted it. Setting her weapon aside, Groza steps up to the table and points at a spot on the map. Assuming Orphle is innocent, and Chiloveig is the one pulling the strings, then what role does Igla actually play in all of this? I recall Igla's ever-vigilant eyes and subtle body language from yesterday at the research facility. Even as Orphle naively demonstrated her experimental results, Igla maintained an almost flawless professional mask. But in certain moments, especially when I pressed deeper, her reactions revealed a level of wariness far beyond that of an ordinary assistant. She knows. I voiced my assumption outright. What Chiloveig is hiding from Orphle, Igla definitely knows about it. She knows about Paradis and those experiments, and she's afraid I might reveal the truth to Orphle. Is she protecting Orphle or monitoring her? Whoa, so you're saying Igla and Chiloveig are plotting something behind Orphle's back? That Orphle already has been sidelined? The facility was attacked almost immediately the moment she left. She didn't come back until after we repelled the attackers. If we hadn't been there, those attackers might have succeeded. And who sent those attackers? Said Fabin or Paradis? I draw my fingers on the tabletop, sinking into thought. The entire situation feels like an intricate chessboard, and we only see one corner of it. Still, Commander, do you really think Orphle knows nothing at all? Based on my observations, I'm inclined to believe that. But I won't trust her completely, leaving aside the risk, even logically speaking. She's Jiraku's young mistress, the future heiress to the group, and also its chief scientist. Whether she knows or not, she must have directly or indirectly advanced Paradis' schemes. She's a scientist. Scientists can become so focused on their own field that they overlook the bigger picture. That makes them highly susceptible to being used. I nod. Gross's analysis is nothing correct. Yeah. And there's one more thing. What did she really mean when she said she's seen the truth? The truth. The thing she claims to have beheld during the Frankfurt incident. It's almost laughable, but when it comes to the Frankfurt incident, I was, without a doubt, a central figure. I was right at the heart of it. I didn't witness some deeply unpleasant things, but nothing that I'd ever call the truth. So what exactly was she referring to? Just as I sink deeper into thought, the communicator on the table suddenly vibrates. I grab it quickly and answer. It's me. Lukai's voice comes through from the other end, with the wind blowing and static crackling faintly in the background. Commander, we found something important. There's a trace of tension and excitement in her voice, rare for the usually composed Lukai. After leaving Orphle's research facility, Lukai has been leading Group 2 in monitoring Igla and Orphle's movements. Go on. We follow them back to the hotel owned by Girard Group, where they're holding a launch summit for Project Eden tonight. The young mistress is now staying at the hotel. Monsoon is monitoring her. But that third Jindal jumped into the unmarked black sedan and left the white zone right after dropping her off. She's heading towards Satellite City. The Satellite City? What's she going there for? Not sure yet. Our senses are extremely sharp, so we dare not follow too closely. But the route she's taking leads to a building owned by Girard Group. We intercepted an internal line from the PSA. An alarm was triggered there half an hour ago, then cancelled by their own people, claiming it's a false alarm. False alarm, huh? If it were truly a false alarm, it wouldn't warrant a personal visit from someone like Igla. Commander? Should we intervene? Lukai, keep your distance and continue monitoring. We're moving out. We're cutting. Based on the coordinates provided by Lukai, we were already close to the target area. This entire district is an industrial park belonging to the Girard Group. We disembarked some distance away from the park itself. After checking our weapons and comms, we began moving towards the park. Although security personnel are patrolling nearby, slipping past them and entering the park itself is effortless to us. I feel noticeably more at ease after changing out of the stress suit. We follow the route that Lukai sent, and our journey has thus far been uneventful. With security forces present here in such numbers and guarding the area so tightly, it is easy to imagine there's something here that they're trying to hide. 404 is positioned on a small rise outside the park. While the location does not allow a full view, we can still make out the general situation inside. There are no civilian facilities anywhere around the park. It is also particularly strange that the interior is completely empty, with visible signs of hasty evacuation. Aside from the security personnel, almost no one is left on the site. We approach 404. Lukai is observing the park through a pair of binoculars. What's the situation? Igla seems to have entered the park. We have been monitoring it continuously, and no one has left since. To ensure the operation goes smoothly, we asked Leave for information on this park while waiting for you, Commander. What'd she say? According to our intel, this is a logistics center in which the Girard Group only started investing within the last few years. It was quite a sizable sum, but internal reports showed that The park has seen almost no actual use.
何かのカモフラージュか
To cover them,
おそらく
most likely.
使われていない
An unused industrial parks that still burns through massive amounts of funding every month.
イグラがここを
England must have come for something related to
チロベ
Chiloveig.
イが関係していると
There's probably a secret research facility here.
秘密研究所かと
さすがリバ
As expected, Leva. She died pretty deep.
実は
Naturally,
リバより
Leva didn't reply to us directly. Instead, someone else provided the intel support.
あの人
Someone else?
カリーナさんです
It was Miss Helena.
あなたが合流
She said
した
she will be providing intelligence support from here on out, and told us to have you contact her once you arrive.
そうか
Alright.
通信コードはこちらです
Here's the code. I take the code Kukai hands me. After hesitating for a moment, I connect to Kalina's channel.
カリン調子はどうだ
Kalina, are you feeling any better?
平気です
Yes, I'm fine.
リバさんとレナさんは
Eva and Lena are accompanying me to
不在です
the director for a meeting.
ここから先
From here on, I'll be providing support for your operation.
ありがとう
Thank you.
イグラを追って目標
We've now tracked the Gerard Group's third-gen doll to the target area. Can you indicate the precise location?
管理局の人間が
Our people have been continuously monitoring Igla.
情報が入
I'll sync the information we have.
ただ
Additionally, we've been tapping into internal security communications.
ジラード
According to the reports from officials closely tied to the Gerard Group, Igla seems to be engaged in combat at one of their internal facilities.
今この瞬間
The only ones who would be fighting their third-gen doll at this time would be...
可能性があるのは
That's right.
反逆状態しかあり
It's most probably Task Force Defy.
彼女たちを見つけるのが最優先だ
Our top priority now is locate the Defy dolls.
ヘレナも一緒に
And if possible, retrieve Helena at the same time.
おとなしく返してくれると思
Do
い
you think Task Force Defy will hand Helena back?
アンジェの元部下たち
These dolls are ones commanded by Ange.
と変わっていない
I don't believe they will go astray.
はい私もそう思います
I trust your judgment, Commander.
インダストリアルパーク
Trace to the internal structure of the industrial park, there are several large ventilation ducts.
その周囲に
That area likely contains an entrance to an underground research facility.
入り口までは誘導し
I'll plot the most plausible route.
そこから先
You'll have to play it by ear once you're inside.
の判断にお任せします
分かった
Leave it to me. Lena sends over a route map leading into the heart of the underground facility. After a brief exchange of opinions, the adults of 404 begin preparing for infiltration. Groza distributes the ammunition and weapons she has brought along with for resupply, while Kofing calibrates her equipment next to me to ensure stable communications. I gesture downward.
ここを第一撤退ポイントにする
We use this as the first extraction point. If it's compromised, we'll regroup at the park's main entrance.
交戦規定は
And rules of engagement?
反撃のみ許可する
We'll only return fire if we come under attack.
面倒ね
What a pain.
カリンがセキュリティシステムの
Avoid combat as much as possible. Kalina has marked the weak points to the security system. Break in and gather as much information as you can. If necessary, trace the network and burn out their automated combat units.
今の404に電線
That's quite a tall order for the current 404.
できるか
Can't do it.
当然です
Of course we can.
任せてください
Leave it us, Commander. Under us, I'm sending over information on the security system's hacking point. Proceed. Although it seems there are more combatants along the way than expected. As long as we're careful, we won't alert those pests. Yep. Start by dealing with those automated units, then go for a stealthy attack. And where is he?
現着
Oh, is there one more? Okay. Oh, he died.
404を敵に回
This is
したのが
corrosion, I
縁の
thinking.
尽きよ。
Nighttime. XXXX 2074. Inside the top floor conference room in the Gerard Group headquarters, Kruger, Leva, Lena, and several agents from the NAMFA are already in position. CEO Oleg Gerard of the Lviv headquarters appears far more shrewd compared to Ruik of the Odessa branch. At this moment, he is sitting in the far end of the long table, a metal case and several documents placed before him. Thank you for arriving on time, Mr. Oleg. No need for pleasantries, Mr. Kruger. These are all the materials you requested. The complete evidence pertaining to the automation insurgents and the vaccine incident. Automaton is automaton. Data, lab records, internal meeting minutes. Everything is there.
随分と塩らしいじゃない。
That's surprising corporate of you. I thought this would require some negotiation. That's a change, Miss Leva. Digging in my own heels will do me no good. Saving my own skin is the most prudent course. Ruka settles for Leva to inspect the materials. Leva takes the memory drive and plugs it into the interface. She scans through it quickly, then nods.
全部揃ってる。不備はないわ。
Materials are complete. The chain of evidence is intact.
裏はなさそうね。
Mr. Oleg doesn't seem to be hiding anything. Well, more serious than you expected, wasn't I? I know I'm hardly in a position to make demands, but I hope you'll show me the same generosity. Nampo honors promises. We will ensure your personal safety. I have to say, Mr. Oleg, you seem remarkably unconcerned about the future of your own employees. The corporate world is no less vicious than your battlefield, Director. When necessary, someone must be sacrificed, like my unfortunate younger brother. Dumbass. Survival of the fittest, isn't it? On behalf of the NAMFA, I reaffirm our commitment. As long as you provide complete evidence and cooperate with the investigation, we will guarantee your safety and arrange a new identity for you, as well as the transfer of part of your private assets. Speaking of my private assets, here's another gesture of my sincerity. Perhaps it can help me secure a more comfortable retirement. He turns on the tablet he brought with him and pulls up a series of files. I know you've been investigating Project Eden. Eagle's unauthorized actions, which you mentioned earlier, are also related to it. Frankly speaking, I don't understand why this project warrants such a massive response from you. But since you want it, here's everything related to Project Eden in the database. Orphle's research notes, experimental data, everything. Little wise eyed him slightly.
娘を
You're stealing at your own daughter? Don't look at me like that, Miss Lena. Scientists should be responsible for their own choices. I'm a businessman, paying the price for my decisions.
楽園計画は数
As
時
far
間
as
後
I
に開
know,
催されるわ。
the public release of Project Eden is only a few hours away.
お嬢さんは今
Your daughter is probably devoting herself wholeheartedly to the preparations right now. Never in a million years would she think
裏で父親
that her own father is destroying all her life's work on the other side of the city. I believe this is also for Orphle's own good. Now that the project has drawn your attention, continuing to sink any deeper would only add to her crimes. Cutting losses in time isn't just for me, it's for her as well. Kruger's expression remains unchanged as he takes the tablet. This information is indeed valuable. However, it is still not enough for us to state our position. As an official representative of NAMFA, I must formally demand that you immediately halt all activities related to Project Eden. Of course, of course. I anticipated this long ago. He pulls out his communicator and rapidly inputs a command. I've already issued a direct order in my capacity as CEO. All preparations to Project Eden will be suspended immediately. That includes the public announcement you just mentioned. Satisfied? Additionally, I'd like to make some further inquiries regarding this Project Eden. There is evidence indicating that. Before Kruger can finish, the lights at the conference room abruptly go out. Then the false alarm flashes red. Lena, protect the director. Got it. The conference room doors are flung open as armed personnel and marionette dolls pour in and swiftly surround everyone present. Oleg jumps to his feet. Who authorized you to get into? Who authorized you to enter here? Get out! Notification. The security system hasn't reset. All personnel access privileges have been revoked. This is absurd. I'm the chairman of the group. I order you. Oleg Girard, you have violated the loyalty agreement by betraying the group's core assets and relevant personnel. Order refused. Loyalty agreement? What nonsense is this? Who gave you the authority to refuse my orders? Under current directives, all personnel will be confined to the secure area until Project Eden is completed. Any resistance will result in immediate armed intervention. In other words, I will shoot you. Oleg's face drains of color. This is mutiny! Who would dare do this? Zimmerman? Are those bastards on the board? Neither armed personnel nor the dolls respond to Oleg. Cold sweat pours down his face as he slowly collapses back into his chair. Kruger casts Oleg a cold glance, then stands and addresses the armed personnel sharply. Actions are already in violation of the agreement within a NAMFA. Entering an authorized secure area with weapons without NAMFA approval is illegal. This will be treated as a serious administrative crime. Director, we sincerely apologize for treating you this way, but please cooperate and remain here until Project Eden is launched. As long as you comply, we'll not take any offensive action. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee your personal safety. Eva and Linda exchange a glance and move to shield Kruger at the center. Comms aren't going through. All frequency bands are being jammed. Do we engage? There are a lot of them. Kruger's safety is our priority. Your subordinates seem far more determined than you imagined. Damn it! Those bastards! Although we're not making this any uglier, Mr. Oleg, I'm afraid the terms of our agreement will need to be revised. The conference room doors close behind the marionette dolls. The red warning lights continue to flash, casting every face in a grave, oppressive glow. It's like real life! I know, right? The Divide dolls move swiftly through the underground passageways. Beneath their feet lie shattered combat automatons and bodies riddled with bullet holes. Area clear. No new enemies on scan. We need to break out of here. Get closer to the surface and we should be able to punch through the signal jamming and contact Kevin. But before that... Where's Helena? I left her when I set off from... I left her where I set off from. Which was right here. The moment when Masina appeared, Alva could already guess what she had decided to do, but she still clings to a sliver of hope and scans their surroundings. Vomistina does not bother to search for Helena. Her wolf eye has already swept the area countless times. The answer is obvious. Disappointment and regret are written all over Voimistina's usually impassive face.
本当にここで会ってる。
Where was she last seen? Vomistina walks to a small, broken opening along the sewer wall. Alva switches on her flashlight and shines it inside. There is no sign of Helena.
激しい戦闘の痕跡が残ってる。
Judging by these marks, an intense fight took place.
自動防御システムのビーム跡だ。
Helena's defense system released energy beams at this location.
捕まったか。
She was taken. Vomistina bends down and picks up a fragment of a shattered communicator, her gaze heavy.
私の判断ミスだ。
I made the wrong call.
すまない。
I'm sorry. Alva checks her terminal, but she cannot locate the signal from the container.
さっきあなたの言う通り。
If we had withdrawn a meeting according to your plan, we might have saved Helena.
私が引っ張って
It was me who insisted on staying too
敵
long.
にヘレナを探す時間を与え
That gave them time to lock onto her position. We dragged this out, and they had more than enough time to track her.
私のせいだ。
It was me who didn't think things through.
いや、私がもっと早くあの人形を倒せていれば。
Guys, avoid spoilers for this event. Especially the ones who are watching right now who haven't seen it before. If I defeat that third Jin doll faster.
撤退できただけでも奇跡。
Being able to retreat from Chiloveig at all was already no small feat.
ヘレナのことは後
We'll
で
figure out something about Helena later.
今は得た情報
Right now, our top priority is transmitting the intel we just obtained.
強行突破だ。
We'll have to force our way out. That'll be
その方が
quicker.
早く動ける。
Vomistina reloads her fresh magazine and nods to Alva. Just as Alva is about to move, she suddenly freezes, listening intently to the sewer.
銃声。
I think I hear gunfire?
遠いな。だが
It's far
間違い
away,
なく戦闘
very
が起き
faint, but it's definitely an exchange.
誰かが警備隊と
Someone else seems to be fighting the security forces.
私たちの撤退ル
In
ー
the
ト。
direction we were planning to withdraw.
一体誰が。
It could be a time like this.
There
you go. The combat automatons here are just standing still? The fight moves towards the underground corridor. Just as Alva suspected, the passage is packed with defensive units. Combat automatons and dolls have already built fortifications, waiting for the fight to walk straight into the trap. But the automatons before Alva's eyes are completely motionless. Their drooping limbs and weapons indicate that their neural circuits have been fried on the spot.
ケビンか。
Is it Kevin?
いや
Just by the methods, no.
味方じゃない。
Maybe our luck has finally turned.
運がいい。そののんきさ。
I
嫌
have
い
to
ではあ
say,
りません。
I admire your optimism,
しかし、
but unfortunately,
幸運の女
the
神は
gods of
いつも
fortune tends to be
気まぐれ
fickle. Alva immediately searches for the source of the voice, but Eaglet is nowhere to be seen. Womastina suddenly shoves Alva aside. The massive force slams her into the wall. As her vision spins, a violent explosion erupts where she had been standing just moments ago. She scrambles back to her feet and sees that the ceiling overhead has been blown open. Igla drops down from above, her dagger already buried in Womastina's forearm. Womastina lowers her stance to dissipate the force. She shoves Igla aside, then lashes out with a brutal kick. Igla blocks her strike with both arms and lands lightly on the ground after arcing through the air. Exceptional reaction speed. It is truly a joy to fight you. There are very few opponents who can make me give my all from start to finish. Womastina pulls the dagger from her forearm and glances at it. The blade had originally been aimed at her core. She refocuses her attention on Igla, who makes a brief gesture towards her. It's like we'll not be going to reach ground level until she's dealt with. Leave her to me. The guy pulls her connection jack free from the control panel. After releasing an abnormal surge of current, the panel gradually falls silent, but her frame is still shaken violently. See? Electronic warfare is no big deal. Supported by her teammates, Kukai barely manages to stand up. Even with 4 dolls plus the equipment carried by Anders sharing the load, the immense computational strain from the hack has nearly caused her to crash. Fortunately, before Kukai's neural core could burn out, she managed to breach the system's defenses and destroy the automated command chain throughout the entire facility. Commander, we suppressed the defense system terminal. I just shut down all automated combat units in the facility. Well done, Kukai. I expected nothing less from you. Naturally. No matter what kind of mission you give me, I can get it done. Ever so reliable. Can you transfer the defense system terminal permissions to me? No problem. On it right now. There, can you see it? Yes, I'm in the system. There are heavy damage reports in 4 zones in the underground area. The last one is... a vertical sector not too far from you. Attack force defy? Highly likely. Please guide us there. I'll bring them back. Right. Count on you. Yeah, I actually forgot these early nodes are actually kind of fast. Orphle enters the facility by a hitch, disappearing from view even through the binoculars. I watch their coordinates on the terminal and consider what they might encounter next. Based on information, the area is very likely where they'll run into Defy. With a combined combat strength of 4 and task force Defy, breaking out of the facility shouldn't be difficult. However, even if they manage to rendezvous with the Defy dolls, the presence of that 3rd-gen doll will still pose a major obstacle. To be honest, I don't have much confidence that our current dolls can defeat Igla inside an underground facility. However, defeating her isn't our objective. We just need a plan to shake her off and leave quickly. As I study the facility map, an idea suddenly comes to mind. There's no data in the terminal to support this plan though. Looks like it's time to seek support. I quickly gather my thoughts and call Helena. She picks up almost immediately. Helena, can you find a complete structural blueprint of Gerard's underground facility? You're thinking of... That's right. Eagle specs are too much for the dolls under my command to take on directly. Do you remember what we did at the submarine base? I want to replicate that. Yeah, that does sound very much like your style, Commander. But this is a white zone city. It's very different from that base in the red zone back then. Have you considered the social impact? That's why I'm asking you whether it's feasible. So it really is clean up duty for me again. Honestly, every time there's trouble, you just dump it on me. I don't know much about internal government affairs. If you can help clean it, that would be ideal. Let me think. If we keep the impact contained within the underground facility, the fall should be relatively manageable. With my authority, I can keep a lid on the media coverage to some extent. But if you cause anything bigger, then we'll just have to see whether Mr. Kirkin can handle it. I'll do my best not to cause you trouble. Don't make promises you can't keep. Alright, I sent you the structural and blueprint. Thank you. By the way, once this mission's over, if you're free, how about grabbing a bite together? What? I feel like there's been a lot of misunderstanding between us. If we have a nice place and talk things through, maybe everything will just snap into place. So, what do you think? If not, then forget it. If you're footing the bill, I suppose I could go. But I'll be choosing a really, really fancy place. So brace yourself. Commander, do you copy? I hear flirting going on! Sorry, Helena. 404 has run into trouble. I'll contact you later. Alright. Stay safe. Okay, what's the situation? We're approaching the target zone. There's intense fighting going on inside that area. Based on energy fluctuations and thermal imaging, one side is clearly a third-gen doll, consistent with Eagle's profile. And the other side, Commander is confirmed to be a member of Task Force Phi, AK-15 and 94. Good work. Make contact immediately and find a way to distract them. If Eagle gets on your tail, move towards... I open a structural blueprint clean distance, rapidly simulate the scenario, and transmit a set of coordinates. Move to this location. Inform me once you're in position. I'll set up an explosive trap to cut off her pursuit. Acknowledge. Move in immediately. I take a deep breath. Groza has already prepared her weapon and stands silently beside me, awaiting orders. Groza, go to position and punch the charges. Blowing 4 low-bearing pillars should buy us enough time. Move the vehicle we came in closer to the park. The moment the dolls reach the surface, we extract them immediately. Roger! I'll be ready to depart any time. By the way, you brought all the medication prepared for Helena, right? Yes. I returned with me the whole time. There's no telling whether her condition will worsen further in the white zone. Be ready to perform a basic check on Helena as soon as we see her. I'll get Helena a full examination the moment I see her. Great. Leave it to you then. Begin the operation. Yeah, this is basically the Culfin and Groza show. The rest got left behind. Under Kukai's lead, 404 moves through the underground facility and arrives near the battlefield. Now that they can clearly see the scope of the full scope of the fight, the underground sewer has been utterly devastated by the clash. Walls riddled with bullet holes, and chunks of concrete lay scattered across the ground. Amid the ruins, 94 and 15 are locked in an intense engagement with a woman wearing a suit. So it's really her. The battle has clearly been going on for quite some time. 15 is covered in injuries, and 94 movements are noticeably more sluggish than Kukai remembers. Worse still, their ammo appears to be nearly depleted. Igla seems more like she's performing a dance than engaging in a fight. The rapier in her hand traces elegant arcs through the air. Beautiful yet lethal. Even when facing the combined assault of the 2 to 5 members, Igla remains utterly unfazed. With her extensive combat experience, Kukai can tell at a glance that even with the dolls beside her, taking Igla head-on would be extremely difficult. But she doesn't hesitate for a moment. The commander has given the order, and she has full confidence in completing the mission entrusted to her. On level 2, she orders her other dolls to deploy to positions where they can maximize their firepower, while she herself charges towards the battlefield at high speed. Task Force Defiant, this is Kukai of 404. The commander has dispatched us to assist you with evacuation. I'm approaching from your 6 o'clock. Do not fire in my direction. 404? The Defiant dolls show no change in their movements upon receiving the transmission. Elite Regent's assault allows them not a single moment of slack. Even under such dire conditions, they maintain astonishing tactical coordination. Kukai closes up to visual range. Under her gaze, every round fired on 94 precisely targets Igla's vital points, while 15 engages Igla in close quarters combat. Their coordination is flawless, yet Igla still handles it all with such ease that even Kukai feels a little unnerved. But she doesn't falter. Seizing the instant when the hulking doll and Igla briefly separate, Kukai fires several grenades accurately towards Igla. The unexpected attack sparks clear anger in Igla. Damn rats! It's him after all. Taking advantage of Igla's momentary distraction, Womestina's flying kick slants to Igla's waist, while additional grenade explosions force her to retreat further. Now, move! Follow me! Kukai? 404? Or 416? Shouldn't you be... Now isn't time to talk. The commander sent us to pick you up in 94. So start by getting out of that thing's attack range. Got it. I can hang for a little while longer, so take 94 with you and mount in a fighting withdrawal. That's the most words she said all day. Nice. Fuck. MacD. Just made the
クロー
turn
ザー
count.
状況は
Grows a status report. We reached the destination position. Low bearing pillars confirmed.
建物全体が崩壊
Calculate the blast radius precisely.
範囲を調整
Ensure only the floor of the target area is destroyed, without causing the entire building to collapse. Groza moves swiftly. In just a few dozen seconds, she sets up 4 directional demolition charges at the designated locations. Commander, explosive deployment complete.
私が合図したら爆
Did it in my command. Copy. I stare tensely at the terminal. 404 is advancing towards the area I sent earlier, and a signal they're detecting can only belong to that relentlessly pursuing 3rd-gen doll. Commander, we're about to reach the designated area. The demons are right behind us. Good. The trap is set. Exit the blast radius. 10 seconds. Pull back now. At the moment, Kukai is distracted by the transmission. Igla, burning with rage, lunges towards her with her rapier in hand at a speed nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Alpha fires a shot that strikes the blade aimed at Kukai. The tip deflects, embedding itself precisely into the bolt of the rifle that Kukai has raised to block. Kukai immediately drops the rifle, draws her pistol, and empties the entire magazine into Igla at point-blank range. Even from such extremely close range, rounds of this caliber barely phase Igla. There is also 404 immediately laid full auto fire to suppress Igla, only forcing her back slightly. Don't worry about me, there's no time, go! Moisina rushes forward, grabs Kukai by the back of her collar, and pulls her back into the doll's firing formation with a powerful leap. Kukai breaks in surprise at her new position, then snaps back to her senses and shouts into the comms. Commander, we're in position!
了解
Copy that.
クローザー
Groza's finger is already poised on the detonator, ready to activate at my final command.
爆破
Detonate! The shockwave from the explosion shakes the entire building. The precise directional blast causes the entire section of the floor beneath Igla to collapse. For the first time, a flicker of alarm crosses Igla's face as she plunges downward, caught completely off guard. Okay, the charges have detonated. Can you set the results? The explosion hit the enemy. That digital has fallen underground. Received. Vacate the area immediately. I'll bring the vehicle to distract you. I sent the distraction coordinates. Alright, we're coming now. Defy, we're moving to the next distraction point. The commander picked us up with a vehicle. Igla signals approaching. What? Keep moving and slow her down as you go. Alva and Womastina exchange a glance and nod to Kukai, while the dolls of 404 have already stowed their weapons and begun moving. The building exits just ahead. Behind them, a figure leaps up from the depths amidst the swirling smoke. Offset covering fire! Stop her from closing in! Wait. Alva doesn't slow her run. She senses that something about Igla is different. Indeed, the figure in the smoke doesn't move. She simply stands there, watching the dolls depart. Igla isn't pursuing. Don't slow down! Kukai looks back towards Igla's position. Just as Alva said, there's no attack, and outside the building, the flash of headlights is already spilling into the interior. Get in now! The sharp screech of the brakes signals that the distraction vehicle has arrived. I yank open the door and jump into the rear cargo bed, clearing a space for the dolls. 404 quickly piles into the jeep. Seeing there's no room left inside, Alva and Womastina leap into the cargo bed as well, sitting beside me. Rosa watches Igla's direction tensely, waiting for the distraction to finish, while Colfine scans the area repeatedly before asking anxiously, "Where's Helena?" Gerard's people took her. What? Sorry, Commander. I have a way to get her back, but it's too dangerous here. We need to leave immediately. Head to these coordinates. It's our safe house. Understood. Groza, move out now. The Jeep makes a sharp turn and speeds out of the industrial park. The figure that was standing in the smoke earlier is already gone, having disappeared even more hastily than the dolls. She's standing there, menacingly. That's what we're good. That's still a lot. Inside a dimly lit state sec safe house, only the blue glow of several computer screens illuminates the cramped space. The walls are covered with maps and photographs. A few empty magazines and medical kits are scattered across the floor. Instant elegance. The dolls are replenishing their supplies using what's stored in the safe house, while Alva hands a small chip to Voimastina. Voimastina takes it and starts uploading the data at a nearby terminal. When the upload begins, Alva finally exhales in relief. Keep watch of surroundings. Don't let your guard down. The fight that just took place has fully weakened Gerard's combat capability. Kevin should have a much easier time breaking through the blockade now. Have him find a way to bring in upgrade equipment. You need power capable of defeating Igla. We're in the light zone. I'll take responsibility for that decision. Use it without worry. Oh yeah, that. I'll do that in a second. The corner of Vomastina's mouth lifts almost imperceptibly, but she quickly suppresses the smile and focuses on making external contact through the terminal. Standing in the center of the room, it occurs to me to whom this safe house belongs. I let my gaze sweep over the members of Task Force Defy before finally settling on Alva. Alva notices the question in my eyes. She introduces the new names she and Voimastina are using, and briefly recounts what they have been up to recently. You're still Philippe with SafeSec? No. We're just maintaining a cooperative relationship. For the past 10 years, Task Force Defy has been fully independent. Well, love to know how you've been all these years, but there are more pressing matters right now. Why are you in Lviv? Why did you take Helena? And what exactly happened in that building? Alva doesn't answer immediately. She just keeps typing, while data scrolls rapidly across the screen. After a moment, once all the data is parsed, she looks up at me and speaks seriously. No, just V0. Let me start from the beginning, Commander. We never stopped pursuing Paradise in the last decade. I believe you're already aware now that we were never truly eliminated. Some time ago, through intelligence work, we obtained the coordinates of a Paradise experimental facility. With assistance from StateSec, we located the site, and that's where we encountered a Nido named Chiloveig. Chiloveig? Wait, Chiloveig's a Nido? You know her? She's one of the lead figures behind Project Eden. Orphle, the director of Harris. Trusted her deeply. I always suspected she was connected to Paradise, but I never imagined she was a Nido. Seems you already gathered quite a lot of information. It largely matches our intelligence. I'll go ahead and use it then, Dylan. Thanks for that. Before data at that facility got destroyed, we've obtained part of the information on Project Eden, which confirmed the ties between the Gerard Group and Paradise. At the time, we didn't know the project's exact nature, but Eden connected to Paradise
叩き潰す。
must be eradicated completely.
その通
Exactly.
りなので
So we came to Lviv to investigate further.
ヘレナに関しては
As for Helena,
こちらとして
that was an unexpected development. We discovered that Igla was attempting to seize her, and 043, she appeared to be the key component within Project Eden.
ジラードの手に落ちてし
We
ま
couldn't allow Gerard to attain
う
her.
何が起
The
き
risk
る
is too
か分かり
great.
ません
ならどうしてもっと
When I provide direct assistance, Helena, people from Namfa, were on site at the
管理者の
time.
人間もあの場にいたのに
財団に私たちの
We have an informant within the conglomerate.
その情報によれ
Before coming to Lviv, we already knew that Gerard had reached an agreement with Namfa,
詳細は
but the details were unclear.
だから管理局が
So you suspected Namfa was deliberately handling Helena over to the Gerard group?
それはありえない
That's impossible. The director Namfa was Kruger.
あのクルーが
Helena was
現
to
場
be
にいたのは
handed over to Helena and members of 404.
クルーガーさんやカリーナさんを
We understand.
疑っているわけではありません
We never suspected Mr. Kruger, Miss Helena, or any of the comrades that alongside us in Frankfurt 10 years ago.
同じです私たちも
At the time, we had no intention of fully
最初は
intervening.
介入するつもりはありませんでした
We only provided some assistance to Leva.
ですが
But with Eva going on the offensive,
ヘレナを守
we
り
just
続
that
け
Miss
ることが
Helena
できない
no longer had capacity to protect Helena.
何より
Not to mention,
カリーナさんたち以外の
we could not fully trust those standing behind the Namfa
できませんでした
beyond them.
自らの利益のた
We
め
have reason to believe that under certain circumstances, those people would make morally corrupt deals to protect their own interest. I'm momentarily speechless. Sharing the same concern myself, I find no grounds to refute Alva.
それで
What happened next?
ヘレナを連れて逃げながら
We took Helena
しました
with Eva in hot pursuit.
しかし
Along the way, Helena's continued to disengage with, for no known reasons, complicating our operation.
私たちの本来の目
Our purpose in coming to Lviv was to investigate Project Eden, not Helena.
迫られましたヘレナの争奪戦に
But at that point, we had to admit the mission had hit a bottleneck. By getting involved in the struggle over Helena, we lost our stealth, and any hope of conducting a covert investigation.
そこで一つ
So I devised a plan,
とてつもなくリスクの
a very high risk plan at that.
でもうまくいった
But it succeeded in the end.
どんな作戦だったんだ
What's the plan?
私がイグラの足止めをしている
During the pursuit, I had Vomistina take Helena and leave
ヘレナを
first,
連れて逃げてもらい
I stayed behind to cover the retreat and face Igla alone.
もちろん私が
I was naturally no match for Igla. After laying her for some time, I was defeated and taken back to their lab,
つまり
the same building you just
先ほど
saw.
の施設に連れて行かれました
わざとか
You got captured on purpose?
反逆小隊のメンバー
Within the five, we have a special method of locating each other.
2キロまでですが
It bypasses conventional signal jamming,
位置情報
but its range is limited to 2 kilometers.
それを頼りに
Using me as a beacon, Vomistina evaded pursuit while narrowing the search radius.
イグラたちの不意をつき
In the end, she found a location where I was held captive and launched an attack while they were unprepared.
その隙に
And that gave me the opportunity to steal their database. I was standing to walk to the holographic projection table in the center of the room. She inserts a small storage device into the projector. Instantly, blue holographic imagery unfolds in the air, revealing complex data streams and architectural schematics.
これはダウンロードしたデータ
This is the classified data that I attained. I stare at Alva in disbelief.
これは
This is...
はい
Yes,
楽園系
this is the truth behind Project Eden.
表向きは最
On the
先端の
surface, the project is
エネル
presented
ギー研究
as the Jiraku's new energy research.
実際は
In reality, it's an extremely complex technological validation
大
experiment.
規模の粒子の
Large-scale particle absorption and release is only one part of it.
他には
There are
植物が粒子
also
衝突
experiments involving plant tissue mutation under particle irradiation, and cloning experiments based on a certain genetic sample.
これらの実験
Commander,
指揮
I
官
believe
の
you've seen
報
both
告に
types of experiments before. Perhaps in some underground lab? I recall my past encounter with Diane and the others, and suddenly realized that someone of unknown identity once saved my life.
まさかあの時ロケット弾を
Back then, the one who shot down the shell. Was that you? Yes. We were also investigating that underground lab at the time, though you had already resolved it by then. We learned of that location through an internal tip from StateSec. Their agents had tried to investigate, but all previous operations had apparently been ended in failure. I should thank you for finishing what they started. Beyond what I've mentioned, there is one experiment Paradox is especially obsessed with, using immune individuals to trigger the activation of relic-related devices. My guess is that Paradox wants to use special life forms as a medium to make contact with Nirvana. Helena is that medium. I press my hand up to my forehead as a wave of dizziness washes over me. Nirvana. Nirvana again. Is this even possible? To access Nirvana, it would take both devices and an activation medium that meets extremely strict criteria. Not to mention the immense amount of glass particles required. Ah! Commander? You realize it too, haven't you? The Girard Group's plan includes using cultivated plants to absorb and accumulate glass particles, while Paradis has produced clones immune individuals. O43 is the most recent one. While we haven't received intelligence confirming their possession of relic-related devices, their outlook is hardly optimistic. Within Uranus Sea, those who wants those devices at that level, I see you've also come to the same conclusion. The likelihood that they possess such devices is extremely high. These people want to recreate the rift that opened in Frankfurt back then. I can't speak. I simply stare at the projection that Alva is showing me, at the information she stole from Chiloveig. The other dolls, having finished resupplying, overhear our discussion and hurry over, eager to learn more. I don't quite understand. How exactly does Paradox plan on accessing Nirvana? The rod device would serve as the interior. The consciousness used to connect to Nirvana becomes the key. Massive amounts of plasma particles act as the fuel to activate the device with that key. Under the influence of radiant energy, Helena would resonate with the relic device, opening the gate to Nirvana. That's how it works, in simple terms. Then, what happens to Helena? Do all those black particles get absorbed by her? No. If that were the case, it might actually be less troublesome. Immune individuals aren't affected by glass particles, but once the key is activated and the gate opens, those massive amounts of glass particles will be dispersed into space to form a rift into Nirvana. Once the plan is initiated, the entirety of Lviv will face a catastrophic fallout of glass particle radiation. God damn it. She's planning to sacrifice the entire city? So the experiment has gone this far and yet Helena still knows nothing? Is she an idiot? Calling an idiot might not be a fair assessment. Chiloveig's research for exploiting Orphle's research. Oh, Chiloveig's reason for exploiting Orphle's research isn't just to gain Girard's resource and political backing. Most importantly, the core of this research was completed by Orphle herself. There are rumors that 10 years ago, in Frankfurt, she personally witnessed the opening of Nirvana. That's when she attained all that knowledge beyond her understanding. The truth. So that's what she meant. So this was the truth that she claimed to have seen? In a sense, she's very similar to you, Commander. Both of you are the so-called blessed ones. You call that a blessing? I'm sorry for isn't it that way. displeased you.
パラデウスのデータベースでは
But in Paradise database, anyone who glimpses beyond the present world through Nirvana is classified as a blessed one.
そして私たちの知る
From
限り
what we know,
それはあなた
you're not
一
the
人だけ
only one who has such an experience. Alba manipulates the projection, switching to a city map marked with red dots.
不幸中の幸いですが
Fortunately,
今ならまだ
we're still in time to stop this.
資料によれば
According to these files, aside from the laboratory we just destroyed, Chiloveig has another, far more concealed main laboratory in the White Zone.
そこが計画の中心となる場所です
That is the true heartland of Project Eden.
見せて
Let me see. I will display the coordinates and related information. I read through them one by one, already beginning to simulate a plan in my mind. The other dolls crowd around the projection as well, trying to grasp the battle ahead.
一息ついたすぐにその秘密
Once we finish resupplying, we move immediately towards the main laboratory. I believe Helena is there.
楽園計画
We must prevent Project Eden from activating and bring Helena back.
手伝ってくれますか
Commander, will you help us?
もちろんだ
I will,
だがもっと
but this is too big to handle my own. I need to mobilize more forces.
管理局の関係者に
I don't recommend telling the whole truth to anyone connected to Nampha,
人間であろう
human or doll.
人形であろうとカリーナさんや他の
You can seek help from Miss Helena or the other dolls, but that also means our objective could be exposed.
知られてしまう可能性があります言いたいこと
Commander, you know what I mean. I fully understand Alba's concerns. On one hand, with my strength alone, the operation will never be foolproof. I must ensure that if I fail, there's still a backup contingency plan to evacuate innocent civilians amidst the disastrous fallout. On the other hand, I admit that Nampha is not entirely trustworthy, but among them there are some who are absolute exceptions to me. For example, I look at Alba. She looks back at me. I raise my terminal then and there.
カリン聞こえるか
You copy? Commander?
すぐにジラードグループ本
On the way to immediately seal off the directive headquarters and have a PSC evacuate the entire city. Hmm? What happened, Commander?
理由は教えられない
I can't explain the reason, but doing this will save many lives.
多くの人命がかかっている
Hey, I understand. I'll figure something out.
ありがとう
Thank you.
クルーガー様
Can you reach Mr. Kruger right now? Still no. We're already past the originally scheduled meeting time.
そうか
Hmm.
連絡が
If you can reach him, I need to speak with him. Understood. I'll pass the message along.
頼んだ全部終わったら
Great. Let's deal with our most pressing problems first. Then you can let me know which restaurant you can choose. I end the call and turn back to Alba.
今こちらの予備戦力は
I still have a 4-dollar squad that can move immediately. Do you have any other support?
後方に特殊装備を要請しました
We call in special purpose equipment for emergency contingencies. Other than that, we're on our own.
パラデウスの計画を止めて
Purchase's plan must be
ヘレナ
stopped.
も助け出す
We got to get Helena back.
私の指揮下に入ってくれるか
Are you willing to accept my commands? Alba glanced at Wemestina because of a firm affirmative nod.
望むところです
We are. Gladly.
よし
Yosh.
では今から
From now on,
私はエル
you're
ゴ
part
ー
of
の
Group
一
1.
員だグローザ、コルフェン反逆小隊と一緒に私についてこい
Groza, Kolfing, you'll act as together with Defy under my direct command.
了解
来るかい
Okay.
ダイエンと合流
Contact Diane and
オルフ
report
ルーネの監視状況
on Orphlene's surveillance status. Then link up with them to form a fire support unit.
その後は私た
Be
ちを
prepared for direct engagement with the Gerard Group and PSA forces once we enter the building.
はい手配します
Got it. I'll reach immediately. I mark out operational routes and requirements on a digital map using a few markers, then check my watch and synchronize timing with the dolls.
一班は私とビルに
Group 1 will enter the building with me, prioritizing stealth infiltration into Paratus' main laboratory.
30分後に連絡
If there's no contact after 30 minutes, Group 2 will secure the access points here, here, and here.
グローザ
Groza, contact Centracy and have the helicopter stand by. Worst case, we extract by air directly back to the Elmo once we retrieve Helena.
ええ3班に用意させておく
Notify Group 3 to prepare the routes. This is a high-risk operation. We may end up being held accountable, or purged by UNC. If Ela wants to back out now, now's the time. The dolls probably check their gear, or selected the routes. No response to my final words. I look around at everyone, then nod. Move out. Make sure... When is this coming up? Okay, so this is 1-7. If anyone wants to leave, now's the time. And I was like, you guys stop fucking asking us that, okay? Inside the Gerard Group headquarters, marionette dolls stand in formation outside the control center. Now dressed in a brand new suit, Ela sits before the console, her long fingers tapping the screen. On a surveillance feed, Kruger and Oleg are clearly visible, detained inside a conference room. Come in. The lead marionette doll steps into this control center and snaps to attention with mechanical precision. Ma'am. Target individual, Oleg Gerard, and officials from the NAMFA have all been confirmed to the conference room. Confined to the conference room. All communication devices have been jammed, and all emergency exits are sealed. Report on tasing measures. 4 emergency response plans have been prepared. Authorization has been granted for force suppression if necessary. Do your utmost to avoid causing direct harm to Director Kruger. As for Mr. Oleg Gerard, his safety is no longer our top priority. Keep monitoring the conference room. Report any abnormal situation to me immediately. Ela walks down the corridor and stops before a heavy metal door marked Experimental Zone, authorized personnel only. Inside the lab, Chiloveig is dancing about in front of a massive transparent containment chamber. Helena, who is floating within it, has returned to a sealed state. Dressed in rumpled and tattered lab coat, Chiloveig hums off an off-key tune while hammering away at the keyboard. You had better give me a reason for abandoning the pursuit of Task Force Defy. We have it completely surrounded. Yet you told me to give up a victory within easy reach. A victory within easy reach? Didn't they quite literally leave you in the dust? Would you care to repeat that? What I meant is... those two idiots just let 043 lying there. Sure, they barely managed to bamboozle me once, but... what could possibly be more important than reclaiming 043? You recovered 043? Yes, indeed. Thanks to you keeping Dumb and Dumber busy. In the end, I'm still the smartest one. Now that we have the little cutie, who even cares about Task Force Defy anymore. Now Project Eden can proceed flawlessly. Rejoice, Ela. Your young mistress is going to adore you. Even so, how can I help but harbor some doubts? At your urging, I have committed such a grave transgression. Is there truly any chance I might still attain young mistress' forgiveness? Chiloveig spins around abruptly, an exaggerated smile blooming across her face. She performs a pirouette and skips towards Ela. Don't worry, Miss Perfect Butler. You saw it yourself, didn't you? That old man sold us out, along with his own daughter. If you hadn't apprehended him, all of our efforts would have gone straight down the drain. Orphle will understand. Regrettably, I had no choice but to restrict the personal freedom of the director of the NAMFA.
ロレン当局に喧嘩を打ったも同然。
This is tantamount to a direct confrontation with the RC
あなたに
government.
残された時
I
間
fear
は
you've left me with very limited time.
大丈夫大丈夫。
Relax, relax. Now that the dear child has finally returned,
もう私
I
は
can
誰にも止められない
complete the plan at any time.
では計画を進
Then
め
I ask you to proceed immediately.
各所は反応を
Before the other parties can react, we must produce a bargaining chip compelling enough for them to overlook the conflict and accept Gerard's terms. Chiloveig lets out an exaggerated sigh and spreads her hands wide. Ah, you're always so serious. Lighten up, Miss Igla.
これからが
We're about to make history.
んだよ。O43 の状態
Man, cover all 43's current condition. Civic strides over to the chamber, presses her face against the transparent wall, and makes a silly face.
ぐっすり眠
Our little flower is sleeping so soundly. That's her condition? Perfect!
あんたたちが暴れた
It's a shame you destroyed my lab in the satellite city, but that's fine. I don't be needed anymore anyway.
リストに書いてあるもの
Remember to send everything I did on the list to my lab in the White Zone.
ようやく遊ぶ
That place can finally come in handy. Igla straightens up, her posture as immaculate and forbidding as ever.
お言葉です
Forbidden as ever?
実験室
Okay.
をあなたで
At the risk of sounding crude,
ガードグループの
I must still point out the fact that both premises are property of the Gerard Group. Chiloveig grins widely, revealing her pointed little canines.
もちろんもちろん
Of course, of course.
私はただの雇われ
So sorry to trouble young Mistress Loyal Butler to constantly remind me that I'm merely a hired hand.
でも
But you see, owning something and truly controlling it are two very different matters. She presses several buttons. The chamber begins to descend slowly, moving down a transparent conduit into the depths below.
これでようやくオルフェルーネも一人
With this perfect little medium, Miss Orphle can finally take pride in her own work.
長い間
After all, Project Eden is also the precious fruit of her painstaking labor.
お嬢様の挙げた成果は
Young Mistress Research's achievements are indeed admirable.
だからこ
Precisely for that reason, I believe she should personally carry out the activation ceremony. She deserves that much for her many years of
そ最低
dedication.
限の敬意です
Chiloveig guffaws, her belting laughter echoing through the laboratory. She circles Igla once, her steps as light as a dance.
大丈夫だって
Of course! Everything will proceed according to plan.
種も土壌も用意した
The seeds are in place. The soil is ready.
あとは
Now all there's left is our dear little scientist to press that lovely red button and let the flowers bloom. Her voice suddenly drops as she leans close to Igla's ear.
もしもの話だけ
However, Miss Igla,
どあの子に何
if anything unexpected happens,
私が代わりに
I can always step in and help her out. Igla steps sideways, putting distance between herself and Chiloveig, her gaze sharp as a blade.
何度も強調したはずです
I must reiterate that the final authority to activate Project
お
Eden
嬢様に
rests with young mistress.
お嬢様の許可を
Any unauthorized action will be regarded as a breach of contract. Igla's voice is not loud, yet it carries an unmistakable authority. Chilling the very air in the laboratory. Chiloveig shivers theatrically, then immediately breaks into a laughter again. Oh, how scary! Miss Igla turned into a big bad wolf!
嘘だって
Don't worry, I was only joking.
しないでよオルフェルーネを待つに決まってる
Of course we'll wait for Orphle to start it herself.
あの子のこと
I have great respect for our little genius scientist after all. Chiloveig presses over to a large display, her fingers flying across the control panel.
でもさ
Still, Miss Igla,
自分が
do you really think Orphle understands what she's doing?
あの子は再生可能エネルギ
She only
ー
sees the beauty of the flowers, but not how far their roots can spread.
私が興味あるのは
What she wants is new energy, but what I see is infinite possibility. Igla smooths the sleeve of her suit and speaks calmly.
何はともあれ
In any case, my duty is to protect our mistress and her wishes.
それらは他の全て
All other justice must come second. Chiloveig turns around and makes an exaggerated bow as with her right hand pressed to her chest.
あんたは間違いなく
More respect to you, Miss Igla. You are without a doubt the most loyal person I have ever met. Igla inclines her head slightly and turns towards the door.
お嬢様の元へ向かいます
I am going to Summit Venue to attend to your mistress.
あなたは最後の
I trust you will focus on the problem preparations. Farewell, the ever-loyal Miss Butler.
心配しなくても
Don't worry, I'll make this flower bloom more brilliant than ever before. After Igla leaves, the lab doors slowly close. Chiloveig's smile vanishes in an instant. Her eyes turn cold and Rich is sharp. She hops lightly back to the console, fingers tapping wildly at the keyboard. A loyal little butler only ever sees what she wants to see. Oh, 43 is such a perfect specimen. And yet she still believes this is nothing more than a cultivating a flower.
最初に咲く場所を知って
If only you knew
びっくりする
where
だ
this
ろうね
flower is going to bloom first. I can't wait. Ah, I can hardly wait.
その時のあんた
I am
たちの
dying to
顔を
see the looks in all your adorable little faces when the time comes. Inside the penthouse suite where Orphle is currently staying, gilded decorations glitter beneath the crystal chandelier. The desk is piled high with repeatedly revised speech drafts, every page covered in handwritten notes and corrections. Orphle Gerard stands before a mirror, constantly adjusting her already flawless evening gown and carefully styled golden curls. She smooths non-existent wrinkles from her dress and tucks a strand of already secured hair behind her ear.
ああもう髪が決ま
My hair! Damn this hair!
どうしてこんなにうまく
Why won't this just behave? I wish I was bald! Orphle appears far more irritable and restless than usual. She stares at her reflection, anxiety flickering in her eyes. Then she turns and walks to the desk, picking up the latest edited speech draft.
楽園計画はエネルギー
Project
能力
Eden
に新たな
represents a new chapter in interruption. She suddenly flings the manuscript onto the desk.
こんな俗物めいた
Such crude phrasing is partly an insult to the reputation of the Gerard family and to myself.
参入企業でもこんな前置き
Even most people of third-rate tech firms wouldn't use such an opening. Orphle paces to the window, her high heels tapping crisply against the floor. She looks down at the brightly illuminated city of Lviv below, her hands clenched into fists. What a pain! Why am I so restless?
発表なんか何度もやってきた
Like this is my first speech.
なんでこんなに
Looks like I'm nervous about. She knows perfectly well what the source of her distress is. Orphle tightens her grip on her brain. The words that imposter journalist continue to echo in her mind. It is utterly ridiculous. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she becomes. She even thought he was a kind soul who understood her.
私の研究が
Claiming that my Project Eden is connected to Paradox cult,
チルロビグはその
and even accusing Chiloveig of being a cult member.
てるわ
How absurd! Her gaze shifts towards the tablet on the desk, a screen filled with complex charts and equations. Orphle walks over, swiping the screen and scrolling through layers of data as her brows slowly knit together.
もし本当に
These collapse particles collection equations,
生き袋やブージャ
if they were really used to create elites and
技術
boogems.
を利用されていたとしたら
Her fingertip hovers over the screen. These are all materials she has reviewed countless times. None of it is registering in her head right now. Gradually, her attention drifts elsewhere, and her expression grows distant.
私の研究なのに
Am I truly unable to control what this
私だけじゃ
research will
どう
lead?
にもなら
Science may have no stance, but those who rule it do. That day in Frankfurt, I was only a victim. Her thoughts are interrupted by a soft knock at the door. Young mistress, may I come in? Orphle immediately straightens her back, regaining her composure and resuming the posture of a proud scientist. Come in! This peace draft is utterly dreadful! I need someone to take responsibility for such substandard work! Eaglet enters, carrying a cup of tea. Her suit is perfectly pressed, without a single crease. Your evening tea is prepared, young mistress. Is here Earl Grey, with 3 drops of lemon juice and a touch of mint, just as you prefer. Orphle accepts the cup with deliberate poise and takes a small sip. Her eyebrows lift slightly. The flavor is passable. However, there should be slightly less mint. Eaglet bows slightly. I'll take notes next time, young mistress. Orphle walks towards the window, turning her back to Eaglet. Her voice softens a little. Were you investigating that legal laboratory in the satellite city? Did you find anything? Eaglet raises her head slightly, a trace of wariness flashing through her eyes. I have conducted a preliminary investigation, young mistress. However, Nampa has sealed off information regarding the matter quite thoroughly. At present, no conclusive evidence links those experiments directly to Miss Chiloveig or the organization known as Paradis. Liar! Orphle turns around, biting her lower lip. I keep thinking about what that imposter journalist said. He said my research might be manipulated. He said Chiloveig belongs to a cult. He also said my plasma harvesting technology could be used to create elites and boojums. She grips her teacup tightly, her voice trembling slightly. He said that a path built on a wrong foundation can never lead to a right destination. That keeps bothering me. If Miss Chiloveig is truly exploiting me and my research. Eaglet sets down the tray and steps aside Orphle, her gaze gentle yet resolute. Young mistress, forgive my frankness, but that journalist, the imposter, clearly spoke with ulterior motives. Your talent is beyond dispute, and your research achievements have already earned recognition from the world's foremost scientist. Orphle places the teacup down heavily on the desk, spilling some of the tea. But Eaglet, what if I truly cannot control how this technology is ultimately used? What if someone really uses my research to conduct those horrific human experiments? Would that not prove that he was right? The science stance is determined by this user? Orphle's gaze shifts towards the computer screen, her voice growing lower. Ever since what happened in Frankfurt, I have wanted to prove myself. To prove that the Gerard family can bring genuine change to the world. But if Project Eden is truly abused, would that not make me a villain? Young mistress. Eaglet interrupts Orphle's self-reproach. She raises her hand, hesitates briefly, then gently rests on Orphle's shoulder. Let us take a step back. Even if this experiment may indeed carry risk, do you remember what you told that scientist before? Science itself has no stance. Whether a result is good or bad depends solely on how people use it. And you are precisely the one who can ensure this research is used for the right purpose. Eaglet's voice is warm and steady, like a soothing current calming Orphle's uneasy heart. Regardless of whether Miss Chiloveig has another identity, the knowledge she has provided is now a tool in your hands. As you yourself have said, you believe you have the ability to ensure this technology is used correctly. Would you truly abandon years of dedication and your dreams because of unverified accusations? Hesitation flickers in Orphle's eyes. But I ordered you to investigate. What about the results? If someone truly is using my technology for such things. Young mistress, we can continue the investigation while also strengthening our control over Project Eden. But before the truth is confirmed, we have no reason to abandon an opportunity that could change the world. Even if the imposter's concern holds some merit, you still possess the ability to correct the course and prevent misuse. Orphle slowly straightens her posture. The unease in her eyes gradually gives way to determination. You're right. I am Orphle Gerard. How could I possibly be controlled? How could I stand by and watch my research be abused? She pats her own cheeks to psych herself up. At the summit, I will show everyone the grand vision of Project Eden. As for the potential risks, I will personally ensure they never come to pass. How can an imposter journalist possibly understand the responsibility of a true scientist? A wise decision, young mistress. You will prove to the world that the value of Project Eden far surpasses anyone's imagination. Of course! Tonight, I'll let everyone witness a genuine scientific miracle. I'll leave those who doubt me utterly speechless. Just as Orphle regains her confidence, Eagle's communicator suddenly rings. Eagle glances at it with mild surprise, then answers. Go ahead. A hurried voice comes to the communicator. Eagle's expression gradually turns grave. Her eyes flash with a trace of alarm. Understood. Continue monitoring. Do not act rashly. I'll be there immediately. She ends the call and turns towards Orphle. Her expression remains composed, though the vigilance in her eyes linger. What happened? Eagle smiles calmly, her tone steady as usual. Just some minor security details that require confirmation. There's no need for you to worry. Please allow me to excuse myself briefly and ensure these trivial matters do not affect your speech. Orphle lifts her chin, her golden curls swaying lightly with emotion. Go on then. Make sure tonight's summit is flawless. Even the smallest imperfection would damage our family's reputation. Eagle bows slightly. Everything will proceed according to your expectations, young mistress. I will return shortly. Eagle respectfully exits the suite, gently closing the door behind her. Orphle walks back towards the window and gazes down at the bustling city of Lviv once more. Her expression is resolute and confident, yet deep in her eyes, that faint gnawing doubt still lingers. Science may have no stance, but those who ruled it do. I will create history. I will control the fate of this technology. I'll make sure of it. The whisper is nearly inaudible as it fades into the empty suite, with only the city lights outside silently bearing witness to her solitude. Soldiers wearing specialized masks are inspecting the site where a firefight has just taken place. Kruger sits on the sofa, watching the soldiers patrol the area. He loosens his tie and lets out a long sigh. He shifts his gaze to the other side of the room, where the supreme leader of the Gerard group has been sitting. There is now only a corpse, blood still seeping from his chest. When the stray bullet struck Oleg, no one on the other side spared a thought for whether he lived or died. In his final moments, he could only grip Kruger's hand tightly while his mouth hung open, desperately trying to form words in vain. In the end, he never even understood how he died. Mr. Javier. An elderly man leaning on a cane limps into the conference room. Kruger immediately rises to greet him. Javier waves a hand at Kruger, signaling him to relax, then motions for his attendant to hand him a terminal. Kruger tries his best to put on a poker face, to keep his earlier emotions from showing. Fortunately, Javier does not seem to care much about his expression. The situation hasn't gone entirely out of hand. This place hardly warrants a personal visit from you. Don't be so tense, my friend. I'm not here to interfere with your work. It's just that circumstances have changed quite a bit. Our old friend misplaced something rather troublesome, so I was sent to clean up the mess. Misplaced something. Javier hands the terminal to Kruger. Kruger has barely read the beginning before his brow furrows. This will likely affect many people. Trust between East and West is already close to freezing again. Such a critical moment. That's why I call it a mess. But if we cut our losses in time, it shouldn't get too ugly. Although I'm not qualified to question the Earl's decisions, based on the information I've obtained recently. Those previous policies haven't really held a rein in the major conglomerates. Or is it that? Don't push your conjectures. As long as he put a stop to everything today, everything will proceed according to his plan. Smoothing things out for our leaders. That's our job, isn't it? Kruger nods and hands the terminal back. I heard that kid is here too. On your invitation, no less? Kruger's expression darkens. Only at the moment does he respond. What we're doing isn't fair. I know. But when has there ever been fairness in this world? Tell that commander not to get involved. He barely escaped from the storm back then. This will need him stepping back into it only to be sacrificed again. Your words should still carry some weight, shouldn't they? Perhaps it would be more convincing coming from you. Sorry, looks like I've upset you. But yes, this does put you in a difficult position. That's true. I'll handle it myself then. Leave it to me. Don't worry about it, and just focus on your work. You saw the dread orders just now, so let's get started. Kruger nods helplessly and walks out with Javier. Before leaving, he hastily writes a handwritten note to Oliva and whispers a few words into her ear. Just as he steps out of the door, he casts one last glance at Oleg's body and mutters under his breath. I hope it won't end up like this in the end. With that, he leaves the room without looking back. The air in the brightly lit backstage area at Levi's International Convention and Exposition Center is thick with tension and anticipation. Staff members hurry back and forth, commands crackling non-stop through their earpieces. Orphle Gerard stands before a full-length mirror, alone, gazing at the radiant figure reflected back at her. She's dressed in a tailored deep blue evening gown. Her long golden hair is perfectly swept up, diamond earrings catching and refracting the cold light. She takes a deep breath, her fingers tightly intertwined. Calm down, Orphle. It's just another speech. You've done this countless times before. Even if this one is the most important. So what? It won't be any different. Her fingers lightly brush over the speech draft, the formulas resting quietly on the page, waiting to be unveiled to the world. No, I'm still so nervous. Don't mess this up. Absolutely don't mess this up. A staff member knocks gently and peeks inside the dressing room. Mr. Gerard, you're on in 5 minutes. The host is delivering the opening remarks. Orphle straightens instantly. The familiar pride of the Gerard heiress settling back onto her face. Right, got it. Tell them Orphle Gerard is ready to take the world by storm anytime. The staff member bows and exits quickly. Orphle turns back to the mirror, takes out a lipstick, and carefully reapplies it. The color hasn't faded. She's only doing it to steady her nerves. Unbidden, her thoughts drift to the person who had helped suppress her anxiety before the press conference 2 days earlier. That journalist? That imposter? I wonder if he's here. No, definitely not. This is the kind of place that just anyone can enter. As Orphle's thoughts wander, the host's voice carries into the backstage area through the speakers. Distinguished guests, esteemed scientists, members of the media, welcome to the Gerard Group's Global Launch Summit for Project Eden. Tonight, we shall all bear witness to a historic breakthrough in science, a revolutionary technology that will fundamentally change how humanity acquires energy. A burst of gunfire and explosion erupts outside, abruptly cutting off the host's introduction. Guests exchange stunned looks as hushed murmurs rapidly escalate into panicked chatter. Everyone stay calm! This may simply be a security drill, or... The gunfire grows closer. Several soldiers begin storming in through the side entrance of the hall. An officer strides into the stage and forcefully takes the microphone from the host. His voice booms to the speakers, running out the chaos. By government order, due to security concerns, this event is hereby cancelled, effective immediately. All guests are evacuated in an orderly manner. This is a military order and is not open to debate. The venue plunges into chaos. Prominent figures stare at one another in shock. Reporters scramble to capture footage, flashes firing incessantly. Hearing everything through the speakers, Orphle's eyes widen in disbelief. What's going on? Who dares interrupt the Gerard family event without authorization? She springs to her feet, ready to rush out, but is intercepted by a staff member who has just entered. Miss Gerard, the situation outside is complicated. We advise you to remain backstage for now. Don't be ridiculous. I'm Orphle Gerard. No one can stop my speech. Let me see their commanding officer. Just as she's about to force her way past the staff member, Igla suddenly pushes the door open, her expression unusually grave. Her suit is immaculate, but the calm in her eyes is replaced with a rare urgency. I'm gonna say right now, we really don't give a shit about the suit right now. Young mistress, forgive my abruptness, but we must leave immediately. Orphle turns to her, fury blazing. Igla, do you see this? Those impudent soldiers! They have the audacity to interrupt a Gerard family summit! This is unacceptable! I'm gonna give them an earful! Igla steps swiftly to Orphle's side, a voice low and firm. With respect, young mistress, now is not the time for confrontation. This is a target raid against Project Eden. Although our security forces are still resisting, the entire venue has already fallen under their control. We must ensure that Project Eden can continue, and more importantly, that you are safe. What? Already it's Project Eden? Who would do this? Why? Could it be that imposter? Igla gently shakes her head, cutting off Orphle's circulation. There will be time for explanations later, young mistress. But right now, we must leave as soon as possible. The security forces cannot hold them back for long. I've already prepared a secret passage. Orphle frowns, hesitation flashing through her eyes. Secret passage? Why don't I know that our headquarters has a secret passage? Because it wouldn't be secret, duh! Igla extends her hand almost deferentially, yet her tone allows no refusal. As your assistant, it is my duty to anticipate all possible security contingencies. Please trust me, young mistress. Time is critical. Orphle meets Igla's unwavering gaze, then finally nods. Igla immediately leads her through a concealed service door into a narrow corridor. Igla, I order you to tell me the truth. What exactly is going on? Why is the military involved? Why do they want to stop Project Eden? Why? And where are we going? Igla does not slow her pace as she scans the path ahead. There is evidence that certain factions are hostile towards Project Eden. They mistakenly believe this technology poses risks, and are therefore attempting to prevent its release and implementation. Risk? What risk? My research has undergone countless verifications and tests. This is an insult to science! Precisely, young mistress. Some people fear that what they do not understand, or perhaps they are simply afraid this will threaten their interest. But rest assured, I am prepared. We are heading to Dr. Chiloveig's laboratory. It has a complete set of equipment capable of executing all remaining procedures in Project Eden. Orphle suddenly stops and grips Igla's arm. In a dim light, her eyes gleam with suspicion and doubt. Chiloveig's lab? Why does Chiloveig's lab have all the equipment? Igla? Are you hiding something from me? Igla looks straight into Orphle's eyes, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her face. Young mistress, please believe me. I would never do anything that goes against your interest. Some arrangements were made in preparation for the worst case scenario. Dr. Chiloveig's laboratory is our contingency plan, established specifically in case Project Eden faced external interference. Orphle bites her lip. Igla, tell me, what? Was that imposter telling the truth? There are many things about my own research that even I don't know, aren't there? Igla shakes her head gently, her voice soft yet resolute. Young mistress, your research is pure and noble. Your talent is genuine and beyond dispute. I admit that, outside of your work, there are some trivial matters that I did not report to you. But everything I've done has been to create the best possible conditions for you, so that your brilliance can shine to its fullest. Now, I must ask you to trust me, just as you always have. After a brief silence, Orphle takes a deep breath and straightens her back. Very well, Igla. But when all this is over, I want to know the entire truth. All of it. That is an order. Igla bows deeply. As you command, young mistress. Meanwhile, in a temporary command center somewhere outside the city, the lights turn brightly. Reporting. The summit venue is fully under control. Gerard security forces resisted fiercely. The firefight lasted nearly 20 minutes. Medical teams are in place to ensure the wounded receive proper treatment. Well done. What about the target? Have you located Orphle Gerard? He also looks somewhat embarrassed. Sir, the target is not at the designated location. The backstage area has been searched. There's no sign of her or her assistant. Humphrey let out a sigh, showing no surprise. The Gerard family has always had a few unsuspected tricks up their sleeve. Continue to search, but exercise restraint. There is still need to rush, methodically neutralize the remaining security forces. After all, she is a lady of special status. We don't want unnecessary losses. Ha! I understand what must be done. Here we go. I sit in the car, reading the surveillance report Diane has sent over. The military has already sealed off the Gerard Group building. Armed PSA units are stationed everywhere around it. The main roads are blocked as well. Rosa keeps turning into side streets, trying to get the car as close to the building as possible. But soon, even Groza runs out of road and has no choice but to park into a nearby alley. Commander, the roads ahead are all sealed. Killing sure was fast. Lockdown's already completely in place. Alva, looks like we can't reach Gerard's headquarters by car. Do you have a backup plan? We might need to reach the headquarters itself. There are extensive underground facilities branching out beneath the Gerard building. Chiloveig's lab is down there as well. So as long as we get close to the building, that's enough? Even so, we can't exactly blast our way underground. We just obtained the route map of Gerard's headquarters from an informant. We can enter through one of the peripheral facilities. Alva sends the coordinates to Groza. It's not far from our current position. The entrance to the building connects to that laboratory, but it's lightly heavily guarded inside. Westina equipment is almost here. Should we wait until we're fully prepared before moving out? Relying on just 2 teens adults is pretty risky. Send me the route map. I need to think through a plan. I will transfer data to my terminal. As I study the map, I start deploying the rest of the dolls. I switch to another screen to review Diane's surveillance feed and open a channel to her. Is Orphle still inside the Gerard Group building? Yes, Commander. Miss Orphle should still be in the Gerard headquarters. Last time we saw her, she was in the mid-level lounge area of the building. But she was quickly taken away by that 3rd-gen doll. We couldn't continue tracking from her outside. Even if Diane can't track them, the destination isn't that hard to guess. Igla and Chiloveig made extensive preparations. At this point, they won't give up easily. The military's intervention will likely force them to accelerate their launch of Project Eden. Run out of time. We and 404 will enter the underground facilities of the Gerard Group. The entrance coordinates are at this location. You stay on the perimeter and monitor the surroundings. Be ready to extract us at any time, and coordinate Group 3 to be prepared for evacuation. You're the final reserve. If we encounter an emergency underground, we'll need immediate support.
了解しました。
Understood. We'll be here at once. And the call. Rosa leans in closer.
3番もこちらに回すの。
What about Group 3 joined as well?
地下の状況は
We don't know what's waiting for us below.
最悪の場合
We need to be prepared for the worst. If I'm allowed, I want even more firepower.
今楽園計画の
Even if they activate Project Eden, collecting the particles will still take time.
かかるはずよ。
True, but I don't dare gamble on it. I'd rather bridge my nose, wrestling with whether to wait until all forces are assembled before acting. Well, I'm thinking a communication request post maternal. It's Helena.
指揮官様、
Commander, as for your request, evacuation and lockdown procedures in the Viet have begun.
さっきは
I'm guessing you have obtained intelligence related to Helena? Yeah. I know Helena's location now. I'm gonna get her back.
それについてはもう心配いりません。
There's no need to worry about that.
警察の誘
I
導
advise you follow the PSA's instructions and evacuate to a safe location.
ヘレナさんの方は
As for Helena,
クルーガーさん
Mr. Kruger has already dispatched a team to handle that. You made contact with Mr. Kruger?
はい、無事でした。
Yes. The crisis has been resolved.
クルーガーさんは
The reason Mr. Kruger was unreachable earlier was because he has taken hostage through negotiation with the CEO of the Gerard Group.
救出に成功しましたが、
Our people safely extracted Mr. Kruger, but CEO Oleg unfortunately died from a stray bullet. Before his death, however,
幸いなことに
yielded all materials related to Project Eden. So, you already know the full scope of Project Eden?
はい。
Yes. You now understand the overall engineering details of how Project Eden collects glass particles.
それでリビウを汚染
The Gerard Group was likely planning to use glass particle contamination as leverage to threaten Levit's safety, so the evacuation order was issued smoothly. She has no idea about the real details. As I think this, I switch the communicator to my other hand so I can study the map more easily. The evac order was executed really quickly. That's some real gumption from Mr. Kruger.
いいえ、
No,
クルーガーさん
it had nothing to do with Mr. Kruger.
封鎖と避難の指示
The
は
lockdown and evacuation orders were issued directly by the chief of Lviv by
習主席と掛け合った
Mr. Javier. Javier? My hand jerks in shock. The terminal from my grasp falls beneath the seat. I fumbled to retrieve it. He's here too?
軍の方と一緒にジラードグループ
He arrived with the military forces and has taken control of the Gerard Group's facilities and the summit venue.
会場には
Mr. Kruger has also
保管されています
handed over the equipment at the summit site, containing the complete plan to Mr. Javier.
事態はすでに収束に向かって
Everything is under control. Mr. Kruger left a note advising you to leave the city immediately.
クルーガーさんからの伝言もあります
No. This isn't right. Javier, the military, the conglomerates, Paradis, Project Eden. And even though everything is under control, Mr. Kruger tells me to leave immediately. And most importantly, Colleen just said they know the full scope of Project Eden. Yet what she described completely misses the real issue. These seemingly unrelated coincidences are all designed. A powerful sense of deja vu surges through me. In an instant, the logic clicks into place. I am all too familiar with this. Nothing has changed. There's simply more sacrifice and scapegoats now, along with the same nauseating calculations behind the scenes.
指揮官様聞こえてい
Commander?
ますか
Can you hear me?
リビウは危険ですし
Lviv is very dangerous right now.
管理局の会議
Nampa will take control of the situation.
もう指揮官様の出番
This isn't something you can intervene in. Please evacuate immediately and leave the rest to us. Okay?
あとは私たちに任せてください
Sorry, Colleen. I'm breaking my promise again. Huh? Delete all records of our communications. From this point on, none of my actions have anything to do with you. Do not mention anything we discuss. Otherwise, you will be in danger. Huh? Wait, Commander, what's wrong? What are you going to do? Wait! Goodbye, Helena. I cut the transmission immediately. If my deduction is correct, every extra detail Helena knows puts her in more danger. Helena would never lie to me, especially not about something this important. She truly knows nothing. But Javier, his movements are far too swift. The military was prepared. He clearly anticipated all of this. That man knows everything. And knowing everything, he still allowed the situation to unfold and reach this point. The so-called Project Eden might very well be. Alva, we can't wait any longer. We have to move now. We'll take Helena back before anyone else does. Anyone else? Including the RNC? That's right. Are you wary of the Euro? When it comes to Project Eden, the drug was nothing more than a disposable glove. Whether this is his deliberate design or something he simply allowed to happen, the result's the same. Even after 10 years, he has abandoned his ambitions. Unforgivable. Move up immediately. I love this cutscene. She's huge. Looks even scarier than before. I bet she's scared in 10 Klukais. Is something the matter? There's, nothing. It's really been a while. Yeah, that's G11. Oh! My bad. Let me just fix that. You gotta get Dylan's void in here. That way we can one-shot the map. I wish all of us is MacD in that situation. Here you are. Man, you got so many D6s, man. I really wish I had your disposable income. Alright. I need to wake her up. There we go. I don't have income. I would have saved too if my goal wasn't to have every single doll for affinity stories. The more they change, the more they stay the same. Yeah, basically. So even though I'm not really, I mean, I am spending money. I do get the monthly pass. And that helps a lot over time. Inside the lab, countless pipes wind behind the walls like serpents, and instruments flashing with cold light amidst a low mechanical hum. Chiloveig is checking data before the control console while humming an off-key tune. Again, several suspicious dark stains mark her white lab coat. At her side, also at the very center of the lab, stands a massive transparent chamber. Inside the chamber, Helena opens her eyes. Realizing she is imprisoned in a strange place, she bangs on the transparent wall in panic. Oh my, look who's awake! Our princess finally opens her beautiful eyes. What perfect timing! The symphony of fate is just reaching its crescendo. Any headaches? Muscles? Soreness? Our jumbled memory? Lena's eyes widen with terror at the moment she sees Chiloveig. She springs back into the corner of the chamber, trying to get as far away from the woman as possible. No, spearmint. Chiloveig chuckles and walks over to the chamber. Her slender fingers slowly trace along the glass in an almost affectionate motion, yet her gaze carries a morbid possessiveness. Don't worry, my darling. No unpleasant injections, awful blood draws, or cursed little bitter pills today. Because today is special. It's your coming of age ceremony. Orphle's glorious rite. The turning point of Levi's destiny. And you, my carefully cultivated little flower, are the heroine of this epic drama. The key to the gate of truth! A key? Well, a poetic metaphor, isn't it? It's like we use it all the time or something. Helena hugs her knees tightly, barely reacting to Chiloveig's mania. She mutters faintly. Commander? Chiloveig narrows her eyes, the corners of her lips curling upward. Commander, Commander. Oh, yes, the Commander. I can forget our Odysseus, our Gesar, our Siegfried and Rustum. A historic chase must have a great hero, along with a dreadful dragon, a foolish king, and an evil witch. Chiloveig presses a finger to her lips, then looks down at the trembling Helena. What a pity. For now, I've only prepared a frail and pitiful little princess. She notices the fear in Helena's eyes and a hint of cruel satisfaction seeps into her smile. Oh, don't look at me like that, dear. I know, you still don't understand your own worth. Art takes time to be appreciated. Great ideas are always ahead of its time. Suddenly, she lifts her head as if interrupted by a thought. Her gaze drifts into the distance. She turns and walks back to the console, the hem of her lab coat floating like a ghost. Her fingers dance across glowing buttons and touchscreens. Every great work of art must understand the meaning of its creation. That's true awakening, true transcendence. Laboratory lights shift with her commands, changing from blue to violet, then to an eerie red. The sound of energy flowing through the pipes grow urgent, like the heartbeat of some massive machine. Chiloveig suddenly turns towards Helena, her expression frenzied and almost intoxicated. Do you know how long I prepared for this day? This day I am personally directing this perfect fusion of science and art. Helena squeezes her eyes shut as she continues to tremble slightly. Back when I was still Persica's student, I was already drafting the script for this magnificent spectacle. Every scene, every twist, every surprise, all under my control. Poor Orphle. That naive little princess. She truly believes her experience in Frankfurt was some secret revelation, a gift from destiny. Lena's eyes flickered with confusion at the unfamiliar name. It was nothing more than an accidental leak of the truth, a minor system malfunction. But it did give me inspiration. After all, the greatest discoveries are often born from chaos, aren't they? Sometimes science simply needs a little accident. Just as my dear old friend, the great Professor Einstein once said, the truth is often more dreadful than we are ever willing to accept. Oh no, that was Lovecraft. Or maybe that was my own quote? Chiloveig spins lightly back to the chamber, her fingers brushing the glass. You know, Helena, I designed every molecule of you. Every gene sequence, every little biological circuit is code I wrote myself. You are such a perfect medium, such an exquisite creation. She presses her forehead against the glass and stares directly at Helena. Her pupils are unnaturally dilated under the red light. I still remember the first time I saw you. You're just a cluster of cells in culture fluid. A tiny possibility. And now look at you. A miracle flower about to bloom. A golden key ready to turn the lock of fate. She lightly taps the glass as if patting a child on the cheek. Weird woman. What are you going to do with me? Oh. I thought I made myself plenty clear. What a pity. Though you have the exact same eyes as my teacher, you didn't inherit her great wisdom at all. Teacher? I just realized something. Anyways, Chiloveig's expression softened suddenly. Your genetic progenitor, my teacher. She told me everything about collapsed particles, and now, using her DNA, I created you. Accomplishing a feat she could never have imagined. Helena stares in confusion. When she realized, I'm not saying anything. That's a massive spoiler. I'm not saying shit. Chiloveig seems to have a sudden realization. She blinks, then bursts into laughter. Oh, sorry, I slipped up. I'm mixed up my identities again. Am I a Persica's talented student? The assistant of a renowned genetics? Or perhaps Gerard's collaborator? Probably Lan. Probably Longtran. Probably. Oh wait, sorry. She spreads her hands theatrically, her eyes gleaming with mischief. One's identity is like a lab coat, dear. You can change it whenever you like, as long as it helps you reach your goal. But today, I am simply Chiloveig, witness to the truth. And you are the key. Helena retreats until her back hits the chamber wall. There is nowhere left to go. I don't want to. Why? Chiloveig returns to the console, fingers slipping across the keyboard. Complex genetic maps and energy waveforms fill the screens. Why you? That's an excellent scientific question. Her voice carries genuine enthusiasm. as if she were explaining an interesting experiment with a student.
免疫体としては不完全だけど、要件
Although you're not yet fully realized an immune individual, your biological makeup is already sufficient to lead the way to the future.
遺伝子が完璧な
Your genetic progenitor was so perfect that even degraded into your current form, she remains a work of art.
先生の遺伝子さえあれば
Countless data and experiments show that as long as her genes are present, an immune individual can establish a stable connection with Nirvana. She presses several buttons. Displays across the walls illuminate, showing Helena's complete genetic map and some simulations of a strange energy field.
見てよ、この完璧な二重
See these
らせん
beautiful helices?
塩基配列の一つ一つに目的があ
Every
るんだ
base pair carefully designed, every codon serving a specific purpose.
数ある私の作品の中で
You are
歴史に
not my
名を残
utmost.
すのはあんたに違い
I'm sorry.
ないよ
You are not my most unique or authentic creation, but you are certainly the most legendary.
誰もが得られる経験じゃないよ
Who else could experience such marvelous adventures, L43? A shadow flickers in her eyes.
前の42
Oh.
人は残念だけど
Just don't ask me about what happened to the previous 42.
かわいそうに
Those poor children.
ポットから出ることも
Some
でき
even
な
must
かったん
survive
だ
the petri dish. Tears fill Helena's eyes. Her voice trembles.
お前が
You
殺した
killed them. Chiloveig blinks.
やだな
Don't accuse me like that. I didn't kill them.
少なくとも
At least not with my own
で
hands.
は誰も
At that moment, the lab alarm suddenly blares. Chiloveig frowns and strides to the surveillance monitor. On screen, a squad of dolls have broken through the outer defenses and are advancing towards the lab's core area.
人形
Dolls?
機関だ
Commander! Dad! Chiloveig's expression shifts from surprise to a peculiar delight. A fervor burns bright in her eyes.
ヒーローのゴー
Ah, our hero is so punctual! The timing is impeccable. She hurries back to the console, fingers dancing.
舞台は観客だけじゃ成り立
A
たない
play needs an audience, science needs witnesses, and a stage needs a hero.
登場のタイミングもバ
Where's the fun if the hero arrives too early? She slams the red button. Helena pounds the glass in terror.
ここから
Let me out!
ごめんね
Sorry, dear.
ないと始ま
The show's about to begin, and the heroine cannot be absent. She turns and sits down in her chair, thoughtful.
1話で死ぬのはヒロインと
Well, are you truly the heroine? I don't enjoy cheap dramas where the protagonist dies in the first episode. Blue-green culture fluid begins to fill the chamber. Helena cries out as she beats desperately at the glass. Save me! The liquid engulfs her, and her cries are drowned out. Her consciousness fades. Just before losing awareness completely, her mind seems to struggle outward, piercing through the laboratory walls, calling into the distance. Chiloveig spins her chair to face Helena floating in the liquid. She presses two fingers to her lips and blows her a kiss.
おやすみなさ
Slumber in peace, my little key.
い次に目が覚め
When you awaken,
あんたは
you will become a god. Turning to the surveillance monitor, she watches with admiration as the commander breaks through the defenses of the lab. An eager smile spreads across her face.
さて
As for you,
いやムーロメ
my dear Eva Muramets,
ずっと話して
I can
みたかったん
hardly
だ
wait to
よ
speak
ね
with you face to face.
私の一番大事
Let me see what's so special about you that makes you so unforgettable to the most important person in my life,
お父様が君
My
がた存在が
father.
指揮官どうしました
What is it, Commander?
いや
It's nothing.
なんだか
Somehow, I feel like I just heard Helena's voice. The corridor outside the laboratory has already become a battlefield.
つだうざい
Yeah, they all do. We're not there yet, though. Ah, these guys are so damn annoying!
見して撃ちまくりな
Just move aside already! Method, keep firing!
私には
Don't lose your temper. Aw.
指揮官時間は残りわず
We have much time, Commander.
少なくとも場所は
At least we can confirm this is the place.
データベースを検索中
I'm running a search. The database contains the research facility's floor plan.
見取り図がありましたこの構造だ
This design should have other access routes, but they aren't marked.
時間がない
There's no time. We're going head on. I raise my weapon.
攻撃開始
Attack!
戦闘終了脅威は全て排除しましたこれで先に進みます
Confirm. Let me see if we are cut out on the first branch. Not quite. 2 more. Void, do it!
Yo.
逃げられるさっさと倒れたらどうだ
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ
Huh, they were right. LTS-14's boobs are bigger than Groza's. Interesting. The elevator doors slide open slowly. Orphle steps out, her heart still racing. With Helena von Oberstein, I have no idea. But just based on what we just heard, that should be the case. The chaos moments ago has already left her shaken, but what greets her beyond the elevator only deepens her unease. Even as the heiress of the Gerard group, she has never seen this place before. Just keep in mind, this may actually be a different timeline. She draws in sharp breaths, trying to calm herself through steady inhalation, but her heart pounds erratically, and an icy chill climbs from her feet to the crown of her head, leaving her unable to think. Why is there such a massive space beneath headquarters? Never even heard of this. This laboratory was approved by Mr. Oleg. It's been under Lady Chiloveig's use all this time. Why should she even have a lab beneath the group's headquarters? And I didn't even know about it. It is obviously to ensure the smooth implementation of Project Eden. If it weren't for the CEO's foresight, our great plan would have been obstructed by those unenlightened fools. Oh, she has 14 passages. Chiloveig flits into Orphle's view with a cheerful grin, patting her shoulder as if offering comfort. Staring at the woman she once regarded as a confidant, Orphle feels only strangeness. The intimacy she once believed they shared now feels like a hallucination. But why would their soldiers sabotage the venue? And I can't reach my father at all. What happened? What's happening? An inescapable despair keeps ringing in her head. Everything she thought she possessed has been destroyed. Her eyes start brimming with tears. Igla bends slightly, intending to wipe them away, but Orphle angrily pushes her aside. Igla, you know what's going on, don't you? It's always like this. You say it's for my own good, but you never tell me anything. Were the things you did before really for me? If they were, why has it turned out like this? Oh my, you understand, Miss Lady Igla. Lady Igla has always been devoted herself entirely to you. She would be willing to give her life if necessary. Enough for her prior arrangements. Your Project Eden might never have been seen in the light of day. What? What do you mean? How could such a magnificent plan, one that can change humanity itself, possibly remain in the hands of a mere company? The UNC must have recognized its immense value, which is why they are so eager to seize it for themselves. But that doesn't matter. Justice still exists in this world. As long as we demonstrate the tremendous change that Project Eden will bring, the entire world will recognize the great contributions of the Gerard Group, and you, young mistress. Public opinion will force the upper ranks to the UNC to punish those corrupt officials, and Gerard will surely reclaim his former glory. Really? Of course! If you don't believe me, ask Lady Igla. Orphle turns to Igla with hopeful eyes. Igla lowers her gaze, then nods. This is the Gerard Group's final chance, young mistress. See? So, my dear young mistress, shall we prepare to initiate the plan? Crap, out of water. Dang it. Okay, after this, I gotta get a refill. Orphle's eyes waver. Doubt still grips her, and she does not fully believe their words. But what choice does she have now? At last, she lowers her head and speaks to Chiloveig as if resigning herself to fate. I understand. Where's the control terminal? My marionette doll will take you there. Lady Igla and I have a few more things to discuss. We be utterly ungrateful. I appreciate that. Orphle follows the marionette doll out. Before leaving, she casts a reluctant glance at Igla. Igla offers a reassuring smile, only then does Orphle close the door and then depart. But the moment Orphle vanishes from Igla's sight, her expression darkens. Chiloveig approaches with a faint, sly laugh. Phew, despite a few minor unforeseen hiccups, our plan is finally near completion. The UNC's harshness and its speed exceed my expectations. Regardless of how the plan turns out, this will likely be Gerard Group's demise. You see? That's the consequence of surrender. The old man thought kneeling would convince the UNC to spare him. And what happened? They intend to swallow even the bones. Serves him right to die unnoticed. You do well to learn from that. Whether it's Mr. Gerard or me, our fate doesn't matter. At the very least, young mistress must. I'll assist you to the best of my ability. No matter what happens, you must ensure young mistress' safety. Are you really in a position to negotiate? Gerard security forces remain under my command. If they cease resistance, URC troops will take control of this place within 5 minutes. Oh my, that's not what I meant. Even if you did negotiate, given our relationship, I will protect your missions all the same. I promise. cross my heart.
賢明な選択です
A wise choice.
ジラードが滅んでも
Girard is utterly ruined, but as long as the young mistress remains, everything can be rebuilt one day.
必ず再起お嬢様
Young mistress.
ほらほら
Alright, stop acting sentimental. Let's initiate the plan.
キャストも揃ってきたし
The main cast is about to make their grand entrance. You wouldn't want to miss it.
どういう意味ですか
What do you mean? Chiloveig does not answer. She simply pushes Eaglet towards the control area with an eerie smile on her lips. This is not a good time because it's Void Messina, so I'll just stick around until the end of the cutscene. We've gone deep, quite deep.
地上の電波が受信できない
There is no signal at all down here.
いや通常
Hmm,
この
at
深
this
さに
depth,
電波は届くはず
we should still have some reception.
多分通信が
The
妨
lab
害
is most likely equipped with signal jammers. Could be part of the defensive system.
それにしても
The number of defenders is surprisingly small. I thought the lab would be heavily guarded. Most of Girard's main security forces are probably tied up with the military units Javier brought. This window opportunity is crucial. With the coordinates confirmed from the start, we blast through successive walls and quickly reach the laboratory's outer perimeter. These explosions destroy some equipment along this side of the wall. Unidentified liquids and indistinct organic matter are scattered everywhere. I crouch down and dip my finger in a puddle of semi-translucent slime on the floor. It still holds faint warmth, glowing pale blue under the cold lights. This isn't quite the culture fluid we saw before. Groza, collect sample. Groza seals the liquid into a container. I rise and scan the surroundings, then frowned. They're experimenting with something we don't understand.
指揮官そろそろ
Commander, just up ahead. I nod, my gaze settling on the half-open airtight door not far away. Beyond it, more complex instruments are faintly visible.
ヘレナの自動防御システムの信号
The signal of Helena's automated defense system is close by, but... She pauses, worry flickering in her eyes.
信号の性質からし
The
て
feedback isn't the same as
お
before.
そらくヘレナは中に
Helena might not be inside. Groza chambers around, rare tension in her voice.
なら急がないと
Need to move quickly. I draw in a steady breath. Keep going. Helena is inside. I can feel it. Whatever Chiloveig intends to do, we must stop her. Let's move.
やっと終わった帰ったら一日寝てもいい
I'll be right back. Getting a drink. Also needs a bathroom. Okay, so while I was out, I was thinking. I was considering doing this all in one go, instead of split it into 2 parts. So what I want to do is that I just want to go ahead and put out a poll, I guess. Because I'm thinking if I do it all in one go, I wouldn't have to stream tomorrow, and that gives me more time to do what I need to do on Friday. Also, it allows this video to all be one thing, but it will go past 12 at night. Basically, we'll have like an extra 4 hours of this. Yeah. Went ahead and put up the poll. Feel free to let me know what you guys think. I will check in a little bit. After hearing the engaged tone through the communicator, Helena spaces out for a while before numbly ending the call. He did it again, without saying a word. He just went off by himself again, without telling me anything. But this time I'm not gonna stand around and wait like an idiot. I need to do something. Helena clenches her fist. The after effects of falling for that trap in the city still hasn't fully faded, and her head still aches faintly. However, she powers through it with sheer will and forces herself to get up before changing out of her hospital gown. 2 Nampo guards are standing watch outside her sick room. Helena makes up an excuse to get them out of the way, then surveys her surroundings, ensuring that there's nobody around to see her. But right as she's about to head outside, the communicator finally rings again. Colleen, Helena and I are headed to the hospital. The evacuation of Lviv has begun, and it's a madhouse out here. Stay in your room and don't wander around. We're coming to get you. I'm fine. This place is still safe for now, so focus on helping Nafa and to organize our evacuation. I'll meet up with you at the safe house. Colleen, are you hiding something from us? Why do you say that? You're planning to go alone again, aren't you? I do want to confront some things, yes. Colleen, you should know by now that this is a secret internal channel Lennon and I have made for 404. You don't have to worry about being overheard by someone else. So, what's this big secret that you can't even tell us? The line silent for a moment. Helena closes the door with a click, then heads over to a secluded corner of the sick room. I want to help the commander. Huh? You want to help the commander? What happened to him? I don't know. But just now the commander told me to delete all my comms logs with him. So I strongly suspect he's going to do something dangerous by himself again. Thus I want to help him. But Colleen, your body... I know. You don't have to tell me. But I am not going to watch the commander walk into danger again while I do nothing. I swore I'd face this thing with him, together. Lena laughs helplessly. Was that in the background? I probably meant to say Leva laughs helplessly. It's like you're determined to do this. I take it that nothing I say can change your mind? Yeah. Alright, fair enough. Still, there's no reason for you to hide it from us, you know? You do know our commander has no name or identity in the system, right? Were you suddenly planning to try and track him down in a big place like the Vive all by yourself? When he contacted me earlier, I managed to pinpoint his location. Oh my! You are really going to look for the commander all on your own. Kuna sighs heavily as she realizes the unspoken meaning in Leva's words. Listen to me, Leva. What I'm about to do is most likely going to violate NAMFA's confidentiality regulations, as well as various URNC laws too. If the powers that be decide to conduct an investigation, what happens to me is one thing, but I don't want you to end up... Aw, so you do know what's in store for you after all, don't you? But Colleen, have you forgotten? The only reason we even joined NAFA in the first place is because of our personal relationship with you and the director. We're here to help you, not the URNC. Surely a situation like this is when we can truly shine, right? But if the commander and I end up as wanted criminals after this, we become illegal dolls too. Illegal dolls. That takes me back. You do remember I was using an SF frame until recently, don't you? That's hardly law-abiding behavior. Right. We've just arrived at the hospital. Neva's gasp of surprise is accompanied by a shrill alarm going off inside the hospital. Emergency! Your attention, please! Unidentified life forms have breached the hospital perimeter. Emergency response measures have been activated. All staff are to cease their duties immediately and evacuate along their designated routes in an orderly manner. Medical personnel are to assist mobility impaired patients in their care and prioritize their evacuation. Security personnel are to assist them. Please remain calm, do not push or shove, and follow the fluorescent signs to the nearest exit. Repeat. Leva, what's going on out there? The hospital PO systems are saying there's a breach of unidentified life forms. Does that mean? Yep. Elites. But Levi's isn't in the white zone. How could they? I believe all that's related to what the commander was telling you just now. Unfortunately, we don't have time to figure out what exactly he meant. Our current priority is to evacuate you safely. Monstrous roars can be heard through the comms channel, coming from Leva's side. Used to be, you would only hear things like that in the yellow zone. Helena, prepare for battle. Got it! So suddenly elites. Suddenly dead. Helena, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Let's leave the hospital and head for this location ASAP. My last contact with the commander placed him at this location. Helena, analyze the coordinates Colleen just sent us. Okay, leave it to me. As Helena analyzes coordinates, the alarms inside the hospital grow increasingly urgent. Orderlies and nurses rush to help patients to their emergency exits. Some of the patients in question were in the middle of surgery when the alarms were triggered. Their procedures were suspended and they were wheeled out of the operating theater after receiving only the basic of emergency care. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Please hold on a little longer. We'll administer pain medication once we get to safety. A nurse pushing a gurney races past Helena and the others. However, one of his wheels suddenly seizes up, sending it careening down a flight of stairs. Oh, they're dead. Look out! Or rather, it would have, if not for Helena rushing over and grabbing one of its side rails. Let me lend you a hand. Thank you. Thank you so much. Helena holds onto the side of the gurney and helps guide it into the emergency exit. However, the nurse is followed by more medical staff helping patients evacuate. They're coming from all directions, and they all flood into the corridor where Helena is standing. I'm sorry, but we only have space for severe cases. Why don't I help you move? Bless your heart, young lady. Hey, isn't anyone going to help me out here? I pay a lot of money for top class ward. I deserve top class treatment. Hey, you over there, you're a doll, right? Get over here and help me get me out of this place. Neva looks up and glances coldly at the man. However, just as he finishes speaking, a gurney rushing out of the operating theater crashes into his wheelchair and sends him flying. The wheelchair spins several times and comes to a halt, teetering precariously at the edge of the wall. It is then that Helena realizes the man that the wheelchair has lost both his legs. But before she can think about the matter in detail, a heart-rending scream from behind draws her attention. Make way, please, everyone! This lady is about to give birth! We need to get her to safety ASAP! Just then, another, more frantic alarm comes into the hospital's PA system. Once again, this is an emergency announcement. Unidentified life forms are currently closing in. All medical personnel, please evacuate your patients to the designated safe areas ASAP. However, the loudspeaker's announcement is followed by the clamor of in the background. All it does is blend with the background noise and add to the babble of voices around them. The hospital security does their best to maintain order. However, they were clearly too used to peace, because the sudden outbreak of chaos leaves them at a loss for what to do next. Miss Colleen, I finished analyzing the coordinates. I cross-referenced it with a local map and uploaded it to the comm channel. According to the map, the commander's last position was near a research building owned by the Gerard Group. So, are we heading out? As she takes in the chaotic scene before her, Helena finds herself unable to decide immediately. She has waited 10 whole years just to find the commander's trail again. She would like nothing better than to just rush to his side right away and face whatever is coming with them. Even if that means plunging to hell along with them. But the massive monstrous silhouette of an Elith bursts into the hospital building, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass and its ferocious roar. The security guards try to return fire, but their efforts are futile. In an emergency like this, their lack of combat experience means they'll do little more than serve as appetizers for the monsters. Let's put on a hold for now. After a brief silence, Helena takes out her handgun and takes aim at the Elith. Neva, Helena, we'll focus on protecting and evacuating the civilians. As for the rest, we'll worry about that later. Yes, ma'am! Everyone, make way, please! I am Counselor Helena from Namfa. Until corporate security troops arrive, I will be taking charge of this evacuation. All combat-capable personnel, fall back now and prioritize evacuating the civilians. Avoid engaging the Eliths as much as possible. Helena didn't need to emphasize that. These ordinary security guards have no chance of surviving a direct clash with Eliths. However, Helena's leadership means that their formation isn't as sloppy as before. As they covered the orderly withdrawal of the patients, they also managed to avoid needless casualties. Helena, sit rep. We got 5 or 6 unknown heat sources near the hospital. 3 of them have been visually confirmed as Eliths. Half a dozen. I can't believe there's so many out there. I think this is not an accident. No wonder Commander said all that. Colleen, the human guards won't last long. If their defense line breaks, the Eliths will run riot through the building. It's not going to be pretty. Helena. The other enemies on the perimeter are coming over. They're elites too. Got it. Eva, Lena, from now until evacuation is complete, I am lifting all restrictions on weapons to use in the White Zone. So go out there and kick their asses. Looks like I'll be getting a proper workout. After all, I've been in a proper fight ever since I got changed to his new body. I'll work with Eva. We'll be the best dude doll combo ever. Yeah, you go, sisters. Go out there and kill him. Hey, good job, you killed them. Almost done. Gwen looks back at the almost empty hospital lobby and puts her gun away. In front of her, Leva and Lena are wrapping up their battle with the elites. The evacuation is almost complete. You guys had better run for your lives too. As Leva addresses the hospital guards, she studies the elite limbs scattered across the ground. These men are lightly armed and barely qualify as combat capable. They look at each other, then laud at Leva and Helena before beating a hasty retreat. If these elites manage to reach the hospital in the middle of the White Zone, the outside must be absolute chaos. Meh. We can leave the rest to Namfa. Leva stretches and then heads over to Helena. Say, Helene, since the proper Namfa is setting to take over the scene haven't arrived yet, you have a chance to do what you want to do. Yeah. Helena nods. Lena, send me the map and those coordinates from just now. The faint sound of a child's crying filters its way over from a corner of the hospital lobby. Helene looks for the source of the voice and finds a trembling child hiding behind an ornamental plant. Hey, kiddo. Why you still there? Where's your family? Big sis. I don't know where mommy went. There, it's alright. Big sis would take you to a safe place. Helena takes a quick look around. The hospital evacuation corridor isn't closed yet. She just needs to bring this kid to the underground holding area and hand her over to the workers there. After that, she'll have enough time to go find the commander. With that thought in mind, she bends down and takes the girl's hand. Come on, let's... Leva, our imaging shows that we still have the mobile heat sources. What? Leva immediately realizes something is wrong somewhere. The small guns used by the security personnel don't have much in the way of stopping power. It's entirely possible that hitting an elite in its vitals might not have been enough to finish it off. However... Helene! Behind you! There's no time to turn around. Helena scoops the girl into her arms, operating immediately on instinct. She doesn't even have time to see what's behind her. On the roll aside, aiming for a piece of cover. The ponderous report of a sniper rifle's discharge fills the air behind Helena. The elite staggers back, a gaping hole in his head, before crashing to the ground, completely motionless. And stay down. Helena hears a familiar voice coming from above her. She looks up and sees a pair of dolls emerging from hidden positions on the hospital's second floor. Miss Helena, are you alright? Beside Springfield, Macchiato puts away her smoking gun. Both of them jump down from the balcony and approach Helena. Springfield? Is that you, Macchiato? Shouldn't you have gone back after being cleared by Namfa? This area is very dangerous. There's no telling what might happen next. I'm worried that... Don't worry. We'll be fine, provided Leva and Lena don't report our illegal discharge of firearms to the administration. Oh dear, it's a bit late for that. I just report a case of illegal arms possessed by a civilian doll, as well as the use of said firearms without authorization. That's a really serious charge, you know. Yeah? Leva. Hey, this isn't shall be joking around. Lynn looks at the two of them, and a worried look crosses her face. So, anyway, why are you two still in the white zone? I mean, he must need all the help he can get, right? After reading between the lines, Springfield smiles in a soothing way. He knew you all too well. He told me that he was afraid you get impulsive and do something stupid, so he asked us to secretly protect you. Protect me? But he's the one who needs the most protection. He's the one who ran off to a dangerous place like the Gerard Group lab, and then he said, "Don't contact me again." Haven't you realized it yet, Miss Helena? What? You're doing exactly what the commander did 10 years ago. You mean... 10 years ago in Frankfurt, the commander did what you just did. He tried his best to protect everyone. I'm not that great. I can't bear to watch the people around me in danger and not do anything about it. But that was the same pure mindset the commander had when he set out to save everyone around him. I know I don't have the right to comment on this subject. But as long as your hearts are aligned, why worry about meeting him sooner rather than later? As long as you both walk the same path, and someday you will encounter him again. A mix of emotions wells up in Helena's face. She lowers her head, shrouding her face in shadow, as if she doesn't want people to notice the red around her eyes. Nice spelling, bro. Want. I understand. I know I shouldn't be saying this, but sometimes I'm jealous of all you dolls, Springfield. I'm jealous of how you can discard everything and stay by his side. But as for me, I still have responsibilities I have to bear as a human being. Well, my current self does at least. And there are things I can do. Helena raises her head. The confusion on her face is gone, replaced by a look of determination. Springfield, Macchiato, can you help me send this girl to a safe place? Right now, I'm going to be like the commander.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
In our mental girlfriend we trust. Oh, fuck you, marry him already. Alright, let me check the votes. It's been long enough. Yeah, I'm okay. Alright, there's a clear winner there. Alright, you asked for it. We're winning for the long haul. We pass through the final security door, and the sight before us make our breath stop short. This is no ordinary basement, but a mind-boggling enormous void, as if the entire underground of Lviv has been hollowed out. The space rises into darkness, vast as an underground city, its walls covered in countless intricate devices. The light is dim, save for the vine-like structures spread throughout the chamber, emitting a faint blue glow. I can hardly tell whether they are organic or mechanical. Some are as thick as giant pythons, others are as fine as hair. They function as conduits, transporting some luminous substance towards the center, where a massive translucent sphere floats in midair. And at the heart of the sphere, Helena is suspended in culture fluid, drifting silently. My breath catches.
エレナ
I rush forward almost instinctively, stepping onto the edge of the immense space.
指揮官待って
Wait, Commander! The warning comes too late. Rah! Rah! The moment I step in, the entire chamber lights up. Countless spotlights shine down from the ceiling, blinding white light like midday, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The ground beneath my feet suddenly rises, lifting all of us into the air and forming a stage-like platform. At the same time, the vines covering the walls withdraw to either side like theater curtains, revealing something horrific. Embedded in the walls are thousands upon thousands of amber-colored transparent cells, each one holding an entity that's somewhere between human and non-human. Some have limbs fused with plant tissue, some sprout bony protrusions from their skulls, some bear organs in their chest that are decidedly not human. Every face is twisted into an expression of extreme agony, frozen forever in that moment.
これは
Are these elites?
それとも
Or
人間
humans? Alva's expression hardens with anger, but she remains composed and swiftly analyzes the environment.
バイタルはあるけどこれじゃまるで
They also show vital signs, but they're no longer
人間じゃない
entirely human.
指揮官の以前
They look
パラダイスの拠点で見たものじゃ
similar to the data you transmitted earlier from that Paradise stronghold, Commander.
いや
No,
何かが
this feels different.
なんて
Look more like
バイオネ
some kind of stored fuel. Suddenly, applause echoes through the cavern.
さすが噂の
Splendid deduction! As expected, listener Commander! All of us look towards the source. A strange woman stands upon a floating platform above, bathed in blue light. Dressed in a pristine white lab coat, she clasps with exaggerated enthusiasm and an almost intoxicated smile on her face. I know at once she must be Chiloveig.
ようこそ
Welcome, welcome to my opera house, my lab, my temple of creation. She spreads her arms wide like a prima donna taking a curtain call.
主役は揃い観客も席に
What perfect timing!
いよいよ
The main cast all gathered in one place. The audience seated, the actors ready, the orchestra striking the overture. Her gaze settles on me, her eyes gleaming with manic light.
魔王の城にたどり
The
着いた
valiant knight has finally crossed the forest of thorns and reached the castle. She turns towards a central spear, her voice softening into a gentle and eerie murmur.
麗しい姫君
And the beautiful princess, the key to the gate of truth, is in position as well. I draw a pistol and aim at Chiloveig. You release Helena at once! I pull trigger without hesitation. The bullet whistles towards Chiloveig, only to be intercepted at the last instant by a vine that lashes out. Another vine erupts from the ground and coils out around my wrist, knocking my weapon from my hand. Chiloveig lets out an unpleasant laugh.
空気読んでよ
Oh, how rude! The performance has only just begun! Please don't add improvised scenes and make things difficult for the director, okay? Her expression suddenly turns solemn, and her gaze sharpens.
物語の結末
Dear
は
Commander,
もう決まってい
the
るんだ
beginning of this story has long been decided.
主人公といえどもそれは変え
You are merely here to witness its fulfillment, even if you are the protagonist.
時代の波に流され
At best, you are but a pebble in the tide of the age.
指揮官彼女を
Commander, don't waste your bullets.
あれはただの
It's useless even if we do kill her. She's a vessel, a puppet.
おそらく彼女の意識は
I suspect her consciousness is stored in some device, likely through neural scanning technology.
何度も
That's why she can be revived repeatedly. Chiloveig tilts her head slightly, a chilling smile spreading across her face.
やっぱり頭
You
いいね
truly are clever, Miss Snowwolf.
半
A
分
pity you only guessed half of it. She strokes her cheek lightly, her gaze turning distant.
死を克服してしま
When
う
death becomes so easily overcome, life becomes so dull.
でもね
But she suddenly raises her head, her eyes blazing with mad fervor.
真理を前に
When you stand before the gate of truth, when you glimpse infinite possibility, the sensation. Oh, that sensation! Suddenly, a hatch high above the laboratory slowly opens, and a beam of intense light shines down. Chiloveig's smile whitens, anticipating glittering in her eyes. Ah! Our hero is about to take stage! I look sharply upwards, my anger shifting to surprise. A vertical platform descends from the hatch. Upon it stands Orphle and Igla. Orphle is wearing the elegant gown prepared for the summit, looking strangely out of place under the cold blue glow. Igla stands at her side, vigilant and composed, her hand resting on her sword hilt. The platform descends slowly. Chiloveig spreads her arms, her voice brimming with zeal.
オルフェルネ・ジラー
Orphle Gerard, founder of Project Eden, our guiding light!
そしてその
The behind the princess, her mirror and shadow,
この物語
the true heroine of this grand performance. Orphle's gaze meets mine, and she instinctively grips Igla's hand in her bewilderment. Her eyes are full of confusion. She clearly does not understand why she finds me here in this lab. She begins to survey the chamber. Her confusion shifts to surprise and curiosity. This place is as unfamiliar to her as it is to us. But when she sees what fills the amber cells, her expression freezes. What? Her voice cuts off. Her face turns pale. She takes a step back. Igla moves a half step forward, shielding her protectively. The platform finally settles onto the ground. Orphle forces herself to look again, more carefully this time. Her shock gradually gives way to dawning realization and fear. Chiloveig, what are these? Her gaze fixes on Helena inside the spear. Her pupils contract sharply. Chiloveig leaps down from above and lands not far in front of Orphle. She beams.
ここが
Orphle, my beloved genius, welcome to the heart of Project Eden. She turns gracefully, spreading her arms as though presenting a masterpiece.
10年前
This is the future you glimpsed 10 years ago amidst the ruins of Frankfurt.
人間と崇高
A
な
brand
世界
new
が
world,
夢見
a
た
world where humanity merges with higher dimensional existence. She turns back, madness gleaming in her eyes.
長い間
For years, I have worked according to your vision, realizing your theories, perfecting your designs.
そして今
And now we have finally reached the moment of harvest! Orphle slowly shakes her head. She cannot tear her eyes away from the amber cells. But this isn't my vision at all!
私はただ
I saw an energy revolution,
成果のエネルギー
a sustainable future. These people.
人たちが一体
Chiloveig smiles gently, dangerously. Her voice is almost hypnotic.
あんたは私が
Dear Orphle, you are one of the most knowledgeable people I have ever met. But sometimes, possessing knowledge does not mean possessing wisdom. Her fingers tap lightly in the air as if arranging invisible threads.
あんたはいつも肝心な
Frankfurt did inspire you, but you only saw a fragment of the puzzle.
エネルギーのことは
You saw energy, but not the source, creation, but not the cost, the future,
ビジョンがあって
but not the
そ
path
こに至
leading
る
to
道も
it.
代償にも気づいていない
Her voice grows fervent.
でも
But none of that is your fault. You are the artist, and I, the artisan. You saw the blueprint, I bring it to life. Look at this perfect symmetry. Look at this exquisite entity network. Every sacrifice, every volunteer exists for a greater purpose. I turn sharply to Orphle, my voice urgent and resolute. Orphle, don't listen to her. This isn't new entry technology, it's an evil scheme. She intends to use an immune individual to unlock this space of Nirvana. Frankfurt wasn't a revelation, it was a catastrophe, and she wants to recreate that calamity. Chiloveig turns to me, her eyes flashing dangerously. Silence, knight! You have no lines in this play! She raises her hand and the vine launches up from the ground towards my throat. Vormistina strikes like lightning, severing it with her blade. Chiloveig only snickers softly and turns back to Orphle, her tone once gentle and coaxing. Orphle, my dearest collaborator, I know the sight may be shocking, but this is the greatness of science. Breaking conventions, challenging boundaries, exploring the unknown. She steps closer, fervor shining in her eyes. Think of all the sacrifices you have made. 10 years of research, countless sleepless nights, innumerable failures and setbacks, all for this moment. Your name will be etched into history as the genius who changed humanity. She points to a console nearby, where a conspicuous red button waits. All you need to do is press that button. Your theory will be validated at last. The energy revolution you dreamed of will become reality. Your father's Gerard group will rise again. You will wash away your family's disgrace. Igla's body tensed slightly, her gaze shifts between Chiloveig and Orphle, her hand never leaving the hilt of her rapier. Orphle falls silent. Her eyes grow distant, as though recalling something. She slowly approaches the central spear, drawing closer to see the imprisoned Helena. Frankfurt, the explosion that day, that white space. Her voice grows softer as she mutters to herself. Chiloveig leans forward, clenched, eyes fervent. Yes, that white space, the very edge of Nirvana. You are among the few blessed by the divine, a genius chosen by it. Orphle, we are about to reopen that gate, not by accident, but deliberately, controllably. All you must do is step forward and press that button, and you will see the truth once more. You truly believe that minor purification and energy engineering can revive the Gerard group? Don't be foolish, Orphle. Truth. Only the truth can make them bow. Only the truth can grant you authority. She's lying to you. I review all materials of Chiloveig's laboratory concerning Project Eden. The facts are nothing like what she claims. Miss Orphle, don't believe her. She has deceived you all. Enough, Miss Alva. This is a personal matter between us. Igla turns to face us, her expression unreadable. Does this look unreadable to you? Project Eden must be completed, young mistress. But everything here, this was never my plan. I never imagined Project Eden would involve so many So many sacrifices.
いいえ、紛れもなく
It is your
お嬢
plan.
様の計画ですすべて
Every concept,
あなたの
every
知識
design,
構想から来ている
all stem from your knowledge and proposals.
チルドビグ様は
Chiloveig merely
異なるアプローチ
interpreted differently.
私の知識と
My knowledge and proposals? Orphle closes her eyes, as if retracting all that effort she poured into Project Eden.
そうね
Yes,
何もかも
it all came from the future I
フラン
glimpsed
ク
in
フルトで
Frankfurt.
見たものなんだからあなたの言う
You're right.
通りねもっともっと
I must find a way to return
世
there,
界を変えられる
to attain
も
more
のを
of
見
what
なきゃ
can change the world. Orphle steps forward. Her gaze moves between Chiloveig, Igla, and me. Her expression is tormented. She looks at the red button. Her fingers tremble as they reach towards it, then withdraw. I see hesitation. I know I must make one final attempt.
オルフェルーネ
Orphle,
君が世界
I know you want to change the world, to prove your worth, to restore the Gerard name,
分かっているでも
but not like
このや
this.
り方は間違ってるヘレナを見ろ
Look at Helena.
何の
She's an innocent life.
一つの命
The beings in these walls, twisted into elites, were once living people.
生き袋に変えられた計画が実行
You are a scientist. You understand the principle of Project Eden. When the experiment begins, the collapsed particles will indeed be absorbed, but they won't be converted into energy. They will be released in an instant into Lviv, the most densely populated area. Everyone will die from radiation.
そのボタンを押せば
If you press that button, you will become an accomplice to the greatest massacre in history. My voice trembles with emotion as I struggle to make her understand.
君は殺戮者と
Orphle,
記憶されたいのか
you want to be remembered,
科学は人々
but not as a
の幸せの
butcher.
ために使われるんじ
True
ゃない
science
のか
benefits humanity. It does not destroy life.
でもしょうがないじゃない
No one wants this to happen.
ずっと目指して
But
きたことがよう
my
やく
wish is about to come
叶ったの
true. If I can access Nirvana, I can relive Frankfurt again.
ずっとあの時にこだわっている
You keep saying you want to return to Frankfurt, but do you truly know what happened there that day?
当たり前じゃない
I do!
いきなりミサイルが落ちて
When the missile struck Frankfurt, I nearly died.
でも
But because of that,
真理に
I was able to approach the truth.
真理に導か
The
れ
truth guided me.
未来の
It showed me
あるべき
what the
姿を
world's
見る
future should
ことがで
be.
きたその姿を目指して
I have worked tirelessly according to what I saw,
誰もが
so
幸
as
せ
to
になれるように
realize that vision, so that everyone could live better lives.
あの日は本当に
I was terrified, desperate. If not for this Nirvana, I should call it,
生き残
I
る
would
ことが
never have survived.
できなかった
Suddenly, as if seizing a lifeline, her expression brightens.
私が今こうして生きている
That's right.
未来を見せられ
I'm alive today because I saw the future.
だからリビューが
Even
落ちて
if the particles contaminate the city,
未来にたどり着くこと
once the
が
future is
できれば
revealed,
いくらでも
everything can still be changed.
ある
Orphle places a hand on the button once more.
聞いてくれ
Orphle, listen to me.
私もフランクフルトに
The day you became a survivor, I was also in Frankfurt.
知り合いも大勢
Many
いた
were there with me, but most of them did not share your fortune.
私たちのように運が良くなかったみんな死んで
Countless people, like my friends, died. You alone survived.
だから同じ
At this
生き残り
point,
として
I must tell you the
断言
truth.
できる君の見た未来
The future you claim to have seen, I saw it too, and believe me, it does not bring salvation.
あれは君の認知を
It twists your perception. It manipulates you against your will until you are left with lifelong regret.
ここで止めないと
If you do not stop now, even more people will be dragged into this tragedy.
それは本当に
Believe me, this is not the Project Eden you envisioned. The paradise you seek is one that redeems those struggling and suffering, not one sacrificed them to satisfy a hollow desire.
そんなものはまやか
The
し
paradise you want is not here. Orphlene's hand freezes midair. She lifts it, lowers it, and shakes her head in anguish.
ありえない
How can that be?
あれだけ頑張ったのに
This is the Project Eden that I devoted everything to.
私を信じてくれ
Orphle, please trust me.
信じる
Trust you?
でもずっ
But
と信じて
this has been my faith all along.
やろうとしているのよ
Even if this fails, what meaning does my existence have?
なら殺戮に加担すれば
And does becoming an accomplice to a cult giving your existence meaning?
わかんない
I don't know.
もう何も
Orphle draws her hand again. Seeing her trembling in tears, Chiloveig's patience finally snaps. A twisted, contemptuous expression overtakes her face.
いや
I knew it.
王室育ちの
A weak, sheltered young lady raised in comfort could never muster the courage to take the step that changes the world.
祝福を受けた者が
Two blessed ones stand here, yet not one dares walk into the new world.
でも大丈夫
Fortunately, during your hesitation, I had enough time to back up your biometric data.
持っておいたから
What?
あんたも知ってる
That's right, you may have set Project Eden to activate only with your biometric authentication.
あでも
But the moment you arrived here, the project was already 80% complete.
8割は成功したも同然ここには全ての
This place contains the full set of backup facilities needed to initiate Project Eden. With your biometric data, its activation is guaranteed.
本当は
It'd be more complete if a blessed one pressed the button herself, but oh well. So,
私を
you
ここに
deliberately brought me here? Ikla?
申し訳ございません。お嬢
Forgive me, young mistress. This is merely to prevent unforeseen accidents.
ならないので、全ては
Project Eden must proceed
滞りなく実行されるため、ジラードグループに
because you no longer have a place within the Gerard
ない
group.
のです。
What do you mean, no place?
できればこのことを
I am sorry, young mistress.
なかったのです。
I had not intended to tell you. Just now, Mr. Oleg sold you out of the Uranus Sea to in exchange for his own safety. He divulged everything. Your plan, your project.
お父様が
Father?
やっぱり
He really?
やっぱり
はい、
Yes.
楽園計画が
If Project Eden does not succeed, you will die.
死にます。ですが計画を
But if it launches and the world witnesses your greatness, you will become the most outstanding scientist alive.
偉大な科学者です。そうなれば
You no longer depend on the Gerard group. As an independent scientist, you will earn gold acclaim, global acclaim.
ジラードグループが潰れても
Even if the Gerard group fails, once you prove Project Eden's success, you can obtain immunity within your NC. Eva looks at Orphle. This is the first time she has ever defied her, but Eva's expression has never been firmer.
あなたは生き残れるなら
That's right.
私
I
は
will sacrifice everything for you to live on,
それがたとえリビウだと
even the entirety of Lviv.
でも
But Eva no longer looks at Orphle. Instead, she turns towards Chiloveig.
ジルロビグ様
Chiloveig,
始めてください
begin. Stop her!
もう止められないよ
No one can stop this experiment! She suddenly presses the button at her side. The entire laboratory begins to tremble. The amber cells around us start to crack. The half-human begins to beings within liquefy instantly into vicious, glowing flesh and surge through the conduits towards the central spear. Helena convulses in agony within the spear. Her eyes snap open, filled with terror and pain. The energy field surrounding the spear fluctuates violently as it flashes with ominous light. Chiloveig's voice rings out over the thunderous roar of machinery, brimming with mad triumph.
悲願が開かれ
The gateway to Nirvana is about to open! The light of truth will shine upon the world, and you shall witness the dawn of a new era! Confronting cries her name and tries to rush forward. Both the ground splits open. Twisted Elid crawl out, blocking her path. They take many forms. Some still retain human features. Others have fully mutated into plant-like monstrosities. All emit an ominous glow. Kusai, Groza, Magdi! Stop that mass from converging at the center! I will find a way to disrupt the spear's energy field. Once you know with me, throughout these elites! The elites roar and surge forward. Battle erupts in an instant. Chiloveig stands beside the console, laughing wildly, her arms raised high as if conducting a dreadful symphony. Too late, too late! No one can halt the wheel of fate! Struggle as you wish, you're merely adding a touch of drama to this grand performance! Ren, you're too close to those vines, be careful! Don't worry about me, just find a way to save Helena. If you get dragged to Nirvana, everything will be done for... Everything will be done with you for nothing. Alright, got it. Oh, gotta wait for the rest to show up. I say Eaglet is composed of 3 things: desperation, naivety, and stupidity. But she definitely doesn't have the wisdom. Absolute devotion. Yeah, I guess we can add that too. Adults filled with expectations, children screaming soundlessly, and nutrients dissolving into blood. It all happens too fast. So fast that although I want to stop it, I can only stand there and watch as everything unfolds. The liquid in the pipes, running in every direction, begins to surge, racing to funnel the amber nutrients into the floral pod that encases Helena. In mere seconds, the pod swells from a human-sized translucent spear to a colossal bud, filling half the laboratory. The sepals slowly unfurl, luminous veins lighting up along the plant's structures as the girl within is lifted into the air. I still love it. My body sways. For a moment, I nearly collapsed from the vertigo in my mind. A wave of acid rises in my stomach, nausea overwhelming me. I force myself to breathe, to steady myself. My consciousness was somehow displaced. That instant, I'm certain it was only an instant. Felt like an eternity. I clearly remember what I saw, or so I thought. When I tried to recall it, pain lances through my temples, and nothing comes to mind. No, I do remember. At the end of that grotesque illusion was a familiar sight. It was her. Is that why I was able to break free? The laboratory ceiling is pierced through by the plant, revealing a blood-red sky. Through the shattered dome, I see that the once clean and orderly streets outside have already been overtaken by wildly rampaging, rapidly growing vegetation. Countless vines burst from the earth, their branches extending at terrifying speed, greedily claiming every inch of land they can reach. Then new shoots sprouts from those branches, and at the tips bloom countless buds that unfold into blue flowers. Colossopithilums? No, though strikingly similar, it was not the same, but something else, deceptively alike. Commander! Rosa steadies my shoulder. Only then do I realize that my body has been trembling non-stop since moments ago. My hand grips the gun so tightly that the pattern on this handle has been engraved into my palm. Find a way to stop those vines from spreading! Those respond to my orders immediately and open fire at the roots of the vines snaking outward. But bullets are no match for the plant's growth. For every vine severed, more surge forward, spilling outward in all directions. Climb to the platforms up there! A vine slid behind me from before I even noticed. Boestina dives, tackling me aside, then raises her weapon and blasts it apart in one split motion. Commander, if this continues, all the Viv will be affected. I need to find a way to shut down the facility's power. Could you send a group 2 to assist me? Sure. 4-4, go get Alpha a hand. But Commander... Let this man first, otherwise we'll all die! Understood. Alpha draws with 4-4. The dog cover our retreat upward, providing heavy suppressive fire as we climb, allowing us to reach the upper level safely. Above us stands Igla, with a bewildered Orphle at her side. The grotesque image of Nirvana is reflected in Orphle's eyes, the only color upon her pale face. This isn't what I saw in Frankfurt? Of course not! Because the Frankfurt incident itself was a mistake. No. No! That's not it! The future solves a world without radiation, without elites, without suffering or scars, a world where everything was healed. Why is it completely different from back then? I worked for 10 whole years for this. How could it just be a mistake? Orphle, it's time you face the truth. You've been thoroughly used by Chiloveig. No. I don't believe it. I can still... Right. Chiloveig, look what you've done. Transfer love authority to me. I'm a genius. I can fix this, just like 10 years ago. With my intelligence, I can restore the world to what it was. Wake the fuck up. There's an angry hand in the room. Angry hand. Nobody answers. I look at Chiloveig. I want to find her gazing in rapture at the hellish tableau before her. That exaggerated, nauseating smile once again on her face. Look at it. What a magnificent, sublime sight. The space Nirvana, encompassing all matter, all thought, all knowledge, All dimensions.
時間の本質は
What is the essence of time?
生命の起源
Where does life originate?
意識はどうやって
How is consciousness born?
宇宙に果て
Where does the edge of the universe lie?
これらの答えが全部
When I step to Nirvana, the answers to all these mysteries will unfold before me.
後世の科学
I wonder how the scientists of future generations will describe me.
だろうね偉大にして白深く上
The
手
great,
にとらわれない
erudite,
先見
rigorous, influential, groundbreaking, rational, devoted, revolutionary, contemplative, analytical, visionary, critical, diligent, composed, peerlessly professional scientist, Dr. Chiloveig. How does that sound? Oh, and I just realized, I need to speculate about how history will judge me. Whether it's in 50 years, 100, 200 years? I can simply wait and hear those praises myself. After all, I have already cast off the shackles of time. I am free. Oh, I can't wait for that day. I wonder if entering Nirvana will give me a glimpse of the future that I in advance. Chiloveig, hurry, it's almost too late! I had to restore everything before this tragedy grows even worse. Hearing her name, Chiloveig shades her eyes theatrically and looks around. Huh? Did someone just call me? Chiloveig, this is the space Nirvana I saw. Transfer authority to me. I'm going to undo this mistake. Oh, sweet little Orphle. What was that you said? Undo a mistake? But where exactly this mistake? Reaching Nirvana should demand so many sacrifices. And what I saw in there wasn't like this at all. Little Orphle, did you understand yet? Everything in this world demands a price, far greater than you can imagine. Chiloveig leaps down from the platform, approaching Orphle step by step. She stops directly before her. What you saw in Nirvana doesn't matter. What you gained was never truly yours. It was an unrealizable fantasy. You are talentless, merely a lucky recipient of his blessing. The one meant to behold the truth is a genius like me. But I always thought you were just being ruthless and unscrupulous for my sake, for the future we envisioned. You knew that vision could never be realized, yet you still want to sacrifice all of Eve? You're insane! No, not only insane, you're trying to make me your accomplice! Well, you were the lucky one chosen by Nirvana, weren't you? A pity it chose a fool like you 10 years ago. I had to spend years helping you break through your research bottlenecks. If I had chosen me, Lviv would have turned to ash 5 years ago. Still, I must thank you. You talentless idiot. You followed my line of thinking perfectly in your experiments. Had it been some other moderately gifted scientist, my plan might not have gone so smoothly. Have you heard the saying? Knowledge is like a knife. In a doctor's hand, it heals. In a butcher's hand, it kills. And a fool like you, who wills truth without any reverence for science, is perfect to serve as a butcher who slices the world open. Isn't that convenient? After this, the UNC will surely need you, your physiological data, and everything inside your brain. If you live that long, that is. You filthy liar! Before any of us can react, Ingela seizes Chiloveig by the collar and slams her to the ground. Her body lands in a grotesquely twisted posture, bones snapping crisply. Ingela is no longer the picture of grace that she once was. With her cold mechanical hand, she clamps down on Chiloveig's throat and rains punch after punch upon that detestable face. Though Chiloveig's features contort in agony, Her lips twist in a grotesque, lopsided grin. Shut up, Dylan. You know it's pointless, so why bother with this pretense? After all, like you give a damn about other people's lives. You're far more concerned about your precious young mistress discovering all the... With a sharp crack, the connection between Chiloveig's head and her body seems to give way. But Eva doesn't stop. She continues hammering the corpse until her face becomes an unrecognizable mess. Beside them, Orphle's mouth hangs open. She seems about to scream, but no sound comes out. Dirty things. You've been doing it for me. Behind her back. A newly regenerated Chiloveig steps from the hatch, barely finishing a few words before collapsing into blood once more. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Ela drops her empty pistol and draws another, firing towards the platform again and again. Enough! Enough! Liars! Liars! Everyone is lying to me! Father, Chiloveig, Igla? You're all liars! Mistress, please listen. I did all this for me, right? I'm sick of hearing that excuse. All this for your own good? It's just to make me obedient, to me to the face of Gerard group, a tool to realize your ambitions, a puppet to be manipulated. Do you really think I'm that oblivious? I'm perfectly aware that I have no extraordinary talent. I used to sleep through math class. How could I suddenly become a scientific prodigy overnight? When I asked Father what happened, he only rejected and had the media package me as a genius girl to polish the group's reputation. And I confided in Igla. She told me to not waste time on trivial matters, to focus on research. And she would handle everything else. And when I met you, Chiloveig, I thought I had finally found someone who understood me. I told you about my bottlenecks, even about wanting to give up. You told me I was the smartest genius you ever met, that I had the chance to change the world. It was you, all of you. Every time I doubted myself, you encouraged me to not give up, hardened my resolve to continue. You took my hand, placed that knife into it, and coaxed me onto the stage you had prepared. But did you ever ask what I truly wanted? What I wanted was an ordinary life, family and friends by my side, to be treated sincerely. I never wanted to be some kind of genius. You didn't want to be a genius. But you seemed to be quite happy passing that halo, didn't you? I still say that now. Enough of this small princess tantrum. Now pull yourself together and watch how this true genius is born. Yet another Chiloveig from the hatch, as if there's no end to how many times she can do this. Ela lowers her gun in despair. Seeing her surrender, Chiloveig shrugs and turns to leave. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she pauses misstep. Oh, right. You helped me quite a bit, so I should thank you. But you hurt me just now. So there's had to be some payback. We're short one Boojum as a medium for consciousness resonance. You'll be the stand-in. Once you served your purpose, feel free to die. What's the next one, by the way? Okay, right here. And throw her off a cliff. Am I just a cute kid? Hold on. The instant Chiloveig reaches out her hand, Eagle's body suddenly begins to convulse violently. She drops to her knees in agony, barely managing to prop herself up with one hand. On her back, something seems to tear through her usually immaculate clothes. Two blood-soaked skeletal frames pierce through the third gen's synthetic skin and extend outward. I can almost hear the frenzied sound of bones growing. A third gen doll. Can do something like this? The trace of Buddham cell fusion is found in seconds before. Could this be? There's a time to think things through. Eagle's body rapidly swells, elongates, and contorts, transforming into something massive, a massive destructive before me. She stretches the bloody and bony wings on her back and lets out a shrill, anguished screech. The mutated Eagla seems to be consciously struggling to control her movements, but under the grip of the transformation, all her effort is futile. Her enormous body beats its wings and launches indiscriminately attacks in every direction. Caught off guard, the dolls and I are swept off our feet at the gale of her wings. Rosa and Confronting drag me back, but the first to be caught in a shockwave is Orphle, who stands frozen, staring blankly at everything unfolding. Womastina charges towards Eagla. Just before a massive wing sight downs over Orphle's head, she seizes the tip of his bony spur with her brute strength, but even with her power, she can only barely hold it in place. The blade-like wing descends inch by inch. Womastina's body sinks lower and lower, her frame beginning to emit the ominous creak of imminent structural failure. Seize opportunity, I rush Orphle to safety under Groza and Confronting's covering fire. With a metallic clang, the gleaming bone spurs slams down like a guillotine onto the spot where Orphle stood moments ago, nearly piercing straight through the platform. Why'd you save me? You should let me die! If you die here, won't solve anything. Stay alive first, we'll figure out the rest afterwards.
Wake up, 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 wake up.
Thanks, Dylan, appreciate it. But you saw it too. I can't do anything at all. You're one for me. I know you're blaming yourself, but you didn't press that button in the end. What's happening now can't be entirely laid in your feet. But the glass particles have been collected long ago. That Neil has already devised everything according to her own plan. I don't know why she was so determined to make you press that button, but you are not the executioner. If you don't want to cause even more trouble, stay close to me. Alva, what's the situation? Can you hack into the terminal system here? We're connected. 4-4 is working on cracking it. Not long. 5 minutes. Understood. Draw her fire head on. Goes it with me. We'll harass her from the flanks. Confronting, keep Orphle safe and provide support. Missing operation. I'm counting you, all of you. I'm over in the first tomorrow. No, sometimes my eyes get watery, so I have to rub it a little bit. I'm fine now, though. Hero cry because it's peak.
今のうちよ。
逃げられる。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
アルバまだか。もう
Eva, are you done yet? We can't hold much longer. Almost. We're almost working through the first layer of encryption. Just a bit longer and... Wait, Alva, this data seems to be connected to something strange. What? Let me see. Wait, these data streams are... No wonder she issued the highest level alert. Commander, you need to...
アルバアルバ来るかい聞こえるか
I lose contact with Alva and all the members who want to support her. I tried desperately to reestablish a connection, but only static echoes in my headset.
グローザ
Groza, is there a signal problem?
いいえ。
If it were, internal comms wouldn't work either.
アルベがデータス
And Alva mentioned the data streams. I'm guessing they were hit by a massive surge of data of unknown origin. On the front line, Bombastina bears the full brunt of the assault alone. Because body may be enormous, but her movements are far more agile than expected. Even with Bombastina's reflexes and movements pushed to their limits, she cannot fully withstand the wide range of attacks. If we can't decisively defeat Igla here, escalating to high-yield attacks will only enrage her further. We only have 3 combat units on hand. There's no advantage to be gained. But we absolutely cannot afford to drag this out any longer. I have no idea what happened to Alpha's hand. I need to find out as soon as possible.
ボイマスティナ三段は
マガジン2つ。
Nice reference. Forgot it. I'm not. Did she say that in the? I don't think she did. I would have remembered that. I don't think she did she? I only had 2 max left. But I still had this frame.
まだ素体があります。
グローザとコルフェンはここに残ってボイマスティナの援護私はアルバたちの様子を見てくる
Groza, Colfine, stay in support for Mastina. Go and check on Alva.
待って。私も連れて行って。
Wait, I'm coming with you.
チルロビグからいろいろ話を聞いたことあるわ。
Even if it's all lies, Chiloveig was still told me many things.
絶対役に立ってみせる。
There must be something I can help with.
中に敵が残っていた
You don't know what's happening in there. There could still be enemies left. It's dangerous.
被弾で見たものの中に
I've been in contact with Nirvana before.
解決する
Maybe,
方法があるかもしれない。
maybe I'll know how to stop this.
せめてその可能性
At least let me try.
何もできないのは
Let the fact that you saved me mean something.
分かった
Fine,
連れて行こ
I'll take you.
うグローザ
Groza, try to get Masoon here for support.
必要ありません。
No need.
戻るまで持ちこた
I can hold out until you return. Bombastina's voice cuts in suddenly. Though the battle is at a deadlock, her tongue remains as calm as ever, carrying unquestionable confidence. Even in the face of such dire circumstances, I find myself trusting her completely. I cannot imagine Bombastina failing.
分かったグローザ
Groza, have Monsoon prepare for evacuation, but stay ready to reinforce at any moment.
了解。
Understood.
オルフェルーネ
Orphle, stay close to me.
チルロビグを止めよう
We'll find a way to stop Chiloveig. Together.
戦闘終了。脅威は全て排除しました。これで先に
Just remember, she will always only have 2 mags left.
オルタ。
Oh, Miss Font.
今日の数学のテ
I
スト。
failed my math exam again today.
きっと問題が難しかったの
It's
で
alright, young
お
mistress.
気になさらないでくださ
The
い。
questions must have been too difficult. Please don't take it to heart. I know that.
でも。
But what was supposed to tell father when I see him this weekend?
ねえ
All right, Miss Font. Will Father come see me?
会いに来てくれるかしら。
Mr. Oleg said he has to attend a banquet this weekend.
される予定です。難しいでしょう。
So he will likely won't be able to visit you, my young mistress.
お父様に会いたい。
Even though I do hope Father would come,
歴史のテストで
I think it would be better if he waits until my history results come out next time.
怒ってるお父様は
That way, he might be a little happier, instead of always looking angry whenever he sees me.
そうですね。
Alright, young mistress.
お嬢様。
It's time to get ready for bed.
さあ。
We need to hurry. Suddenly, a deafening alarm tears through the entire city. An emergency broadcast follows. Attention all residents, this is an air raid siren. The rebel leader has formally declared war. Enemy aircraft are approaching Frankfurt airspace. All citizens must proceed immediately to the nearest air raid shelter or underground refuge. Repeat. An air raid siren? Isn't this just like one of those fire drills at school? These are so annoying, they go on for hours. The broadcast continues. The housekeeper has no time to explain to Orphle. She hastily grabs a coat and drapes it over Orphle's shoulders, then helps her into her shoes. Young mistress, we have to leave. Leave? But it's so late. Where are we going? I'm supposed to meet my classmates for crepes tomorrow morning. The new shop on the street corner. You know, the one, Miss Font? Doesn't matter where we go, as long as we leave Frankfurt. Young mistress, pack what you need. Keep it light. I'll bring the car around. 5 minutes later, Orphle is sitting in the back seat. In her arms, she is somewhat... Her arms is a somewhat worn rabbit plush. Miss Font, can I come out later to get my things? I didn't have time to pack my favorite models and dolls. Father gave them to me for my birthday last year. They're pretty all limited editions. There's no time for that. Fasten your seatbelt, young mistress. I need to get you out of the city as quickly as possible. The housekeeper presses down on the accelerator. The roads of the villa district are desolate, but once they reach the main road, traffic quickly grinds to a standstill. Horns blare all around. Hey! What's going on up there? Move already! Damn it! Why does it have to break down now? You blocked the road, we're all going to die! Please let me in, please! Miss Font, should we give that person a ride? There's space in the car. No. At times like this, there are people who will take advantage of the chaos to rob others. Your safety comes first, no matter what, young mistress. Tight, sit tight, I'm going to. The last thing Orphle sees is a vast plume of fire swallowing the earth. Then all sound and color vanish completely from her world. A boundless white. Not light, not snow, not a sea of clouds. It is nothingness. The girl walks forward. She searches for an exit, but there is no direction here, no space, no sense of weight. Where am I? Miss Font? Hello? Is anyone here? Orphle begins to run. Though she feels no fatigue, an inexplicable fear wells up in her heart. So, I'm already dead? Father? I don't want to die. I haven't even tried out delicious crepes yet. She reaches out, trying to grasp something. Perhaps a god hears her plea, or perhaps some supreme existence decides to bestow mercy. When Orphle opens her hand, she finds a seed resting in her palm. The seed takes root and sprouts, extending vines and leaves. Along those stretching tendrils, she sees a city. Green pulses throb through a jungle of steel, neon lights intertwine with tree branches, like colored stars scattered across emerald fields. The haze before her, whether lamplight or moonlight, reflects off buildings that seem to breathe with photosynthesis, transparent. Conduits carry flowing liquid, delivering nourishment to the city. Then the world unfolds before her.
お前一緒
Hey,
に遊ぶ
wanna play together?
誰
Who are you?
名
I
前まだな
don't
い
have a name yet,
ここで暮らす人
but you
間
can think of me
と
as a
思い
human who lives here.
ずっと
I stayed here for far too long,
だから
so I want a playmate.
欲しい一緒に遊ぶ
Will you stay and play with me?
遊ぶ
Stay?
それより
But what is this
ここは
place?
どこなのど
Hmm,
う言ったらいいんだ
how shall I explain?
天国
It's probably something like
みたい
heaven.
な
What? I don't want to stay in heaven.
天国は死んだ
Miss Foss said heaven's where dead people go. The girl let out a soft giggle. Orphle doesn't understand what's so funny, but she straightens her back, unwilling to be looked down upon.
お父様も
And father's still waiting for me to come home.
早く安心
I don't want to keep him waiting too long.
大丈夫
Don't worry about that.
時間
Time doesn't seem to flow here.
遊んでくれたら
When we played enough, I'll send you home, okay?
じゃあ
And
クレープ屋さんに連れて行って
can you tell
く
me
れる
to a place to eat crepes?
クレープ
Crepes?
知らないの
You know what crepes are?
甘くて
They're a dessert topped with cream in. The girl shakes her head in confusion.
せっかく真理
You've been granted the chance to enter here. The chance to touch truth.
本当に
And all you want is crepes? Orphle tilts her head, thinking for a moment. Then, can you make me pass my math exam?
あげてもらえないかしらお父様を怒らせ
That way, when I see father next time, I won't make him angry again.
うん
Hmm,
わかった
alright.
それがそんなに
If
大
that's
事な
important to you, I promise I'll do that.
数学は確か
Math is kind of a fundamental role, isn't it?
これからはもう
When you go back, you'll never have to worry about your math grades again.
心配しなくていい
The girl smiles meaningfully, as if amused.
数学がわかったらいつかまたここに戻って
If you master mathematics, perhaps one day you can return here.
その時は
And then we'll play together again.
遊ぼう
After some unknown length of time, unfamiliar voices sound near her ears. This one's alive! Get the door off! Alright, I'm on it! Calm down, we've got you.
ミサイルが直撃したのに生き残るとは
It's a miracle. That area took a direct missile hit. Everyone else died. Let me try something real quick. Slight pause. Aha! Yep. I can show this. So, I don't think that'll show up now. Oh, it does. This one's alive! Get the door off! Alright, I'm on it. Don't worry, we got you. To show you something cool. This one's alive. Get the door off. Alright, I'm on it. Don't worry, we've got you. It's a miracle. That area took a direct missile hit. Everyone else died. The driver in her car didn't even make it either. He's the only one. What incredible luck. Where am I? Was that beautiful world just a dream? It feels like such a long time has passed. Right. Miss Font! Father? First place goes to Orphle again. An almost perfect score. Doesn't even give the rest of us a chance. This is the stuff my my priest does with teaching the Bible at church. That's funny. At this rate, I can kill my special unit at mission place goodbye. Seriously, why is it always like this? It's so annoying. Hey, I thought you were friends with Orphle, so why? Why are you friends with that stuck-up princess? She hogs all the spotlight at school. Standing next to her just makes me want to... This makes me a prop. Skill issue. I know, right? She's in a completely different world anyway. Being friends with her is just humiliating ourselves. Look, I care. I don't need any friends. As long as I'm outstanding enough. Father, I've been admitted to the Hopkins University Youth Program. Is that so? Well done. As expected of my daughter. Can we go out and celebrate? There are so many places I want to go with you. The theater, the racetrack, the amusement park. I am very busy. I don't have time for childish amusements. On the day you enroll, I can attend your opening ceremony. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Father. We'll arrange some media outlets there for our grand stage interviews. And then we'll release a press draft. The headline can be Rising Star of the Gerard Group. My genius daughter in the Hopkins University will surely attract industry attention. By the way, have you been chosen for your research direction? Of course, I wanna. You should go with the group's largest business division, biotechnology. After you graduate, you can join a laboratory under the Gerard Group, master core technologies, and now gain greater influence within the board. So she became good at math after this. Please strike me with a missile too. No, I don't think that's going to help out well. But Orphle, you are my daughter. Do not disappoint me. I won't disappoint you, Father.
どうして植物学なんてマイナーな分野を選んだんだい
Orphle,
君ほどの
What?
ポテンシャルがあれば
choose
どんな
plant
人気の学科
science.
でも活
Such a
躍で
niche
きるというの
branch.
に
Whichever form is any popular discipline would guarantee you a brilliant future.
だって植物って面白いじゃないですか。
Because plants are fascinating.
それに私がいれば
And maybe, it won't say in this short field anymore, that I'm in it.
私の才能で
With my brilliance,
植物学科を引っ張って
I'll surely lead the discipline to glory.
わかった
Very well.
君自身
Since you decided, I'll respect your choice.
有名になっても
Will you become a world-renowned scientist one day? Don't forget your teacher.
もちろんです。
Of course not. Watching her mentor depart, Orphle murmurs softly to herself,
どうして
Why plant science?
あの時見た
Because I want to create
緑
that
に覆われた世界
perfect
の
green world.
放射線も戦火も
A utopia without radiation,
平
without
和を
war.
謳歌できる理想の
Only
世界
peace and prosperity.
をするんだ。そうなれば
If I could achieve
私
that,
は全人類に認めら
I'll
れ
earn everyone's recognition.
全てを
And then,
手に入れられる。
I'll have everything.
オルフェルーネさん、ナンバー E0398
Ms. Orphle, we detected electrical discharge in the embryo within culture dish E0398934. It means your experiment has made a breakthrough.
やった
Wonderful.
お嬢様
That's the good wishes for you.
研究テーマもアプロー
Only a genius could have conceived such an innovative experimental design and methodology.
当然
I told you long ago. As long as you follow my instructions, success is guaranteed.
大船に乗った
Just wait and see how you flourish under my leadership.
オルフェルーネさん、失礼します。
Miss Orphle, apologies for the interruption.
チルロベグという方が
Miss Chiloveig says that she has an appointment with you. Are you able to meet her?
チルロビグ
Chiloveig?
ああ
Oh, right, the scientist read my published rate paper and said it was
ゆっくり話したいと言って
this respect was
きた
novel.
科学者。まあいいわ。今日
I'm in a good mood today. I'll graciously grant her an audience.
チルロビグ、さっき言った理論を
Chiloveig, could you
もう一度おさらい
repeat the
して
principle behind that experiment?
私の構想に必要
You said that you
なんだっ
said that
け
to realize my concept, the fusion requires what exactly?
あのやり方は安全なの
Will this posing danger?
ゲノム編集ね
It's gene editing technology. I'm using this, the internationally certified CRISPR system, so there's no need to worry about safety. We can extract a segment from specimen plant E0398934, introduce a gene sequence I've edited, then graft it back.
そうすれば
That way, it will absorb radiation normally and release energy when it blooms. Isn't that marvelous? Chiloveig smiles patiently, like a kindergarten teacher guiding a child.
わかったわ
I understand,
けれど
but
今度は何の心
my
配
dear young lady, what are you about now?
ちんたらしてたらジラー
If you hesitate any longer,
決算まで
we won't finish preparation before the Girard Group's next quarterly financial report is released.
でもやっぱりリスクはあるんじゃないかしら
Gene editing experiments carry a high risk.
誰
If something goes wrong, I'm worried
の心配してんの
we're causing trouble for us.
お父
Or
さ
what about your father?
んいや
Well,
大丈夫だ
relax.
何か問題が起
With
きた
that genius brain of yours, you'll surely resolve them smoothly even if problems arise.
当然よ
Of course I know that.
大学の先生
But my mentor once told me that science has no stance. So often it falls to us as scientists to determine the direction it takes.
使い方を誤らないよう見張る責任があるこれはリビウ全体の
This experiment concerns the future of Lviv. I
慎重に進めたい
want to be cautious.
意外と頭固いんだね
What an unexpected old-fashioned
変な
sentiment.
ことに縛られる
My
から
dear Orphle, as a scientist, if you cling too tightly to principles, one day you'll be trapped by them.
あなたにはいろいろ
Chiloveig?
助けられてるし
I know you help me a great deal and understand far more than I do.
でもこれだけは
But on this point, I must insist.
しょうがないよ
Alright.
ね
Then how do you propose we proceed?
このプロジェクトで行うゲノム
I want every procedure in this project to be compiled using code I designate. And every process during this experiment must be initiated by my biometric information. If I detect any issue, the experiment can be terminated immediately.
ダメ
Is that unacceptable?
わかったよ
Fine, fine.
言われた通りにすれば
What did she say?
いいでしょ
Happy?
私は実験を進めたい
I was only trying to move the plan along more quickly out of goodwill.
ありがとう
Thank you, Chiloveig.
じゃ大体の方針
By the way,
が決まったところで
now the experimental plan has finalized,
考えないとね
we should give the project a proper name.
いつまでもプロジェクト
Calling it the project at this time isn't very elegant.
名前か
Name.
楽園計
Project Eden.
画なんて
How does that sound?
成功したら
After it succeeds, everyone will live better lives.
私も
And I
あの場所に
can return to that paradise.
楽園計画
Project Eden.
いいな
What a splendid name.
さすがオルフェルーネ
As expected, little Orphle.
人々は何の憂い
There,
なく暮らし
people live carefree
あらゆ
lives.
るものが
All are wise, flawless, and beautiful.
美しかった
Ziva's voice grows softer and softer, her last words barely above a whisper.
禁断の実を取る者の
Until someone rises and plucks the forbidden fruit from that tree. I cut down the scattered elids along the way and bring Orphle into the depths of Chiloveig's laboratory. Alpha and 404 members who came to support her lie collapsed before the control terminal, their eyes dim and lifeless.
アルバ来るかい聞こえるか起きろ
No one responds. Orphle stands there helplessly, wanting to help, but it's obvious she knows nothing about doll tech.
データストリームにやられてフリー
From
ズ
the looks of it, they must have crashed from data stream overload.
どうすれば
What should I do?
以前ここに来たこ
Have
と
you been here before?
ないわ
No,
いつももう一つ
I've only been to our other lab.
あっちは設備がシンプル
The crew there was simple and much smaller in scale.
でもよく見たら
Looking closely, these devices are indeed very similar.
いやレイアウト
In fact, the layout here
あの実験室
is almost an enlarged version of that one.
だけと言っていいわ
There's no mistake. All the equipment is connected to the botanical culture dishes over there.
ポットから発生した生体電気がヘレナの
The bioelectricity generated inside those dishes is supplying those energy to Helena.
これは
In fact,
そうよ
this
私が一番
was my original experiment.
アルバたちの情報によれば
Can you sever the connection between these plants and equipment? What I was sent back, cutting them off should be enough to stop the experiment.
何か方法はないか
Orphle doesn't answer, as if she has noticed something. She inspects the ports for a moment, then runs deeper into the laboratory. I hurry after her. The inner depths of the lab feel like a completely different space from what I saw before. Plants and vines enclose the area in deliberate patterns. Countless strange and vividly colored species I have never seen before wrap around the entire chamber, as though obeying some unseen law. At this point, their eyes sway rhythmically like a heartbeat, as if responding to an invisible command. A massive experimental platform is crowded with instruments and culture vessels. From each device extend a tube, all leading towards some glowing object deeper within the lab. I followed the direction of the tubes with my eyes, but the lighting here is dim, and the thick coils of vines make it impossible to see what that object truly is. Data scroll continuously across the wall-mounted displays, like the readout of some monitoring apparatus. As Orphle studies the lines of code like text, her face suddenly drains of color.
そんな
No,
嘘でしょ
it's impossible.
どうして
Why?
どうしてこんなこと
Chiloveig, why would you do this?
そんなに避難して
Is entering Nirvana really worth it?
どうした
What's wrong? Orphle doesn't answer. She puts aside the mass of vines and runs towards the glowing point. We step into a room woven entirely from vines. At the center stands a biological containment tank. Suspended within its translucent solution floats something the size of a fist. Living brain. It releases faint blue currents of electricity, slowly, as though transmitting data into the instruments connected to it. As indescribable sense of An indescribable sense of nausea overcomes me. Its surface is not the gray-white of human tissue, but a sickly blue-green as though moss grows across it. The moss-like growth embeds itself between the folds, parasiting the brain in some unnatural way. The brain seems to writhe slowly in the liquid, yet when I focus on it, it appears motionless. Chiloveig turned her own brain to the lab's data processing center? So that Needle's body actually is nothing more than a shell. This brain is a true form? No wonder she can never be killed. None of Needles I've encountered before, no matter how strong like Chiloveig. Needles? Yeah, so my Chiloveig isn't unique. Or rather, there are many like her in this world. They sell their souls in exchange for immortality. And willingly fall into corruption. But I think if we destroy the brain inside this tank, we can kill her for good. I draw a pistol and man the tank. I empty the entire magazine into the glass container. The tank doesn't shatter, doesn't even crack. Damn it. The tank is glowing! A violent agony strikes as if piercing my soul. The brilliant light radiating from the brain seems to burn through my skin. The glare blinds me. I try to lift my hand, but my body no longer obeys. Are you okay? Run! Get out of here! Seeing my pain, Orphle grabs my other arm tightly. There's nothing you can do, just go! You saved my life! I don't intend to owe anyone! I'm a genius, I'll find a way to save you! With great difficulty, Orphle steps in front of me. The light inflicts the same unbearable pain upon her. Step by step, she walks into the radiance. Behind her, my pain lessens slightly, but a voice seems to echo in my ears. You must not come this way. You still have things that you must accomplish. Reading becomes harder. My vision blurs. Something contracts steadily, dragging my consciousness somewhere unknown. In my final awareness, I see Orphle swallowed entirely by the light, vanishing into the void. The pain fades, and so does my consciousness. The brain is such a wondrous thing. The more you stimulate it, the higher its threshold becomes, until eventually no stimulus can provoke it at all. Just like me now. Chiloveig rolls up her sleeves, showing arms covered in scars. Which is why, Dr. William, I want to experience death. I want to know the faint tremor carried by neurons before death, the serenity and transcendence brought by endorphins at the moment of death, and the changes that occur when brainwaves cease entirely afterwards. Can you help me fulfill this wish? Chiloveig sits up from the operating table. She spreads her fingers, examines her palms, then the backs of her hands. Nothing seems different. I was expecting something more interesting. From the shadows, the other person coldly hands her a pistol. Try it. Dr. William, you really did operate on me, didn't you? This isn't some kind of con, is it? What? Are you afraid? Afraid? Of course not. I've long heard of your great reputation and your astonishing experiments. I'm only worried I won't be able to record the sensation.
どうかを心配しているだけ。
After a moment of hesitation, Chiloveig's face lights with excitement. She takes the pistol. She loads around into the chamber and presses the barrel to her head. How exquisite!
私はこの儀式であの未
Through the rite of passage, I shall venture to the realm unknown to humanity.
世界に
Those who have gone before all remain in the past.
私だけが
Only I have earned the right to return.
この一瞬の感覚をちゃんと
I will carefully record the sensation.
誰も触れたことのない
It is a domain no one has ever touched.
そして近い将
In
来
the end,
私は新しい
I will found an entirely new science.
さ
Come,
あ
sweet death.
世界へ
Chiloveig kicks her chair lightly and turns to face the doctor.
彼岸スペース
Nirvana?
何それ
What's that?
生と死が
A
集まる
place where life and death converge.
そこには
There will be many
君が
things there that
興味を
interest you.
たくさんある君は本
You
物
are
の
a true
天才
genius. I believe you can find your way there.
おや
Huh?
私のことをよく
You know me very well.
で
Tell
どう
me,
して私に彼岸
why
ス
do
ペ
you
ース
want to
に
go
行かせたいわけ
to Ghost Nirvana?
そんなにいいところ
If it's as wonderful as you say, why don't you?
私には私
I have my own reasons.
嫌なら他
If you
は
refuse, I'll find someone else.
やだなそんな
Now, don't be angry. I'm merely curious.
だけじゃん
手に負えないこと
Do
に
not be curious about what you cannot control. Curiosity kills the cat.
はいはい
Very well.
どうや
So,
って行けばいいの
how do I get there?
鍵は私が
I will help you find the key.
だがそこへ
But the
行く
path
には
itself you must discover on your
探さ
own.
なければならないそのためにも
So I need you to
君には
visit
会ってき
someone.
てほしい者がいる
誰
Who?
かつて
Someone who has
そこ
been
に
there
行ったこと
before.
がある人だ
やっ
At last! At last!
とやっと
I've done it!
ここが生と
I've reached the convergence of life and death
10年も費やしてきた
after 10 whole years.
あ
What magnificent feeling!
ーどう現れている
I can sense something flowing, washing over the folds of my cerebral cortex. Chiloveig opens her eyes. The world around her suddenly distorts, twists, and loses its original shape. Then it recombines into an entirely new and strange landscape. Her senses blink out like a television without signal. After some time, new perceptions awaken. She can see the sound of springs, hear the color of the world, and reach out to touch the thoughts she had never imagined. So this is a Nirvana. It's so magnificent.
ここまでの体験だ
When I leave here, I'll write 5 entire paper describing my experiences. Chiloveig walks forward. A great gate suddenly appears before her, blocking her path. Huh? I see.
あくまでも入り
This
口
is
ってこと
only the entrance.
中はどうな
What must the world beyond look like? How thrilling. She reaches out.
あなたに入る資格はない
You have no right to enter. Chiloveig turns. A girl in a long dress stands there. Her gaze cold and hollow.
あん
Who are you?
あなたにそれを知る
You don't need to know.
ここから離れ
Leave this place. Chiloveig fails to realize what stands before her. She stubbornly steps forward, closer and closer to the gate. But the distance did not shorten in the slightest. What's this nonsense? What's the meaning of this?
早く私を
Let me in.
中に入れてよ
There must be so many,
たくさんある
so many slithering, terrifying wonders beyond the gate.
ずっと
Hurry! I can't wait!
私は
I am a true genius!
なんだあのなんちゃって天才の世間
Far smarter than that fool who keeps calling himself a genius.
この中にある
If you let me in, I'll uncover the essence of life and death and truly change the world!
きっと世界を変えられる。
What?
何を笑ってん
What's so
の
funny?
知識と
Knowledge is a curse.
才能と
Talent is a curse.
あなた
You don't even understand that.
あなたが見下
You don't see as clearly as the Orpheling you despise. What?
たんだって
You gotta be kidding me! I've worked so long, used my brilliance to manipulate her, and finally reached this gate. My wishes are within reach!
言うのにあのバカよ
How could I possibly be inferior to that idiot?
そうね
Because from the moment you tried to peer
自分の運命を乗せ
into your own fate, you lost the right to enter this gate.
あなたのしてきた
Everything you have done has no meaning.
資格を失っ
Lost the right?
どういう
What do you mean?
た私はすでに
I'm immortal now.
手に入れた
I've achieved what no human in this world could.
できないことを
I clearly have more right than anyone to enter Nirvana.
誰よりも彼岸スペースに入る資格を持っているねえ
Hey,
答えてよ
answer me!
あなたに
You are not immortal.
命などない
You are merely a pitiful coward who dares not to face yourself.
哀れな存在
The voice and the gate before Chiloveig vanish. She stretches frantically, futilely, and eventually collapses to the ground.
そんな
How?
そんな
How could this be?
私のやってきたことが
All my efforts
全部無意味だな
mean nothing?
バカな
Impossible! Chiloveig remains seated there. After a minute, or maybe 10 years, she finally gets to her feet.
まだだ
That's right. That's fine.
終わってない今回はたまた
This is
ま
only a minor setback.
私には
I have immortality.
命がある
Time no longer constrains me.
いくらでもまだ
So in the future, I will have many, many, countless more chances.
そうだよ
Yes, why should a trivial setback trouble me?
必要なんてない
Even geniuses stumble.
でもそういう時はある
Chiloveig laughs softly and turns around. But at some point, another figure is already standing behind her.
なんであんた
You?
どうやって
How'd you get in here?
ここは私が見つ
This
け
is the
た
path I found, you infuriating fool! Get out!
この場所
I've seen this place.
なんで
What?
なんでまたあんただけ
Why are you the one who gets to see it?
なるほど
I understand
そ
now.
ういうことだったの
I finally understand everything.
あなたは私から遺跡の知識を盗んでこの道を
You stole the knowledge I obtained from the relics to open this path.
だから当然
Of course I have the right to
私
enter.
に入る資格があるくだらない願いを叶える
You used it to fulfill your childish wish, and left me to bear all the bloodshed and sin.
唯一私を
And now you even want to kill the only person who has ever tried to stop me. Orphle looks at her quietly. She steps forward, forcing Chiloveig back step by step.
だから私は
So I had come to set everything right. Did she send you back to the beginning? Beneath Lviv, Chiloveig's laboratory has already been reduced to ruins in a fierce battle between Igla and Vomistina. Igla's wings stir up vortices like raging storms with every flap. Vomistina weaves between them, like a ship sailing against wind and waves. She has little ammo left, so every shot must strike the greatest threat before her. She refuses to waste a single bullet unless absolutely necessary.
ボイマスティナ
Above you! Meanwhile, in Mortal Realm, at Grosso's warning, Vomistina leaps upward and grabs onto Eagle's raised wing. Perhaps because she still lacks precise control over this body, the mutated third-gen doll's massive hand sweeps through the spot where Vomistina had been, grasping nothing but air. But Eagle clearly senses something clinging to the edge where bone and flesh meet on her wing. With a casual shake, she flings Vomistina straight into the glass wall behind her. The reinforced glass shattered under the impact of Vomistina's heavy frame. Her body and the shards fly backward together, tumbling across the laboratory floor until she slams into the wall behind, leaving the massive crater before finally stopping. Eagla then lowers herself towards the shattered glass wall, searching through it for Vomistina. She did it on purpose! This is bad! Vomistina's in trouble! A gigantic hand thrusts into the laboratory room. Though the lighting inside is dim and Vomistina's exact position cannot be seen, it is obvious that Eaglet has grown thoroughly irritated by the doll buzzing around her like a relentless bee. She intends to trap Vomistina inside the lab and eliminate her in one decisive move. Though the cramped space prevents the tendrils on her body from functioning properly, it is like sealing a bee inside a jar. After that, she only needs to catch it at her leisure. To avoid detection, Vomistina presses herself against the wall, lightening her steps as much as possible. She dodges the massive hand sweeping and grasping for her prey, making her way towards the laboratory doors. The doors have no handles. The two automatic sliding panels are sealed tightly shut. Vomistina tries to pry open a gap with her fingers, but the seam offers no leverage to force them apart. Copen, see if you can open the door from the outside. On it! Kofi vaults up 3 levels in quick succession, reaching the area outside of Vomistina's room. After inspecting the door, she discovers a biometric device mounted above it. Leader, it's a biolog. Should I hack it? Grosso's visual module locks onto Vomistina's location. The massive hand has already forced her into a corner, leaving her almost no room to maneuver. Vomistina could fall into Eagle's grasp at any second. There's no time. Use force! Vomistina, I'm planting explosives on the wall about 1.5 meters to the right of the door. Detonation is roughly 30 seconds. Can you hold? I can't. The lights along the suspended gangway flicker erratically. Even as she speaks, Gulfine pulls explosives from her pack and starts rigging them. In the shadows above the wall, beyond the wall, Vomistina moves with agility that defies her imposing build, slipping aside once more and narrowly avoiding the searching fingers. 20 seconds. 10. 7. 6. 5. 4. Just before the explosion, a faint sound comes from beneath Vomistina's foot. Unknowingly, she has been driven back to the very crater she created earlier. A loose chunk of brick rolls underfoot, and in her cautious retreat, she steps on it. Eagle's hand suddenly stops searching. The scene erupts into chaos in an instant. Vomistina's gunfire, the explosion of the charge, and the thunderous sweep of Eagle's hand across the lab floor resound simultaneously, turning the one-sided underground facility into a boiling maelstrom. Right before Eagle's fingers make contact with Vomistina's frame, the ladder assault rifle spits a burst of fire. Surprisingly enough, the bullets knock Eagle's massive fingers away. Blood splatters across the walls, staining the white surfaces a horrific crimson. Awoo? I'm not sure about that. A wail of pain echoes from Eagle's throat. Maddened by the injury, she thrashes wildly, tearing through the lab's corners as blood smears across the ground in long dragging streaks. Wormistina seizes the moment and slips through the breach blasted open by Confronting. Eagles in rage. Confronting Wormistina, we may have to confront her head on. It's fine. Reinforcements is almost here. What? We still haven't been able to reach the monsoon. Before Wormistina can explain, Confronting's urgent shout rings out from the distance. Leader, bad news! The huge swarm of Elites have been stirred up. They're trudging this way. We don't have the manpower or ammo for a frontal fight. Avoid direct engagement and focus on escape. Commander, changes in the combat situation require the dispatch of specific dolls for certain battles. Designated doll has already been deployed, but you can substitute her if you already obtained her. Yeah, this is the first time they started doing this, right? Yeah, so this is a level 24 Grozo, level 24 Confronting. I actually haven't looked at these two, so this makes sense. Oh, I sort of did. This one, it doesn't matter. I haven't played Monster yet, that's fine. You lord of bullshit, yeah. Confronting, why aren't you wearing your suit? Under Gross's covering fire, Confronting and Wormistina breaks through the encirclement. The three regroup atop the platform. Even though Wormistina's ammunition is exhausted, she remains unstoppable with melee weapons and hand-to-hand combat. But the frenzied eaglet is not something that the three of them can handle lightly. Having lost 2 fingers to Wormistina's gunfire, Eaglet roars as she destroys everything around her, breaking debris rain down in showers. With a thunderous crash, one of the columns supporting the platform is severed by Eaglet's vine-like tendrils. It's collapsing! Jump to the opposite platform! The three sprint at full speed. Wormistina leaps first, with Grosso right behind her, but Confronting, limited by her smaller frame, is just a fraction too slow. I almost laughed, I'm sorry. Confronting's finger scrapes across the platform's edge, and she plunges dozens of meters downward. Beneath her, a massive eaglet claw upward, while vine-like tendrils carpet the ground. Wormistina, who has already reached the opposite platform safely, stops short and spins around, sprinting back towards the edge. She swiftly evades the tendrils lashing towards her, then leans towards something flying through the air. Hold on. Okay. After this one, we gotta go back and do the branching path. Augustina's communicator crackles with the voice of a familiar man. Hey, how's it, Augustina? Not bad, right? Took a sweet time, Kevin. Oh, sorry. It's Nele's first time building something like this, so she wasn't that quick about it. Anyways, making use of Dr. Charles' final legacy. Augustina secures the powered armor around herself. Exchanging the thrusters mounted on it, she dives rapidly downward and catches Colfine by the arm. With a light swing, she hurls Colfine back up to the platform. Then, with effortless sweeps, she dives back to surging elites and clears the obstacles before her. At the same time, Groza's communicator finally receives a response. Miss Groza, finally! Diane, where are you? It's chaos outside. We sensed something was wrong and moved to the ground fissure. Monsoon Squad has secured the evacuation route. All members are positioned above the underground laboratory, awaiting your orders. Isn't time to evacuate just yet. We're still waiting to hear back from the commander. There's something else I need you to do. How can we best assist you? Womastina activates the scanner on her powered armor. It synchronizes perfectly with the wolf eye system within her frame, pushing it to maximum output. This is the invention of Samantha Shaw, the creator of Task Force Defy. Through the wolf eye system, Womastina clearly sees every vein and blood vessel coursing through Eva's massive body of flesh. She sees bodily fluids flowing quietly within, and beneath the enormous outer shell, she sees the true form hidden inside. The true form's in there. I'll get in close and kill the one inside. You just need to destroy her visual system. Can you do it? Of course. Colfine, Monsoon Squad. Our objective is to disable the enemy visual system and cover Wimstein's approach. Commencing operation. Okay, so I am actually going to back out. Because we did skip the branching path. And that was actually kind of important. So we're going to pull back. Evil but fair. My bad. Oh shit, no we can't. Never mind, my bad. And these are all... Okay, this is the last one then. Okay, yeah, I was one off. I wonder. We'll give it a shot. So one of the conditions is that if you don't do physical damage, then you take, or you deal reduced damage. So you have to use a physical team.
獲物は近くだ。
So let's see how this will go. Oh, this is just a preset. Let me fix that.
手加減が必要。
And let me see here.
ちゃんとできてるよね。落ち着いてください。
Just preset. Is she V3? I think she's V3. Okay, let's see here. And I think the big thing is that we had to... For sure we had to kill everything. So, let me go ahead and bring out the trusty healer as well. It should be okay. Audience proceeded along Route A. Understood. Let's begin. Everything in your way, Commander. Okay, there's literally nothing here now.
ご命令を。
We can reach there actually? We can. Okay. Alright. I need to pull people forward, actually. Just to maintain the conditions. Are these class crystals? I can't believe there are actually class crystals in the white zone. They're here too. Looking ready to be alright? I'll think of a way to destroy him. Roar. Oh yes, be advised, large amounts of glass crystals have appeared nearby. It's very likely they'll have a negative influence in the region. The thing's on the move too. Be careful, everyone. Let's see. Can't reach that far. So was she like right here? Actually, kind of strange. Oh, it takes no damage anymore. Dylan, your fucking boy is so strong it one-shot the boss on heroic mode. Yeah, I imagine if I use my own void to feel much more interesting, I guess you can say. You got to stun it. Oh.
切ろう。さっさと倒れたらね。
Dude, B6's voice is actually legitimately insane. I'm actually kind of shocked. I never used a B6 voice before in my life. This shouldn't exist.
私の腕を信じろ。静かに。私の腕を信じろ。静かに。
But it does, I know. That's the crazy part.
落ち着いて了解しました。気をつけ。練習の成果をここに。リズムに乗ってこう。リラックスして。リズムに乗ってこう。はい。お茶をお出ししましょう。耳を澄まして。横たわれば楽器、立てれば兵器。横たわれば楽器、立てれば兵器。ボイマスティナ、上。
Eagle's true body is dragged out from the monstrous shell by Vestina and flung to the ground. The blood-soaked frame of the third-gen doll crashes violently onto the already ruined floor, sending up clouds of crimson dust mingled with the debris. Eagle's mind seems to clear with the brutal impact. She struggles to rise, as if determined to fight for Vestina one last time.
お前の負けだ。
You've lost.
いや、
Not
まだ
not yet.
私は。
A blow from nowhere pierces straight through Eagle's core, and she falls backward. Her scattered hair drifts like thin morning mist, dissolving into the dawn over Lviv.
各位、警戒態勢。
Alert, stay alert! As everyone scans his surroundings warily, a drone of unknown affiliation suddenly approaches. The dolls raise their weapons in unison, aiming at the incoming machine. After a tense standoff, it does not open fire. Instead, it hovers in mid-air and extends the grappling claw beneath the fuselage. The claw hooks onto Eagle's frame, Then it ascends rapidly, vanishing from sight.
追いますか。
Do we pursue? V6 AK-15 is canon AK-15.
指揮官がまだ中にいるわ。
The commander and others are still inside. The situation may be as dire.
先に指揮官を助
We
けましょ
move
う。
deeper into the laboratory and prioritize pressing commander.
全てを出し切れたステージだったね。楽しかった。
Okay, now we can do the side story. We're not doing it on heroic. I just want to do that one because that was a cool fight. Even though V6 Void just one-shots the boss. Which freaks me the fuck out, by the way. It's like, that doesn't seem intentional. Entire city is obliterated and you keep dancing. Hey man, she has that Bentley brain. It's been some time since the commander entered the Durard Group building. Monsoon had agreed to check in regularly with Grosso's squad in 404. However, the previous transmission, Klukai had mentioned they would be going deeper underground with the commander. That meant a very high chance of losing contact with the surface. As such, she had asked Monsoon to be ready for mercies which might come up. Sure enough, several minutes after that transmission, both team signals had started growing weaker until they vanished entirely. What to do now, big sis? Government prepare for the commander or the other sets. We also need to be ready to evacuate at any time. Shall we? What's the status of the helicopter? Since Racy has touched down on the nearest satellite city helipad in the White Zone, the stealth camouflage has been applied. It's ready to go at any time. Well done. Chengyu, how about your side of things? The engine's running. Once we pick up the commander, I'll get us to the airport at top speed. Understood. Looks like all we can do now is wait for Miss Groza and the others to contact us. But if we can't pinpoint their locations, we can't draw up a more concrete evacuation plan. I say we dig up the entire area and drag the commander and the others. You'd be surprised, I'm pretty good at this kind of manual labor. Pulling people out of underground mine shafts and all that. Lafayette is being evacuated en masse. If we damage the surface, it might affect the withdrawal of the civilians. While ensuring the commander's safety is high priority, we shouldn't be too aggressive when we don't have a clear picture of the situation. We're in the White Zone after all. Causing too much of a disturbance will end up inconveniencing the commander. Fine. In that case, I'll just have to find them the old-fashioned way. Monsoon Squad continues their plan for a while longer. After they're sure that there's no other option than to wait for the commander to contact them, they decide to go searching for his signal. Just then, Faye, who was both highly experienced and perceptive, notices that something is off. Wait a minute. This feeling... could it be? What's wrong? Earthquake! Everyone get down! Just as Faye says that, a loud rumbling echoes up and down the hitherto peaceful street, and the ground beneath their feet shakes violently. The crowds of the street are knocked to their feet by the sudden tremor, and the entire area is instantly plunged into chaos. However, no fissures open up and no buildings collapse, contrary to Faye's expectations. As she emerges from the dust clouds thrown up by the quake, she realizes that the plants around them are suddenly growing at frenzied speeds. Countless cracks of varying sizes open up on the ground, and plants burst forth in a verdant tide. Amidst tangles of thick vines, smaller branches squeeze out and form buds that open up in translucent, gem-like flowers. Said flowers are lovely and flawless, but they fill everyone who looks upon them with terror. These are You're radioactive. Big Sis have picked up a massive spike of ambient radiation levels. Something big is about to happen. I know these plants. They emit radiation depending on the surroundings. I saw them once during a rescue operation. The people who tried to rescue ended up... Damn it! What the hell are things like these doing in a white zone? Is this the real aim of so-called Project Eden? Upon seeing the bizarre sights before them, the evacuating crowds began fleeing madly in all directions. Then, as though the situation wasn't chaotic enough, even more fissures opened up on the ground and several massive shapes emerged through them. Those are elids. What are they doing here? I got some on my side too! What should we do? Should we engage? Yeah, we don't have a choice. Everyone, Monsoon Squad will now enter combat. Our objective, eliminate all elids. Help the civilians evacuate while ensuring our withdrawal route is clear. We need to make sure that we can all leave ASAP once Commander and others come back. Everyone good? Yeah, everyone's fine. Yeah, it is intentional design because Void put the wheelchair character. Though, I still think it's overtuned. Not gonna lie. After clearing the threats from the surrounding area, Diane and Faye struggles to their feet. Jingu, how are things on your side? Okay, I guess. A bunch of elids were trying to attack the fleeing people, so I ran the elids over with the jeep. Well done. However, you should be more careful on missions. Don't worry, Big Sis. I can take care of myself. The immediate crisis has been resolved. However, they still need to contact the commander, who is deep underground, and tell him just how serious things have become. If Levi has been embroiled in a crisis of this magnitude, they need to get him out ASAP, no matter what's going on down there. Because this once flourishing city may become an elite-infested hellhole very soon. In the distance, they can hear army units heading towards the city center. Diane directs Monsoon Squad to take cover and conceal themselves to the best of their ability. While Monsoon Squad is technically authorized to bear arms, it's best to avoid unnecessary complications before reestablishing communications with the commander. Just as they're about to try to contact the commander again, it's a massive explosion. It comes from very far away and behind them. As one, Diane and Faye turn to look at it. What they see through their visual modules shocks them to the point where they can't tear their eyes away. Look, over there. A column of light is shining up from the surface. Immediately after that, all of Lviv is engulfed by the blinding radiance. Like a keen blade, it slices through the horizon where dawn and dusk meet. Golden light blooms into a giant flower in the sky. It looks as though the light from before has cut through the heavens themselves. The result resembles an invertebrate whose shell has been cracked open to reveal sinister, gory innards within. The dolls have never seen anything like this before, but for some reason it seems strangely familiar. Then they hear their same rhythmic whispers in their near clouds. The fleeing people all stop in their tracks. They look to the sky, their eyes reflecting the distorted scene on the horizon. Right after that, screams fill the air, making the already disorganized evacuation even more chaotic. The people who see it scatter and flee in all directions. It seems that creepy sight has triggered a fear from the most primal depths of their hearts. That's... Faye is the first to come to her senses. She looks at the place where the being came from. The light seems to be hiding something. Faye, can you use your scanner function to collect more information on it? It's too far away. But I can try. Faye activates her scanner module and moves the Aim points to the center of the light column. However, the results, it deals shocks her. There are vital signs in there. Vital signs? A bad feeling creeps into Diane's neural cloud and she flexes grabs Faye's shoulder. Moving closer. The hole torn in the sky grows larger and larger, and the beam of light grows ever brighter. The sky around us starts turning a brilliant red, like blood spurting from the body of some living creature. Faye looks at the light. As she focuses her vision, she finally manages to make out the shape of a creature surrounded by the radiance. It's alive. Hearing this news fills everyone with shock. In the end, Diane gathers her thoughts and makes her final decision. Since there are signs of life over there, it's very likely the commander might be there too. Javi, tell Subterranean to keep the helicopter engines running and ready for liftoff. Will do. Thank you. Bring the vehicle over and follow us to the beam of light. Got it, big sis. We're going to bring Helena and the commander back.
次の目標を教えてください。
Come to Lviv. We have cookies and pancakes here. Those damn elites, there's no end to them? Damn it, damn it, damn it, out of the way! It's just in front of us! Diane and Faye try to move against the flow of civilians who are fleeing the city. With great effort, they manage to clear a path through the elite-infested streets. However, the elite density grows the further ahead they move. Soon they realize that these elites are coming from the direction of the orbital lights surrounding Helena. Elites are coming from there. Looks like there are worse than we thought. Let's go to the light zone. How could it end up like this? Is everyone going to see just a bunch of competent dorks? Jingyu, have you reached the target location yet? I'm here. Can you see what's going on over there? There are tons of plants growing out of big fissures on the ground. The elites all coming out of that. From underground? Yeah. I can't believe there's something like that under Lviv. I bet even Namfo was shot by that. Oh yes, what about Helena? Is there a way to approach her? Nope. I did a scan just now, and that ball of light around her contains incredible amounts of power. There's no telling what would happen if we approach it thoughtlessly. Plus, it's so high off the ground, you need a chopper to get close. A helicopter, you say? Javi, can Subterranean help us out here? Line to the light zone runs the risk of being intercepted. The end is your call. There's no point in being cautious at a time like this. The view's in chaos right now, and a lot of big shots are all scrambling to evacuate. I'm pretty certain the military won't have the time to bother with a single civilian helicopter amidst that madness. Got it. I'll try to contact Miss Dandelion and have her disguise our signal as an ordinary civilian one. But... wait, that sound is... what happened? They come from nearby military air bases. Several military helicopters just taking off. It's like they're headed towards Lviv. Military helicopters? Is the military going to deploy against the elite? No. I highly doubt that. It was just dealing with the elites, a few spec ops units be enough. I don't know what's going to happen next, but we best be ready for it. Attention, all members of Monsoon Squad. Immediately enter the highest level of combat readiness, apart from Jiaohui, who's to fly the helicopter into the light zone. All other members will follow the plan and keep our axis of retreat clear. Freya and I will take a shortcut to approach the fissure. Jingyu, find a way to bring the jeep around on the roads. The closer you can get, the better. Got it. The mission will be a difficult one, but I'm counting on everyone to do their part. You got it. I'll cut a path through the elites for the commander and the rest of us. On your feet, soldier. Funny. Okay. Big sis! Jingyu, is our withdrawal route secure? Yep. There are a few enemies, but got rid of them. The road are really torn up though, so I stopped the jeep some distance away. Well done. Dan passed Jingyu's head in approval. After that, the three of them carefully approached the fissure created by the thick vine and looked down the length of the massive creeper. Big sis, do you think we can contact the commander from here? I'll give it a try. Once again, Diane tries to reach Grosso's squad in 404. However, the only reply that she gets from the terminal is a crackling of electrical static. It's like the comm system has been disrupted. Is it because of the high particle density in the area? Yeah. Radiation intensity here is off the charts. It's like the source of the disaster is coming from below the fissure. The Levis map says that this area is the property of the Gerard Group. It seems they built their R&D labs here. It doesn't look like a lab so much as an experimental mine. They built a lab of this size underneath Lviv? They got some balls, I'll give them that. Let's say we go in there and wreck all their equipment. Then we'll definitely be able to save Commander Helena. Don't be impulsive. Jagui, what's the situation? I'm in White Zone airspace, but I can't approach any closer. What happened? The telecoms I mentioned earlier? They're all headed towards Helena's position. What? Before Dan can react, Jingyu exclaims and interrupts her train of thought. Big sis, look! The vines, they're withering. The radiation intensity seems to be dropping too. The three of them exchange glances, then look at the sky. As the sun rises, the bloody gash in the sky seems to be slowly healing up, and a beam of light coming from Helena's chest is gradually dimming. What appears to be some kind of grand sacrificial ritual has finally reached its end. Just then a reply comes through Monsoon Squad's communications, at long last. Miss Groza, finally!
戦闘終了。脅威は全て排除しました。これです。
And back to the main story we go. Finishes off. Her eyes snap open. It feels as though she has just awakened from a long and terrible dream. In that dream, someone tries to lock her away and subject her to some kind of experiment she cannot understand. The laboratory in the dream is deep and cold. A woman named Chiloveig stands there, laughing madly. But she forces herself awake. As long as she wakes up, that dreadful dream will not become reality. Did you go out again? It's so boring being alone without you here. She stares blankly at the complicated writing on the whiteboard. Teacher has already told her this is knowledge, part of the structure of the world itself. Teacher says that once she masters this knowledge, she will truly be able to leave this place. But now she can't bring herself to care. She searches every room, but teacher is nowhere to be found. Although she has been told to not wander off, curiosity gets the better of her. She wants to go outside and look. Without realizing it, she walks out of the manor and arrives somewhere unfamiliar. Oh, it's teacher's laboratory! She reaches out and touches the green field before her. To her surprise, as her hand moves, the surrounding plants begin to sway as if commanded. Vines become musical staves, and green leaves turn into dancing notes upon them. She waves her fingers and savors a long-lost sense of freedom. Like a fairy, she darts through the serene expanse. There is no wind here, no light, no sound. She runs for a very, very long time, yet never feels tired. Only when her vision blurs into a vast white emptiness does she realize she has reached the edge of this place. To her surprise, a small girl stands there, looking lost. She has never seen anyone here besides teacher. But she possesses knowledge. She immediately comes to the realization that this little girl must be human, just like teacher. So she tries to speak. Hey, wanna play together? Who are you? I don't have a name yet. But you can think of me as a human who lives here. I stayed here for far too long. So, I want a playmate. Will you stay and play with me? So the world you live here doesn't even have grapes? No, but I've read about them in the books teacher gave me. You've only read about them? That's really sad. Then why'd you come to my house? I can treat you to crepes in all kinds of flavors. What the girl just said seems to have suddenly reminded her of something. She leaps to her feet. Oh! I have to go back! I'll get scolded if I make teacher wait too long. I had so much fun, but now it's time to keep my promise and send you back. You really won't consider coming to my house? This is a world without even crepes. I can't. Her expression suddenly turns serious, startling little Orphle. If I leave this place, I will be able to send you home. Just like in that dream. I can't let your death become real. Orphle tilts her head, not quite understanding. But it no longer matters. In the next instant, the world before Orphle begins to collapse, dissolving into blurred patches of color, until all that remains is a bottomless abyss. I hope we never meet again, my dear friend. Orphle? Am I... Do you meet again? Helena cannot tell what is real and what is a dream. Just now she remembers playing somewhere with a little girl for a very long time. She taught the girl many things and was invited to eat something called crepes. Was it really just a dream? Or did it actually happen? Helena does not know. But now's not the time to dwell on that. She is lost. She has to return to the commander as quickly as possible. Helena gets to her feet and runs on and on without stopping. Here, she does not seem to grow tired. Even after running for a long, long time, she sees no one. Where everyone gone? Just as confusion began to set in, Helena is startled to hear voices in the distance.
だから私は
So I could have set everything right.
ありえない。
That's not possible.
彼岸スペースはもう
Nirvana has already been opened.
どんなに
No matter what you do, Levick can never turn to what it was.
死んだ奴ら
Those who die will never come back. Orphle does not answer. Her face draws closer, until Chiloveig can see her own reflection in Orphle's pupils. Chiloveig eventually instantly tries to flee, but no matter which direction she runs, she often turns to Orphle.
無駄よ
Don't bother.
この場所は私の
I told you this place
ルールで動く
operates under my
あな
rules.
たはただの侵
You are
害者
my intruder.
何をする気？
What are you trying to do?
全部終わらせて
Put an end to all this and restore the world to its original state,
あなたが触れてはいけない
including the paradox you never should have touched.
永遠の命も含め
Immortality.
永遠の
Immortality?
ヘレナ
Helena has heard that word before. Orphle and Chiloveig turn at the same time towards the little girl who seemed to have appeared from nowhere.
あんたは
It's you!
神の実験の
The
実
Confrontation experiments test subject Helena, destination 043.
ありえない。
No, that's impossible! You're consumed by that key!
ここに
How can you still be here? You're
相変わ
still
ら
as
ず
scary as before. Helena instinctively hides before an Orphle. But when she looks up, she seems to notice something.
お前
It's you!
大人になった
You become a grown-up!
なるほど
So that's how it is.
あの時
You're the reason.
あなたがいたから
You're the reason I survived back then.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry, I did something that hurt
ひど
you.
いことをしてしまって
何のことかわからない
It's okay. Even though I don't know what happened.
それに
But
ヘレナもなんか
Helena also
楽しかっ
had
た
a lot of fun. Of course she did. Orphle turns to Chiloveig.
私がいるからあの子はここ
She
に
remained here
残った
because of me.
あの子がいるから
I came here because of
私
her.
はここに来たシルドビグ
Chiloveig, only
あなた
your
だけは
presence is
余計な
necessary.
存在よあなたは代価を支払わずに死を体験し
You
よう
want
と
to
した
experience death, yet you refuse to pay the price.
今のあなたが得たのは
But now,
偽りの死と
all you have gained is
不完
false
全
death
な永遠の
and
命
incomplete immortality.
誰
You,
があんたにそん
who
な
told you these things?
言ったはずよ
I told
あ
you.
なたは私の
Use
知識
my
を盗んだ
knowledge,
だからあなたは
which is
私
why
の前で全てをさらけ出した
all your
当然
secrets are laid bare before me.
今のあなたは
When I look at you now, it is like like a compiler examining the genes he has written.
発言した性質を見ただけで
No matter
コ
what
ードの
traits
詳
those
細が
genes
はっきりと
express,
目に浮かぶ
you can trace them back to their code.
この感覚わかる
You understand that feeling, don't you? Orphle smiles at her. Chiloveig knows she is referring to her creation of 043. But she no longer has any desire to speak. Because no matter what she says, it is meaningless before Orphle. All she can do now is tremble and await her judgment. But Orphle does not address her again. He turns to Helena and smiles.
待たせちゃってごめんね
Sorry that I kept you waiting for so long.
今度は私があなたを
This time, it's my turn to send you home.
一緒に来てよ
You're coming with me too.
一緒に
This time
ク
we
レー
can
プを食べよ
go
う
eat crepes together.
ヘレナ
No,
分かってる
Helena.
でしょ
You understand, don't you?
10年前
10 years
私が
ago,
見てはいけないものを
I saw what I should not have seen.
そもそも
I was never meant
こ
to
こ
leave
から
this
出るべ
place.
きではなかったのでもあなたのおかげで
But because of you,
私は祝福を
I
受け
became
て
blessed,
運よく戻る
the
ことができ
fortunate
た
one who was allowed to return.
あ
You bore my sin for me before. Now it's my turn to repay it.
償いに来たの。わからないよ。
I don't understand?
大丈夫。
It's alright.
あなたはただ
You simply had
あな
not
たの声
had not yet
が聞こえる
realized the importance
自分の重要さに気
of the
づいて
cells
いないだけ。
who can hear your voice.
全てが一つに戻った
When they all
時
return to
きっ
one,
とわかるように
you
な
will
る。
understand.
その時は
When
あ
that
の
time
人を守
comes,
って
you must protect them.
それが未来を紡ぎ続け
Only then will you have a chance to continue the world's future. A door appears before Helena.
一緒に
But
行かない？
you're not coming with me?
私は本当の
I've
未
seen
来
the
を
true
見てし
future.
まった
I can't go
だから
back
もう
anymore.
戻ることはできないの。さあ、行って。
Go.
指揮官
Commander's waiting for you.
私、
Hey,
全部指揮
I'll tell
官に
Commander
教える
everything.
お前のこと、
Everyone will remember
み
you.
んな忘れないから。
Orphle smiles and nods. But she knows that once Helena steps through the door, she will forget everything that has happened here. Because this is not the real world. But that is fine. As someone who has committed such a grave sin, she does not deserve to be remembered. After watching Helena leave, Orphle turns to Chiloveig. She takes her trembling hand.
何すんの？
What are you doing?
怖がらないで。
Don't be afraid.
永遠の命でも。
Whether you seek immortality or death,
この彼岸と現実の
at the
狭間
boundary between Nirvana and reality, both wishes can be fulfilled.
あなたも祝福を受け
Didn't you want to become one of the blessed?
ここに残る子羊が
Only one sacrificial lamb needs to remain here.
ただ
But what?
代価が必要よ。
You must also pay the price for transformation.
祝福を受けた者が代
That is
価
the
を払
path
う
every
べきだ
blessed must walk.
さあ
Come. No. No. No! Orphle grips Chiloveig's hand. Chiloveig struggles desperately, but is all in vain. Hand in hand, Orphle leads her towards the edge of nothingness, then steps forward and falls straight down. Everything slowly fades away until only emptiness remains.
指揮官。指揮官。
I finally regain consciousness. And
ヘレナ、どうしてここに？
just get out.
ここに来る途中、ここを
On our way here, the vines supporting the place were gradually disappearing,
そのまま装置を破壊して
so we destroyed the
ヘレナを
experimental
助け出した
apparatus and rescued Miss Helena. I lower my head and see that the tank containing Chiloveig's brain has lost a connection to the plants. It has fallen to the ground and is shattered. The brain is slowly necrotizing and turning black after being exposed to the air. Besides me, Ormistina, encased in mobile armor, easily lifts me and sets me on the armor's shoulder. Alva and Fukai, who was struck by the data surge earlier, are gradually regaining consciousness as well.
よかった。
It's good.
みんな無事か。
Everyone's safe.
ここはもうすぐ崩れるわ
This place is about to collapse.
離れないと
We must get you out immediately.
いや、待て。
No, wait. Where's Orphle? She was right next to
さっ
me.
き隣にいたはずじゃん。
申し訳ありません。
I'm sorry, Commander. We only found you.
だが、
But
オルフェルーネは
Orphle was
確か
definitely
に
with
私と
me.
一緒に
Groza and Ormistina exchange a silent glance.
指揮官
Commander?
そのオルフェルーネ
This Orphle you mentioned,
一体誰の
who exactly is that?
何？
What? I look at Groza in confusion. She has been by my side ever since we entered Lviv. There's no way she wouldn't know who Orphle is. Could something have happened out there just now? Something that damaged their neural data? I turn to Alva.
アルバ。
Alva, you didn't see Orphle either?
いえ
Orphle.
知らない名前
I have no memory of that name at all.
どうなっているんだ。
What's going on? But the urgency of the situation leaves no room for such pondering. We have to move.
君たちは先に撤退してくれ。
You'll go first. I'll look for her again.
探してみる。
間に合いません。
There's no time. Almost seen the glasses at the radar.
生き袋が来ています。
Those eaters at below are catching up. Even here in the deepest chamber of the underground lab, I can hear their distant roars. The shrieks grow closer as if they tear through the walls and reach me at any moment. But
ダメだ。
no,
彼女を一人ここ
I can't leave her here alone.
はいかない。
指揮官
And then,
仮に死んだと
when
して
she's dead, there should at least be a body.
回収したい。
I searched frantically for any sign of Orphle, but just as Groza and the others have said, I appear to be the only one here.
生き袋到着まで残り2分です。
The first wave of eaters will arrive in 2 minutes.
諦めたくはない。
I just give up like this.
みんな。
Everyone, please hold them off for a little longer, but be 5 minutes.
ボイマスティナ。
Let me see that.
ここを一
Steam around the lab. We'll search for Orphle.
を探したい。
はい
頼む。ボイマスティナ。無茶な頼みな
I
ど
know you don't agree with this, but
わかりました。
I understand. Almost offers no objection. No trace of dissatisfaction. Simply stares straight ahead with unwavering resolve.
みんな指揮官
Everyone, let's buy the commander some time.
生き袋は真下
The eaters will approach from directly below us, from the corner at 8 o'clock, and from the laboratory in 2 o'clock.
一匹たりとも
Not let them enter this room.
入れないで
Yeah, if the commander walks into Nirvana, he's gonna be strapped to a bed
今のうちよ
for all eternity.
交代するのは今のうちよ
Seated on Vomicina's armor, I circled the entire underground laboratory. But Orphle was the one who was with me just before I blacked out, has vanished seemingly into thin air. Commander, we had to leave!
なんでこんなことを。
How can this be?
オルフェルーネ、どこにいる？
Orphle, where are you? Answer me! I shout her name, hoping for a reply from somewhere. No one answers.
限界ですこれ
More and more eaters pour in,
持ちません
and the underground laboratory is on the verge of collapse.
ボイマスティナ
To the commander, leave immediately. Once it ignites the thrusters of the word, and the armor lifts into the air. A piercing alarm echoes through the lab. Chaos erupts around us. The ground trembles violently, rubble cascading from the shattered ceiling. Though her armor looks heavy, Vomicina maneuvers with remarkable agility as she evades the collapsing walls. Suddenly, a metal beam crashes down from above, hurling straight towards us.
捕まっててください。
Vomicina pushes the propulsion module to its limit. I feel as though I'm clinging to the wing of a jet. The air is slicing across my face like blades. I grip her arm tightly. One slip, and I'll be thrown into the red-lit abyss below, buried alongside the eaters beneath Lviv.
気をつけろ。
We can't dodge! Just as the beam is about to crush us, Vomicina twists the armor 180 degrees and catches it with her other arm. The impact rings out with a deafening clang. An invisible crack splits across the armor. I know that if she were alone, she could avoid it easily, but to shield me from harm, she chooses to take the blow herself. The armor plummets for an instant, then I hear the thrusters roar back to life. With a violent heave, Voimastina hurls the multi-ton beam into the abyss. System warning, left arm damage, sensor failure, shooting aid offline. The warning blares through the armor, like a Voimastina. Her face remains expressionless, yet the rapid flicker of orange light reflected across it tells me how great the situation is. Rubble continues to rain down, the elites below surge upward in reckless pursuit. The armor darts like an arrow through the falling debris. But the early impact has clearly dulled Voimastina's responsiveness. Several chunks of rubble fly towards us. Without thinking, a dog pistol shattered one midair. 2 more pieces slam into the armor's head with a dull thud. Are you alright? Life vision module damaged. She mentioned earlier that the armor's visual system is connected to Task Force Defy's exclusive wolf eye. One of the key advantages that sets Defy apart from ordinary dolls. If the visual module system is compromised, her firepower is severely reduced. While fending off elites trying to leap into the armor, my mind reaches for a way to get us out alive. Groza, can you reach us? Just another 50 meters! Commander, can you coordinate with me? Of course, what do you need? Visual system and targeting assistance are offline. I had to aim manually. I need to be my eyes. Your eyes? Yes. Your action will suffer. I trust you. Then how could I possibly refuse? The armor continues weaving at full speed. Through the violent air currents, I lift my head and begin calling out targets. The units towards the lab. Bearing 000, elevation 30 degrees, distance 20 meters. Voimastina's fire precisely according to my callouts, shooting them down. Senior actually steadies my nerves. Second platform. Bearing 210, elevation -5 degrees, distance 35 meters. Look below, vertical angle 30 degrees, distance very close. She keeps firing as we near Groza's extraction point. Hard left. Too late! An elite leads toward onto Voimastina's leg. As her body drops sharply, more begins swarming onto the armor. I glance upward, less than 10 meters from the extraction point. Almost there. Increased thrust. Alpha, Castle Commander. What? Before Alpha can respond, Voimastina's arm dips. Suddenly I feel weightless. With all of her strength, Voimastina throws me out of the elite-infested lab. Alpha rushes forward and catches me. Her strength absorbs most of the impact. We roll across the ground before coming to a stop. Look down into the opening. Voimastina is nowhere in sight. Groza, get ready. Prepare to shot Voimastina at any moment. Almost a minute passes, still no sign of her. But I refuse to believe she would fall so easily. I refuse to believe Voimastina would go down like this. A thunder explosion roars upward with a powerful blast of air. One detonation follows another, as if something has ignited the sewer gas below, reducing Chiloveig's entire research facility to ashes. Alpha throws herself over me, shielding me from the searing shockwave, but I no longer care. I turn towards the opening, waiting for something, anything, to emerge. At last, the familiar voice crackles through the communicator. As the heat dissipates, a battered suit of armor rises from the opening and stumbles onto solid ground. I'm sorry, Commander. They had detonated the underground laboratory to stop the heat from spreading onto Lviv. So it's necessary to deliver you safety first. But then, we have no evidence left to prove Predator's crimes. Doesn't matter, Commander. Your mere survival is the most crucial evidence. Enough to shake the... Alpha steps closer and lowers her voice. But... Commander, trust us. Trust that there are still people working to contain the relics. You? You mean... Misha? Alpha nods. If that's the case, why claim you're no longer affiliated with StateSec? It's true that we have formally severed ties with the government. That is an undeniable fact. But like you, we have also set up an agreement. But only the terms differ. Task Force Defy is no longer merely a special operations unit. For the past 10 years, we have been searching for and forging a new meaning for that name. We cannot tell you everything yet, but one day, when the time is right, we'll have the chance to tell you the full meaning of the name Defy. If that's enough personal talk, back to the matter at hand. Commander, given your unique status, difficult days may lie ahead. But remember this, Task Force Defy will always stand at your side. Just as we always have. Just as Ange once did. I look at Alba in confusion. She offers me a calm, unwavering smile and says nothing more. In that fleeting moment, I am reminded of the commander they served 10 years ago. The one who truly made the name Defy an irreplaceable symbol. The sun rises once more over Lviv. The long night has finally passed, giving way to a dawn that stirs both awe and sorrow. The vines that once spread wildly across the city has vanished. Survivors stare at the ravished streets in confusion, as if unable to comprehend what has transpired. But the ruined buildings and shattered infrastructure stand in silent testimony to the night's events. Commander, On-2 Squad arranged an evacuation route while you were engaged. Next we will... Diane's words are cut short by a heavy mechanical hum, followed by running footsteps and the rumble of armored vehicles. In the next instant, dozens of targeting reticles lock onto me and my subordinates. Commander, it's been a long time. A familiar voice speaks from behind me. It's Javier. Alright, we're at the really important shit now. If you weren't paying attention before, it's time to pay attention now. Commander, it's been a long time. I turn around. Javier walks towards me from behind, the ring of gun barrels aimed at my head. Javier, what's the meaning of this? My apologies for reuniting with you in such a manner. Lviv has been fully taken over by Namfa and the Central Army Group District 7 to ensure an early evacuation of the residents. Rest assured, the civilians have been evacuated. These messy matters have merely been contained to the vicinity of the Gerard Group's headquarters. What about contamination from collapse particles? Collapse particle contamination? Lviv is a Whitestone city. This can be. I glance at the surrounding soldiers. None of them are wearing protective masks, and I see none of the intermittent green haze that accompanies the particle dispersal. What's going on? In any case, Commander, we finally had time to discuss your situation. My situation? Paradis has been hollowed out from Lviv from beneath, and yet you come to question me? Is this how the RNC government presents itself? Calm down. We have no intention of accusing of anything. However, we do require a reasonable explanation for your presence at such a sensitive scene, given your questionable status. I would very much like someone to explain to me why Paradis, which should have collapsed 10 years ago, is still conducting large-scale relic experiments beneath Lviv in broad daylight. Why are you so certain that Paradis is behind this incident? Commander, if you have evidence, you may hand it over to me now. I will give you satisfactory results, just like old times. Mr. Javier, if it were true like old times, you would never have people pointing guns at my head at a time like this. Nor did you require me to present evidence before you agreed to investigate Paradis. Javier casts a doubtful glance at the soldiers around us. Then his gaze returns to my face. He waves his hands. Soldiers lowers their weapons. Commander, trust is mutual. What do you mean? Through surveillance footage, we discovered your presence at the summit hosted by the Girard Group. You appear to have improper contact with certain individuals there. Certain individuals? What do you mean? For example, the primary suspect in this incident and the head of Project Eden, Mr. Oleg, the current CEO of the Girard Group. Oleg? What, Girard? What are you talking about? I never even... Wait. The head of Project Eden? Who? Oleg? Indeed. Although he is merely a puppet pushed to the forefront, that does not mean he is as innocent as he appears in this matter. Subsequently, we found you at the activation site of this experiment, one capable of destroying all of Lviv. Javier's lie is so clumsy it feels like an insult. I have never attended the summit, nor have I met Oleg. The one who made contact with him was Kruger, and he died afterward. He doesn't even mention Orphline's name. This method is not unfamiliar, it is entirely consistent with their style, and yet something is off. Though I have no direct contact with him for 10 years, from our prior communications in this meeting, I know Javier has not changed much. He is skilled at twisting facts and spinning an official truth for public release. But when dealing with me, someone who knows the inside story, he would not treat the other party as a fool. He would offer appropriate bargaining chips instead, making refusal difficult. Forcing fabricated facts onto me and coercing compliance is not his style. In that case, what about Orphle? Who? Javier's expression barely changes. For an old fox like him, that is hardly surprising. But the confusion in his eyes is genuine. He does not know who Orphle is. He does not know who Orphle is either. Just what's going on? It's as if no one but me remembers that Orphle ever existed. Recovering Helena and investigating the truth behind Project Eden were tasks personally assigned to me by Mr. Kruger. So whether it was contacting the head of the Project Eden or infiltrating Paradis' underground laboratory, it was merely... Commander, I understand your actions. But from the brass perspective, none of that is important. What that matters is that you overstepped. Although you stopped Oleg from initiating his evil plan just like 10 years ago, you did something you should not have done. And just like 10 years ago, I am here to remind you and to help you. As long as you hand Helena over to me, all of your suspicious activities in the Vive over the past 2 days can be wiped clean. Mr. Javier, the mission I received was to deliver Helena to Namfa. I can take her on Kruger's behalf. Then have him tell me that himself. He is unwilling to play the villain. As you see, being a bad cop falls to me again. But deep down you know it. My demand is a demand of the Namfa. I want to know what you intend to do with Helena afterwards. Can you truly honor your previous promise that she will merely serve as a piece of evidence against the Gerard group? Of course. Mr. Javier, can you swear on your honor to guarantee Helena's safety? I detect a brief hesitation in Javier's tone. This is someone who knew and worked with him for 10 years. That fleeting pause is telling enough. Another pleasant-sounding lie, is it? Commander, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position, but... Javier, let me speak with them. Behind Javier, a soldier hands him a communicator. Javier frowns, clearly displeased, but still raises the device before me. From the communicator, that cold voice sounds once more. I look at Javier. Perhaps because of the man speaking through the communicator, for the first time in all these years, he cannot meet my eyes. In that instant, I understand everything. You finally show yourself, Earl. Let's keep this brief. Commander, regarding that question from 10 years ago, I will give you one more chance to answer. Tell me your choice. In return, everything you desire to be granted. Including this Helena you have mentioned repeatedly. I can tell you everything behind this matter under your responsibility. The hedgehog or the fox? Which do you choose? I choose neither. 10 years have passed, and you have not matured at all. It is precisely because 10 years have passed and nothing has changed, I now understand your lives more deeply than ever. Only this time I'm not running away. This is about realizing the world I envision. Earl, your ideal has strayed from the path. A flawed process will never produce a just result. How arrogant. Yeah, I agree. And achieve my goal, I will stop at nothing. Then, in my view, you already made your choice. From the communicator, the Earl issues his final command. Javier, I urge you to reconsider. Do it. Soldiers around us raise their guns once more. Javier turns his gaze towards me and strikes the ground sharply with his cane. Proceed. The investigation into the serious violent incidents that occurred in Lviv 3 days ago have now concluded. According to the military, a group of terrorists, accompanied by several unaffiliated armed dolls, engaged in a fierce firefight with the army in its city center, injuring multiple soldiers. After the reinforcements arrived, the armed dolls began withdrawing by helicopter. It is reported that during the evacuation, the suspected leader of the terrorist unit, believed to be the commanding officer of the doll force, was seriously wounded, yet still managed to escape. The military has since sealed off the city's main entrances and exits and launched a citywide sweep. The investigation also reveals that on the eve of the incident, the group triggered a smaller scale violent disturbance in satellite city LVI-13, though it was quickly suppressed by local security forces. Authorities have released identified features of the terrorist leader and urged citizens to report any relevant information to the police immediately. Grating my teeth against the stabbing pain in my abdomen, I sit up and switch off the radio broadcast. When I look down, I see blood faintly seeping through the gauze. Rosa notices that I am awake and quickly comes to my side. Commander, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt? It's fine. I press a hand against my abdomen, hiding the blood from Grosa's view. Good to hear. Millie has been working overtime for 3 days straight and has finally completed maintenance on everyone's frames. The monster dolls suffered the most severe damages. The main needs certain core components replaced. We originally planned to resupply at the nearest maintenance station in the piercing zone, but given the situation, I can only contact Polonisa to procure some substitute parts. Right. Sounds like a plan. I didn't expect the soldiers aimed that bad. The bastard Javier. I recall the scene after Javier struck the ground with his cane, the subtle shift in the soldier's eyes. I seized that moment to have Monsoon Squad deploy smoke grenades. We boarded the helicopters sent to extract us amid the chaos, though I still ended up taking a bullet in the abdomen. By the way, how are Alba and Void Bastina? They got after scouts. Right now, both law enforcement units and bounty hunters are searching for us. To think that bounty hunters like us would one day become the bounty ourselves. I let out a sigh and flopped back into the bed as if surrendering to fate. Rosa gently pats my hair to soothe me. Rosa, something I need to ask you. What is it? Could you get information about Orphle? The one I mentioned? I want to know. Actually, I already looked into it for you after we returned. What you found? You see yourself. Rosa hands me a few thin sheets of paper. That's all? Yes. That's everything I could find. I skimmed through the documents. It's clear that Groza has made every effort to let what she can about Orphle, but the contents are sparse. Because Orphle's personal history is nowhere near as rich as I remember. The very first line of the file bears a piece of news that leaves me stunned. Orphle Gerard, the only daughter of Oleg, current CEO of the Gerard Group, tragically perished in the Frankfurt incident 10 years ago. I had considered many possibilities. No way. But the so-called fact far exceeds anything I imagined. I stared at the line for a long time, unable to calm my thoughts. Suddenly, I remembered the words spoken to me 10 years ago during the Frankfurt incident by the girl named Lunacia, and the many other worlds she showed me. The countless possibilities woven together by threads stirred by blue butterflies. Nirvana. Commander, There's one more thing. Rosa seems hesitant.
どうした
What is it?
メッセージが一件
I have a new message.
それを開
I
けていいの
wasn't sure whether to patch it through.
メッセージ
Message?
誰から
From whom?
暗号化されているから
It's
わから
on
ない
an encrypted frequency.
だから
Considering that circumstance, I didn't dare connect it lightly.
分かった転送して
Understood.
くれ
I'll handle it. I asked Rosa to leave the voice message with me. After she leaves, I stared at her for a long time. After a few minutes, with a soft beep, the message begins to play.
指揮官様
Commander,
カリーナです
this is Helena.
タイミングが悪いのは
I know this isn't a good time, but I want to reach you as soon as possible.
どうし指揮官様は
Commander, you can't possibly be a terrorist.
私は
I believe you're innocent.
信じています私にできることがあれ
If
ば
there's anything I can do to help,
いつでも連絡して
please
ください
contact me immediately.
ご飯の件も
You promised you'd let me choose the restaurant. A sudden burst of chaotic noise and hurried footsteps cut through the recording. Counselor Helena, your actions have seriously violated URNC's highest military law. Lay down your weapons immediately and raise your hands. The message cuts off abruptly.
カリーナジラードグループ最後の嘘やっと手に入れた
The final legacy of the Gerard Group in our hands at last. Zimmerman admires the third Jin dolls suspended before him in satisfaction. She hangs in midair, limbs fixed by precise metallic arms, as though nailed to an invisible cross. Eagle's torso is open, revealing the intricate structures within. Several data cables wind out from her exposed chest cavity, connecting to surrounding receivers. Feeling part of her body that can move, her eyes roll wildly, as if searching for something. Her vocal module is already damaged and only garbled syllables escape her. Ah, I forgot to shut the vocal module. Zimmerman presses a button. Eaglet falls silent. Are you satisfied with this gift? You have not disappointed me, Mrs. Zimmerman. From this point onward, Seth Fobbin shall be our close strategic partner. May our partnership be fruitful.
ティマーマン様今日は珍しくご機嫌のようですね
Mrs. Zimmerman, you seem to be in an excellent mood today.
ああ
Indeed, a rare occurrence.
役員会のファイルは
Archive all the board's documents. You may leave afterwards.
かしこまりました
Understood, Mrs. Zimmerman. Zimmerman exits the opulent and spacious office, leaving the secretary alone to diligently organize the files. A short while later, she places the last document into its folder, closes the cabinet, and dusts her hands off.
今日は忙し
What a busy day. At the headquarters of the Ola conglomerate, a woman who appears to be a secretary finishes the last day of her day's work and stretches. She then picks up the phone and dials a number.
あら今日は
Oh my, I
早
didn't
か
expect
った
you
ね
two to get home so early today.
今夜何にする
What's like for dinner?
フィレミニョン
How about filet mignon with pork?
ボルシチはどうはーい
Alright,
エスカルゴもつけ
I'll
加
throw in
え
your
るね
favorite escort too.
今日の仕事はもう全部
I'll finish all my work for today, so I probably won't need to stay late.
ええだから
Mm-hmm.
家でゆっくり
Just wait for me at home. After hanging up, she sighs helplessly. She sits down and begins typing briskly on the keyboard.
まったくもう
Those two really are a handful.
彼女からか
Does her?
うん
Mm-hmm.
指揮官絡みの面倒
She said she would handle the trouble we caused by helping the commander escape.
怒られると思ってた
I thought she'd be angry.
相手が指揮官だと
She isn't. Perhaps because I can sense the commander.
あるいは
Our Brass organization has decided not to pursue the matter. After all, protecting the commander is one of our missions.
任務がなくともそう
Even without a mission, we would have done the same.
そうかもね。
Perhaps.
ただ
But we did initiate contact with the commander.
組織の計画を
Way ahead of schedule.
その方がいい
It's for the best.
指揮官には
He
私
needs us.
必要だパラデイスは
Paradise is strong.
10年前の失敗は
The setback 10 years ago doesn't seem to have shaken its foundation.
この状況を作ったのは
The current situation is not merely a contest between the fox and the hedgehog on the surface.
裏に潜む
Behind them lies a struggle between a tiger and an elephant.
私だってそういうのは
I don't like this either.
嫌いけど私たち
But
の
faced
武
with
力以外の戦い
such a tangled situation, we must learn to wield weapons beyond guns.
さあ自ら指揮
Still,
官の前に現れるの
I certainly didn't expect the Earl to personally step in against the commander.
組織がいてくれなけれ
If not for organization,
ばあっちもそう簡単に
they
引き下が
won't
ら
they
な
would
か
not
った
have relented so easily.
わからないな
I don't understand.
全部計画のうちじゃなかっ
That was outside your plan? I will false on him briefly. She's not accustomed nor skilled at navigating conspiracy and schemes. Fortunately, she once had a close partner, a true master at the craft from whom she now draws inspiration.
今後どうなるかはわからないけ
I don't know how things
ど
will
誰も
unfold
予
from
想
here,
できない展開の
but the murkier the
私
waters,
たちにとって
the more advantageous it is for us.
相手はすでに切り
Most importantly, now they have played the trump card,
なら私たちの切り札
it is time to play ours as well.
それまでには
But before that,
少し大変なこと
we
になるかも
may have to endure a difficult period. Seeing the look of Voidmaster's face, Alva smiles gently.
だよね
Yes, Voidmastina.
そういうのは
We are already used to that. Alva looks down at the documents on the desk, her gaze mild and tender. She murmurs softly, her trust in that person apparent in her steady voice.
頑張ろう指揮官
Hold on, Commander. Until the day when light prevails.
希望が見えるその瞬間まで
That's it.
When the last night's falling, jungle melts in desert and despair. Left behind the world of silence, and no one night or dark to see. Why do I walk towards to the end of nameless tears dropping? I hear the praying from ashes though. What can
Man, Longshine, you really need to shut the fuck up.
I can turn back and pretend I am blind. I know a flame so bright to keep. It burns me, but I don't care. The heat reminds me of the sunrise over the mountain. I'm proud I feel the pain. It will show my way.
Yeah, there's more cutscene.
That's how I
The shadowless lamps in the operating room blaze with a blinding glare. Chiloveig feels a wave of dizziness wash over her. Every joint, every muscle, every bone in her body throbs with a strange and unnatural pain. And yet, she is still alive. No, that is not right. Is she truly alive? This body, is it really still her own? No, she can't make a sound, nor can she sense anything tangible. Her body feels unbearably heavy, yet at the same time as though it's floating in a void. Oh, you're finally awake. It's been so long since I performed this type of operation. I thought I failed. To fish out the last remnant of consciousness from the sea of death and pour into this new frame of yours, that is no easy task. Take your time to adjust to your new body. Now, tell me everything you saw in Nirvana. Every last detail. Meanwhile, Orphle does not know when she awakened. She has returned to this place, strange yet overwhelmingly familiar, but she cannot remember how she arrived. Her last memory is of merging with Chiloveig into the deep sea of the torrent of consciousness. Just as she had surrendered herself to the descent, someone reached out and caught her. Who was it? That memory has already scattered like drifting smoke. Now she feels as though she is still floating in a deep sea, rising and sinking with soundless waves. She senses light filtering down through the surface above, shining upon her, warm and vicious. Could she continue sleeping like this forever? Orphle feels that it is a time for her to awaken. So she opens her eyes. Her vision is blurred as though some strange lens covers her sight, rendering the world warped and distorted. The only thing she can see clearly is the reflection cast upon the dome-like ceiling above when she lifts her head. She stares at that reflection in disbelief. It's her. That's it. Was it with you flirting with my... Just bitch slaps her. Yeah, we forced it. We had Corposant. Yeah, that was worth it. It's not that bad. Almost reached 1 o'clock in the morning, but I think that was worth it. It makes my Friday free, which I think that's, well, rather, I know that's good for me. And I get to keep everything in one video, which is awesome. Shit, I was like, go to fucking bed. What if I want to stay up? No, I actually don't. You finished before my shift ended. Feels bad. But yeah. Definitely the best event in Ghost Frontline 2. In all the series, I still prefer Mirror Stage, but this is a super close second. Yeah, so far. Yeah, we'll see what happens next week when we get to back to see Inside. Will not let you enter Nirvana. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, I'll stop yapping. It is time for me to go to bed. Now that I'm done, it is starting to hit me now. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and it's not going to bed. Tuesday should actually be when CN starts. So yeah. More stuff happened on Tuesday. I'll see you guys then. Guys, take care.